They're working on an office up there.
Okay, we're going to call to order the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, August 27th, 2024. It is 10:01 a.m. and we are live in person in Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue, as well as online for this meeting. First item that we have to address is call to order, and starting from my right.
Ellen 11.
Geneva Shawnette.
Me and Fee.
Dan Enright.
And Teddy Erico. First item on the agenda is to introduce our new town manager, Zoe Denal. Zoe, congratulations. Thank you for stepping up. Thank you for all you do.
Well, thank you, Mayor Erico and Council. I'm very appreciative of this honor, and I take it very seriously for our staff and our community. And I look forward to being in this role. So thanks.
Awesome. Next item on the agenda, item number 1, we'll be moving into Telluride Housing Authority. Can I get a motion to move out of council?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion from Elena, a second from Mian. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes. Ian, yes.
Dan, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes. And so it is passed off to you, Geneva.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna now call to order the Telluride Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, August 27th, 2024 at 10 a.m. We are in Rebecca Hall and on Zoom as well. We can do a roll call starting from my right.
Ellen 11.
Teddy Erico.
Me and Fee.
Dan Enright.
And Geneva Shawnette. Our first item up for business is number 1, approval of minutes, meeting of the August 6th, 2024 meeting. Does anybody have comments on the minutes?
I have no comments, but I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, great. Motion from Teddy, second from Mian. How do you vote?
Teddy, yes.
Ian, yes. Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Motion carries unanimously. And next, we will move on to new business, even though it is our ongoing business, which is a discussion of rental policies. And we have Delaney and Allie from staff here to help us continue this conversation and what we're going to consider today.
Thank you very much. So I know we have a lot of new members of the public now participating in this process. So staff thought that it would be a good idea to go ahead and review some of the goals and policies and kind of the reasons why we're here as a first item this morning. And also revive the PowerPoint, which was presented at a couple of earlier meetings, just as a visual tool to help guide us through this process. So these are the topics that we're going to be discussing today. You might remember at the last meeting, there was substantial public comment received midway through this process that revived a couple of items that staff had previously already received direction on. These are employment hours, what defining a household, so what household means, and then of course the setting of tiers. These are 3 very big items, the direction for which will impact really all other decisions under these policies. Because of the amount and the content of the public comment received, the direction from the subcommittee at the last meeting was to discuss these in at least some capacity at this meeting and confirm the prior decisions or start moving in a different direction on these 3 items. So we're going to discuss these 3 items first before reviewing the changes to the first draft, which was presented at the meeting before the last one. So these review of changes to first draft are mostly minor changes, confirming direction given when that first draft was reviewed. These are the topics that were on the agenda for the last meeting, which of course was bumped due to that public comment received. Finally, staff is going to give you just an update as to the new proposed timeline, given all of these changes that have recently occurred, just to give you an idea of when this document could be adopted. So this is a slide that was presented back in June when this discussion was kicked off at the THA board level. For the public's benefit, this started at the THA subcommittee level at the end of 2023, once the guidelines review wrapped up. The guidelines are the document which provides all the regulation that is relevant to the deed restricted ownership program. We currently do not have a document which relates to the rental program. So there are two different housing programs in Telluride. There's the rental program and the ownership program. We have a comprehensive set of regulations, which is the guidelines for deed restricted. We do not have a comprehensive set of regulations for the rental program. Instead, those policies mostly lie within resolutions adopted by town council on a project-specific basis in the application documents, which are only a few pages long, and then, of course, in the leases themselves. What this means is that there are a lot of holes in the regulations that apply to the town's rental housing stock. There's a lot of questions that go unanswered just by reviewing these documents. So why are we enacting new rental policies? Several reasons. So one is consistency. Again, we want a document that the public can go to, that staff can go to, that council and THA board members can go to get answers. We want to be consistent in this enforcement. So one of our primary reasons for enacting these new rental policies is to provide that consistency both to current prospective tenants, but also provide guidance to staff as to how they need to handle different situations, which also goes to this third point of transparency. And also encompasses the second point, which is clarity. So we want transparency in what these policies are going to be. The best way to do that is to put them down in writing. The last part of this is probably the part that we've received the most pushback from in the public, and that's the adaptability, equity, and inclusion piece of the reasons for adopting these new rental policies. So as we've said many times over, currently more than 57%, and it's now currently believed to be about 60% or more of tenant households in existing town-owned rental units would not qualify for renewal of their leases with the current policies that we have. This is a problem. Staff was faced with two options. One, we could non-renew 57% of current tenants based on the current policies, or we could have brought this to the attention of the THA subcommittee and now the board and tell them that the current policies we have are not working for our current tenants. If 57% of people would lose their housing based on the current policies, something's not working, which is why we're here today. We're trying to fix that. We are trying to accommodate as many of this 57% as we can so that they can retain housing. This was a good opportunity for us to revisit these policies and set new policy that adapts to the current population that we have, both within our rental housing and also those that we know are seeking town rental housing. So this was a good opportunity for us to revisit the program and try to build more equity into the program, which is exactly what we're trying to do here now, and is the policies that all of you have been discussing over the last few months. So these 4 bullet points are the goals that you established as the board when we first brought this item up to board consideration from the subcommittee. So you might remember that meeting. These were, I think, established back in June. But these are the goals that all of us keep in mind when we are drafting the policies and when we are making recommendations to you from staff. So the primary goal of the rental policies is to provide affordable, safe, sustainable, and quality employee rental housing. As you determined pretty early in this process, this is meant to be employee housing above all else. It is also meant to be affordable housing. But unless there is some kind of work history in the community, whether that is qualified retired, qualified disabled, or a current employee, employee is really the key term here. Employees are who we're trying to house, and we're trying to house them in an affordable way. The second goal is to promote economic diversity within the Telluride community. The primary way that all of you saw to reach this goal was to adopt tiers, which we have moved forward with, but I understand now might be reworked. The third goal was to provide reliable local housing while maximizing the use of the town's limited rental housing supply. This goal is primarily met through really just ensuring that households are properly placed within appropriately sized units. So a 3-person household, 3-bedroom unit, 3-person or more household, 3-bedroom unit. It means that we're trying to avoid a situation where one person is in a 2 or a 3-bedroom unit. We also want to make sure that the housing is reliable. We want people to be able to understand what the expectations will be in the future as their situation changes. That might be an employment situation, financial situation, which again goes back to the transparency and clarity goals of adopting these policies. So by getting these down in writing, we're providing people a path forward to understand is how their situation changes, how it might impact their housing situation so that they can plan for their own futures. The fourth goal is to provide for clear, fair, and consistent administration of the rental housing program. Again, this is mostly met by just getting these policies down in writing. And once we have them down in writing, enforcing them consistently. So this brings me to the new topics for today, which are actually old topics. So this is the first of the three big matters that we received public comment on at the last meeting. And this is where I'm going to mostly turn the conversation over to you to determine if you would like to shift gears and go in a different direction for policy. So the question is, how many hours of presence required employment should be required for each adult in a household? And should this vary by project? So the current policy, what we have in place right now is 1,000 hours per year for Shandoka, 1,400 hours for Sunnyside and Virginia Placer. What was determined at the first meeting when this was brought to the board, which was just approving what had previously been decided by the subcommittee, was that this would increase to 1,400 hours for all projects, except for the boarding house, which operates a little differently. So let's set aside the boarding house for now and only consider the other big projects that we have. So Sunnyside, Shandoka, Virginia Placer, and now Voodoo. This new proposal, this 1,400 hours, is consistent with the guidelines. Remember that the guidelines is for deed restricted housing. These policies are for the rental housing. This does allow for all the exemptions that the guidelines also include, which include a primary caregiver exemption, which we can explore again later in this meeting, qualified disabled and qualified retired. Any of these three could reduce that 1,400 hours to an amount that is reasonable for that person given their situation. Additionally, 10% of the requirement can be met with local volunteer hours. This is the current standard in the guidelines. I have heard a proposal that this maybe you would like to increase this to 15 or 20% today. That is definitely something we could incorporate if you did want to stick with that 1,400 hour requirement. But at this point, I think we need confirmation after following discussion from the board as to what direction you would like to head on an hours requirement.
Okay, thanks, Ally. I think that's a really great intro. And here's what I hope is going to be our easiest topic. I'll just throw out that since our last meeting, I spent a lot of time speaking with especially restaurant managers, because I sort of feel like the service industry and restaurants being closed was the biggest group of concerned employees about reaching those hours. And the final answer that I got from most, if not all of these managers or owners of restaurants was, given the volunteer hour allowances and really crunching the numbers on an annual basis, they didn't think that 1,400 hours would be a problem for their employees to meet. So I feel comfortable with the 1,400 hours, especially after speaking with some folks who are in the room today, as well as other business owners around downtown. So wondering what other people are feeling about that.
I have a question for you guys. When you were doing, sorry, apparently I have a frog in my throat. When you were doing the audit of everybody, was there a large percentage of employed people that would be falling under this 1,400 mark?
No.
Okay. And then I have a second question. The qualified disabled, does that mean, is that permanently disabled, or can that also mean temporary disabled because of an injury? Just thinking about people who break their leg skiing and maybe aren't able to access their restaurant job. I just want to clarify that.
So if it's a permanent disability, I think what we look at is 5 of the last 7 years before the disability occurred, that they had that history of work in the community, and then they could lock in that disability status into the future indefinitely. Temporary disability is something that we would probably look at as more of just a reasonable accommodation, which could temporarily reduce these hours. But of course, in the future, once the disability is no longer present, we would expect them to come into compliance with the actual requirement. So the goal here is definitely to accommodate special situations where someone does have a hardship without penalizing them and allowing them to participate in the program, whatever reasonable might mean for that situation.
Great.
I have two comments. Well, one's kind of a question. My first one is I would definitely be supportive of increasing the volunteer hour allotment to 15 or 20% if the rest of the board agrees. But my other question, I guess, was about the caregiver exemption. I really like how you've worded it, but I also wanted to bring up some public comment from our last meeting that was about like when two parents are involved in childcare, and if that's something that we want to write into the exemption. I don't really know what the wording of that would look like, but as I was reading through the changes, that was something that I noted.
Mhm.
And that's going to be something I think we address later when we get to the caregiver part. But right now on this slide, we're just talking about the hours.
Isn't that part of it though?
It is, but I think Geneva is trying to place this in the proper line of
Okay. Then
discussion.
I'll
Yeah,
save that question
we've
for
got,
later.
so once we get to the amendments to the first draft, we have new proposed language for primary caregiver. We can go further in the depth
Okay,
then.
great.
I think right now we just want to keep in mind that there will be a primary caregiver exemption. We just don't know quite what that will look like yet.
When you answered Ashley's question about most people do qualify for that 1,400 already, is there a ballpark percentage, 70, 80, 90 that you could throw at it without holding? I don't need exact, but just kind of trying to get an idea of where everyone kind of fits into it.
That question is somewhat tricky because currently at Shandoka, the rule is 1,000 hours. So many people only in the past have provided one employment sheet, even if they have 2 or 3 jobs. So for the past year, we've been asking for one from each job, and I would say 90%
Great.
are meeting 1,400 already. It's just a matter of getting all of the information.
Okay.
And I would add that when we did clients for our ownership program, we had maybe 1 or 2 situations where people didn't meet the hours and they were able to work out a plan for getting back on track with staff. So it's not really an issue.
Awesome.
This is
Um,
based, sorry, go ahead.
I just had one last thing to follow up on Elena is I 100% agree on increasing volunteer hours. And to me, 20% is great because I know what a struggle it is for local events to have volunteers helping. And I think that could be win-win for everybody.
This is based though off of self-reported affidavits, or that might not be the correct word specifically, but not based off of hours reported on pay stubs or W-2s. This is, the hours reporting have just been based off of a manager or HR, whoever signing off from your company, correct?
The vast majority, yes. And we are hopeful that we are getting true statements from the employers in town that those are correct. But we do get some, and we've been encouraging people to also provide a payroll summary or pay stubs just to corroborate.
We don't have any plans to change that policy of how the hours are reported, do we?
We may put, much to the groaning that may ensue behind me, we may put a notary on those forms so that people understand that what they're actually attesting to is an attestation. And really all we need is for people to be honest. So
It seems like the last paycheck of the year and saving that would solve these problems because it shows a summary of everything you've been paid for the year and what your hours billed were for the year. If you're a W-2, I know it's different. if you're
agreed.
self-employed.
W-2 doesn't show hours, but yes, what you're describing does.
Yes,
and
the
it's-
final paycheck.
Usually quite simple just to get that final paycheck.
Is anyone opposed to upping the hours to 1,400?
I'm not opposed, but I want to add context. It's something I can live with. I do not agree with your assessment, Geneva, that the majority of business owners have supported this. In fact, I know there's 2 managers in the room who have previously expressed concerns about this specific element.
Yeah, and I've
Support-
spoken with both of them.
They may have changed their opinions. I'll be eager to hear from them. I haven't specifically discussed in the past couple of weeks. I can live with this. I do agree that increasing the allotment of volunteer hours that we could subtract out of there would be part of what I would want to add to support this. But I also do want to continue to hear from that business community, and I also have concerns with the assessment that this will be so easy for the majority, knowing that I don't believe everyone is fully honest and transparent at all times, unfortunately. And that's not saying that I support that either. I don't think people should lie to stay in their housing, but if the truth of the matter and ends up having a different outcome and doesn't actually continue to support our businesses, then I still want to continue to examine. Again, I can live with the 1,400 hours. I think there's logic in the breakdown when we take out the off seasons for the number of hours that people work in the week. But I also know that it's not always so black and white, and it can be tricky for people as well.
Okay, well, in the interest of trying to move on to the next topic, can we get a straw poll for direction to staff to keep this 1,400 hours as part of this new program, including figuring out later in this meeting today, a caregiver definition and an increase to local volunteer hours? Cool. So good direction on that, Ally?
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, so moving on to a point that we've discussed pretty often here at this board level. The big question, what is a household and how should it be defined? So you might see that in the packet materials for the staff memo, I really just copied much of the conversation that happened at the June 4th, 2024 meeting where this was discussed for a very long time. Adding some additional context, Geneva had requested that we also explore Aspen's program and see what Aspen has done. So for reference, the prior conversation that we just had about hours, Aspen actually requires 1,500 hours, which is more than even our guidelines require. They define household the same way that we currently do, which is also the same way that we are proposing carrying forward. So when it comes to household, we actually are not proposing any changes to that definition. We would simply be enforcing the definition that currently exists. So under the current rental policies, a household is all individuals living in a unit regardless of relationship. So whoever you choose to live with, whether it be roommates, family members, family that's not related, partner, married, children, coworkers, whatever it might be, anyone living within a single unit is considered a household. This is the definition that we also landed on when we discussed this back in June to maintain this definition. This is, as I said before, the THA guidelines definition, also the way that Aspen defines household. The alternative that was proposed at that time as a possibility was that we could craft a definition that excludes non-family or non-dependent individuals from being part of the same household. So for example, using a taxable household rather than household under one roof. So these are the definitions on this slide, the different possibilities and the different way it's defined by various programs and by various entities. The HUD definition of household is up there because that is the definition that HUD uses when calculating AMI, area median income, which is of course the basis that we're now using for calculating rent under the proposed tier system. So why is household so important? The outcome of this decision will impact all current and future tenants. So specifically roommate situations, but also the availability of housing units for families. So these are different considerations that we would like you to keep in mind as to why it was previously defined this way and why you decided to keep the current definition of household. However, I do understand that there is at least some public comment that is not in agreement with this definition. And for that reason, we did want to bring this back to confirm the prior direction that was given and make sure that you did not want to revisit this and redefine household.
Okay, well, I will not start this off with my comments and let other folks weigh in first.
I'll weigh in. Personally, this is the thing that I have the most hesitation about. So I would love to explore the possibility of alternative ways of calculating household income, or calculating a household rather. We've talked about this a lot, and I don't know that a perfect mechanism exists. So I don't know if we can find something that will satisfy everyone, but I do think this is like the area that I think is worth digging into a little bit more, and where the public comment has kind of had some concerns around it. I like the idea of somehow basing it on how people file their taxes, but I don't know how that looks in practice. And I know we talked about how that's a little bit problematic. So I still don't really know how that would look, but I think it's worth a discussion.
I agree. I think that this is the hardest thing for me to kind of reconcile, just because I feel like the reality of most of, if we're talking about employee housing, a large portion of our employees that work in this town are, either single or married with no children. And it's like, and so they have multiple income earners and stuff like that in the home. And so the way that AMI is calculated doesn't do those types of people any favors. And so I'm struggling with how we figure this out. I don't know. I think, maybe taxes are the best thing, how you file your taxes. I guess it feels like there should be a way to reconcile this with a policy versus how a lease is written. It seems like we could have a policy that maybe isn't completely reflected in a lease, and that a lease is drawn up differently based on our criteria for putting people in housing together. And then the lease is kind of separated from that we don't have to call it out in the lease that these are each individual households. We can still write a lease that just identifies it as people living here, but maybe our standards reflect the reality of our situation a little bit clearer. I think that it's complicated, but it's not impossible, I guess, is kind of my feeling about it. And if it is a better situation, then maybe we should explore it.
I generally agree with what Ashley just said. I think that this is a key component that permeates throughout the rest of these discussions, because it really affects the way in which HUD collects data compared to the reality of the majority of people in Telluride. I think just affects so many of our tenants that this is sort of the cornerstone of this whole discussion. I'll start by saying what was presented is true about Aspen and some of the differences there. It notably, because I researched this myself, does not raise another key distinction, that in Aspen system, using their rent tiers, they cap their income percentage at 17%, as opposed to 30%. So if that's the discussion we want to start having, I'm willing to start exploring options like that. But when we're talking about nearly double, that's a different component. I also think it's very notable that the town already is able to and does have different families or different groups living under the same household counted as separate households in our deed restricted ownership program. When you have an owner that rents part of their unit or part of their home to another household, we do not lump those incomes into a single household. We're able to distinguish them in that system. So to me, it seems very possible and doable to do a similar policy here. So I think that this is where we really have to get into some of the nitty gritty and start to see it. I will also lastly say, I was able to get on the phone with members of the Denver office of the HUD last week and found that how they calculate AMI is they start with a 4-person household and then apply a multiplier to each one to get a 1, 2, and 3-person, 4-person household. And so they're starting with a 4-person household, which in my mind is not representative of the majority of the community. I think there's far fewer 4-person households in the traditional sense. Generally speaking, 2 parents and 2 children would be, in my mind, the sort of traditional definition of a 4-person household. There's far fewer of those than there are multi-income earner households, 2 adults living and working together in our community. And so when we're starting our conversation with something that is less common and less representative of our community as a whole, I think we are doing a disservice to our citizens, and the policy doesn't reflect the reality here in Telluride.
Right, I'd like to respond to 2 things that you just said. One is that of the households that are above current AMI, which are 84 total, only 25 of them are roommate situations. So that's 29%. It's not the majority of the households that are over income for their categories.
But you could,
So, and you just said that the majority of 4-person households in our community are roommate households, but
no,
what
that's not
we're,
what I said. That's not what I
or
said.
are families? Is that what you're saying? Cause
No.
they're, that's not the distinction.
A lot of the people are over income are couples or families, as in married partners, but there's still 2 income earner households. Those are people also over income and constitute a significant percentage
Well,
of the
they're-
people over income.
But would you consider, so the roommate situations, there's 25 of them over income. They're of families, including couples, as you said, are 28, and then individuals is 31. So roommate situation is less than 1/3 of those total that are over income. So that's just one thing I want to reply to. The second thing is with Aspen, you're leaving out when we're comparing to Aspen, we don't have to be just like Aspen, but I think it is important to look at another program that's doing similar, has similar goals and has similar asterisks next to everything, just like we do in Telluride. Aspen doesn't provide rental housing above 120% AMI. So that's what I saw in my research. So I think that what we are doing is a little bit venturing into unknown territory here. Let's not forget that the reason we're here to begin with is to try and create basically a new program that serves a higher income than we asked for rental.
I just pulled up the Pitkin County Housing Authority housing regulation sheets. They provide housing up to 240% AMI.
For ownership, but not for rental, is what I'm saying. So totally agree. We also provide ownership policies for up to that. I wasn't able to find rental housing that was that high. So that's different. But let's let me in too.
This is for the
Okay. I believe that the definition of household should remain the same. Mainly because it is a definition that comes from HUD. It is one that is used throughout the country. I think that there needs to be consistency in that definition so that as we move forward, 5-10 years from now, we are using a benchmark that is consistently used throughout numerous communities so that we can actually compare ourselves when we're trying to reassess our policies. I do think that our policies can be adjusted to reflect the needs of this community, which I believe we have consistently been doing by raising the AMI targets that are allowed within our rental housing market. Very similarly to what Geneva stated, again, my research and conversations about what has been done in Aspen is that they do stop their AMI tiers at a lower income bracket. And one of the first things that we said when we started addressing these policies was that one of our chief goals was to ensure that there was housing stability for the people that were in this community. And I believe that by increasing our AMI tiers that are able to be a part of the rental policy, we are managing to serve our unique community needs, which I actually do not believe are that unique if you look at all of the ski towns in Colorado. But we're able to stay with the household definition while meeting the requests and desires of the community that we have here in Telluride.
I'm looking at the regulation right now. It says maximum monthly rental rates for deed restricted rental units
I
up
think
to
that that's-
category 5.
I think that that's for like owned, like deed restricted owned products by private citizens that then rent out a room. But looking at all of their APCHA managed buildings, like our Shandoka, like our Virginia Placer, et cetera, all of those max out at category 3. Well, one of them maxes out at category 3 and the rest of them max out at lower than that.
Can I like give a numbers example? Because you know me. So if we did a 2-person, two roommates that live in a 2-bedroom unit that make 100% AMI each, I feel like we would both say that both of those individuals are deserving of being in our housing. Their incomes at 100% AMI would be $76,700 a year. Okay. Conversely, if you group them together, or if you had a mother and a child that was a single parent, so a 2-person household, her income would be, for her individual, if she has a dependent, would be $87,700 to be considered 100% AMI. If you have 2 unrelated individuals and we group them together as a household, then their income together at that same rate would be $153,400, which is 200% AMI. So 2 unrelated individuals that now live together as roommates in a 2-bedroom house are now very close to our maximum income limit. We also, conversely, if we treated these individuals as individuals and say lowered our rental income requirements to, let's say their rental rate is 18% of their income, and we charged each of these individuals as 100% AMI earners at 18%, then the total rent for that 2-bedroom unit would be $2,300. Okay. Now, conversely, if we looked at the mother and the single child, or looked at 2 unrelated people that qualify at the 100% AMI level, 30% of AMI at that, for that same income earner, or those income earners at that level, would be $2,192. So if we treated individuals as individuals in a roommate situation and didn't lump them together as a household, we could rent to each of those people at a lower rate, so it would benefit them. They would only pay 18% of their income versus 30%. And we, as the housing authority, would also get a larger income to us and be able to accommodate people that are making 100% AMI. The converse to that would be 2 people, unrelated, let's say that they're roommates, not the mother and the single daughter. Their maximum income to be at that 100% AMI would be $43,000, which is considerably less. They would be paying a lot more, 30% of their income, to get to the $2,100 mark. So this is why I know it's complex, and I'm sorry, and I sent you like that crazy spreadsheet
That's great.
with all this stuff in it. And I didn't really give a lot of interpretation or kind of like what it could mean, but I think that this is why this is an important conversation, is because we could potentially give people lower percent rents while still making the same amount of money, while accommodating people that live in these types of situations. We can still have a single mother who makes $87,000 pay rent, and she could even possibly be at a lower percentage as well. But I think that maybe we look at housing people, not even with the tax system, but maybe it's based on income earners in the home versus non-income earners in the home. I don't know. I'm not saying it's a very easy thing to interpret. And I'm sorry if that was confusing for everyone.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Because it was a little
I know,
confusing,
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
So are you saying that the single mother in this scenario would pay 30% or more of her income towards rent and the two unrelated individuals would be paying 18%?
You could, it depends on how you look at it. So if you look at her as a single person household, I think what you could do, because we do have quite a few unrelated people living together, it'd be interesting to plug all of those people in and see what would happen if we just said straight tax or straight percentage of your income. Don't do tiers. Just say if you live in this housing, you're going to pay 18% of your income. And for maybe our newer properties, maybe it's just 22% of your income, whatever that is. If you did it based on income earners in each unit, instead of considering them as a household, you could get a lower percentage per person based on that. So the mother, let's say that the mother has a child that is not an income earner. So they're going to be, their income for that house is going to be this $87,700 because they're a 2-person AMI. They would pay ultimately less rent, but it would be that unit would have less rent attached to it, but maybe the unit next to it would have people that pay more rent. So her rent would be, I didn't do 18% on that one. So let's say that she's living in the same situation.
So the reason I'm asking the question is we have to treat everyone the same because of fair housing
Right. So I'm
rules.
saying
Okay.
treat them as income earners. So it doesn't matter. So like the same thing goes, for a child as dependent or somebody who doesn't work. If you had a stay-at-home mom, she wouldn't be an income earner either. So she would then get pushed into the household realm. It's difficult when we are trying to figure this out and not looking at people who are unrelated as being separate from each other.
But we do need to ensure that there is equity across this program. And I have really grave concerns about making income accommodations for 2 income earning units, let's call it that, and not making a similar accommodation for a single parent trying to raise a child in this community.
They would.
Well,
So if we did 18%, that mother in a 2-bedroom with her and her child, and her income was $87,700, which would be 100% AMI for a 2-person household, her rent would be $1,315, but you would get more rent out of the other unit, especially if you look at individual rooms. So like get into a 3-bedroom unit, then it's even more. I guess my point is that if you change the way that your perspective is, that we could bring down the rents for others without increasing the rents by a lot for most others, or not allowing people that make decent incomes to be able to live together.
I think as long as we are bringing, and that I think is a whole other conversation that we're going to have about bringing down what percentage of AMI we're going to be talking about in terms of rent. That's fine. But when we're talking about a single mother paying 30% and 2 roommates paying 18%, there's absolutely no way I will ever support.
That's not what I'm
Okay.
saying at all. That's
Okay.
not what
I
I'm
just wanna
saying
make
at all.
sure that-
I'm
I just
trying
wanna
to
be clear.
show if you looked at it from this perspective, forget the single mother equation. Just keep it the same for 2 roommates that are unrelated.
Mhm.
So 2 roommates that are unrelated in this situation are each their own household,
Mhm.
which means that they are now, each of them is 100% AMI. They're not huge income earners. They each make 100% AMI. They're unrelated people that live together. If they paid 18% of their income, they would pay $2,300 for that unit. But if you combine them together, they're really a 200% AMI, which is pushing again on the realms of what we're debating allowing into our household. If you lump these 2 people together and say, okay, now it's a 2-person household, 100% AMI for that 2-person household is only $87,700 for 2 income earners, which only puts them at $43,850, which means that's why you have to charge 30% rent, is because that gets you way closer to probably what needs to be to cover that unit. But
I think what you're saying is that we should be charging the same amount for people making $43,000 versus $76,000. Like saying that we're trying to get the rent number to be the same as two individuals who calculated together at 200% AMI versus what their rent would be if they each were making half of 100% AMI for a 2-person bedroom. I don't think we should be trying to get those rent numbers to be the same. Like, I think the household making 200% AMI
That's
should
not what I'm
pay
saying at
more.
all. What I'm saying is that if you look at people as individuals, you can get the percentage of their rent lower versus a 30% rent on people that make 100% AMI as a 2-person household is $43,000 a year, paying 30% of their income. That's a huge amount of their income. If you separate people and you start looking at them and say, okay, we could get 2 100% AMI people. That's great. We think that those people are very qualified to live here. And if we charge them a lower percentage rate, we will get the same as if we were charging 30% to somebody who makes $40,000 a year.
I think you're thinking about it in terms of income, and I don't think that's what we wanted, like income for the town, for the housing program. And I don't think that's the perspective that I want to have.
If we wanted to do that, we would leave it as it is, which is flat
Yeah.
per unit.
Like, I don't think
It's still fluctuating. I'm trying to show you that this is a way to accommodate individuals who are making more reasonable salaries. There are probably not a lot of.
Is reasonable higher or
unrelated-
lower?
Higher.
Okay.
We're probably, and not be taking 30% of their paychecks. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm sorry, I know that my brain like works differently, and it's hard sometimes for me to explain this stuff that's in my head. That's why I'm not a teacher. But I'm not saying that you would pay different percentages. I'm saying that we would flat it out for everybody. But if you look at individual income earners versus households, then we would be able to maintain the amount of income that we're receiving for these units, I think, by and large, which is to support the program while giving people lower incomes.
And I
Allie's
think,
got something to throw in.
and I think just a quick question, because we did initially at one point have higher tiers, which would have been accommodating to higher income earners. And we did remove those because there was enough community feedback and board discussion that we did not feel that those were the appropriate individuals to be living in these units when we had such a significant amount of people.
We're still at 220%.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Right, but we had at one point been discussing going up higher, which would have accommodated those households more, and we had decided not to do that. So I think that's the other easier option, is to say, do we want to go back up and add in like a 240, 260? Or do we still feel that this program should serve households making up to 220% AMI? And that once you pass that 220% threshold, that's when you should be stepping into the free market within the region.
And didn't we have that, when we had that discussion, it's my recollection that we had some significant community input that having that higher tier was not helping most locals and people who didn't really need the housing for themselves to support the community. And that's why we removed it.
I think that that's fine. We just have to be now very aware that we need to be very mindful every time that we build a project of how many what the household size, the actual household size of people is. Because right now, if you get a roommate, if you are unrelated and you're both income earners, you are going to be priced out much faster. You're not going to be priced out. You're going to hit that threshold way faster than if you were an individual living in a 1-bedroom or a studio.
Yeah.
So just think about that.
I think that's why we're talking about this.
I
Like, we
think-
all
yeah.
follow that. I think something that I think the issue here is more about qualifying for the housing than it is about what the rent number ends up being. Because whether you lump people together as a household or keep them as individuals, it's still a percentage of income. So mathematically, the number is going to be about the same. But the question is, are we disqualifying people because we're lumping them as a household? Because whether it's 18% or 30%, it still is a percentage of income. So if it's $87,000 at tier 1 versus tier A, versus $87,000 at tier F, it still is 30%. So like that's less of the discussion I mean, we need to decide what that percentage is, but in this moment, I feel like the discussion is more about, are we disqualifying people who are unrelated because we're putting their household incomes together? Not so much how that affects the rent.
Ally.
So I'm trying to frame this in a way that gets us to a place where we can get a decision on direction. So there's a few considerations I'd like to bring up, and one specific example that kind of follows Ashley's line of thinking, to give you an idea of how this might play out in the real world. So the way I'm dividing up these issues with respect to defining household, there's really two distinct issues. First is when a household might max out, so reach that maximum threshold of income where we can no longer provide housing to them. The second issue is, of course, how much rent a household will be paying depending on how much they earn, which is the tier system. So to give a real life example based on the numbers which Delaney provided, and this is the table of proposed rents, which is in the packet. If you have, and let's assume for the moment that the issue is a 2-person earner household. I don't think we're necessarily trying to accommodate here 3 and 4 bedroom or three and 4 person earning households. It's more so 2 people living together, both earning pretty significant incomes that might max out of the system. So first of all, the consideration is, so for a 2-person household at 220% AMI, that's $96,470 per person. What we had heard previously is a household of at least 2 income earners earning almost $200,000 together is likely a household that is better served by buying a house, say, out in Lawson, which they could do with $200,000. Maybe that's not a household that we want to accommodate in our rental housing, $200,000 per year. Of course, that is a policy decision for you. But going back to the real life example and going back to Ashley's example that I think she was trying to give, let's assume again a 2-person household. If they're both earning 100% AMI, which is about $75,000 a year, if they were not a household together and instead renting a 1-bedroom unit, that's at tier D, each person would be paying $726 in rent at Shandoka for a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom unit. If instead they decide to live together and combine those incomes, and we define household as all members living under one roof, that $75,000, which for each individual was 100% AMI, doesn't turn into 200% AMI. It actually turns into 180% AMI for the household of 2 income earners, which pushes them up to tier G for that. So for now, they're in a 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit. If we divide them out and remain and keep each at tier D, which is 100% each, they are each paying $2,034 per month. If instead we combine the household and put them into tier G, they're together paying $3,255. So instead of paying $2,034 a month each, they're paying $1,627 each.
So it actually is to their
It's a benefit.
to, as a household, go into a higher.
But Ally, why did you quote the 100% for a 2-bedroom? You should be looking at 2 1-bedroom units for those individuals.
So,
not-
and that goes to the rent setting question. So what I think we have many different ideas here for how to define household, assuming you did decide you wanted to divide out households. The way we could either take that 2-person AMI and split it in half, or we could treat each bedroom separately and have a different lease for each bedroom, which of course brings in a plethora of administrative concerns and makes Delaney's job that much harder. It makes us seem more like college dorm administrators rather than rental housing administrators for workers. It would be very problematic if that is the direction that you give. Of course, we will follow it, but there are some substantial concerns there from an administrative perspective when you start dividing out rooms rather than units. And going back to, I think, one concern, Dan, that you brought up or idea with respect to the for sale housing, we know who has priority there. It's the owner. There is a priority there. When it comes to a unit that we divide out the housing, when there's a problem, who do we give priority to? Is it the person who signed the first lease? How do we determine how to rehome someone who's in the other bedroom?
The same thing not true under the current system? How do you determine priority when all members of a unit are lumped together?
So they get to decide that amongst themselves.
How is that different than if they are not accumulated together?
So if we have different leases, we have to respect the rights of each tenant under each individual lease. And at some point, we have to make a decision as to which lease we'll control. Versus right now, if there is a roommate problem, it is one lease. They figure it out together or they do not, and the lease terminates altogether.
You can have one lease and call out individual tenants in the lease. You can have one lease. You could do exactly what you're doing right now and say this tenant makes this much money and is going to pay this much, and this tenant makes this much money and is going to pay this much. That's not, I mean, it's not untenable. So, I mean, I think that if we wanted to call out individuals in a single lease, that's very, very possible. I mean, you talked about college dorms. Let's not talk about dorms. Let's talk about when you rented your first college home. A lot of times what happened was 3 unrelated people got onto a single lease.
That's what it is now.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, it's like to say that we can't look at individuals separately and still hold a single lease for them we can definitely do that.
So I think the issue, Ashley, though, is that we get into joint and several liability for paying rent. So under the current system, the rent is what it is for the whole unit. If one roommate decides not to pay, the other roommates have to step up and pay it if they want to keep that lease. If we divide out and assign portions of rent that are due to each tenant, one person decides not to pay, we have to terminate part of a lease just for that tenant. And then they get to choose who gets to refill that space. I'm not saying it's
Yeah, I guess my-
impossible.
That was my point that I made earlier about, we could have policies that are different than how our leases are
Mhm.
written. You could still say, Mian's gonna pay $500 a month, Ashley's gonna pay $750 a month. So their lease together is, sorry, math, $1,250 a month. So the lease just says, Mian and Ashley have to pay $1,250 a month. That's what the lease says. That's what the legal document says. Now, we have an understanding or a piece of paper that is presented to us saying, this is Mian's, percentage, this is my percentage, whatever. But you can write the lease the exact same way if you wanted to. Maybe we don't want to. I'm just saying it's not impossible to do that.
Can I make a suggestion? What if we were to qualify people for the housing program as individuals, but then use the rental tiers based on household? Because I still go back to a percentage is a percentage. So the tier that you're in is kind of arbitrary because it's still going to be a percentage of one number. So again, whether it's tier A or tier F, if it's 25% of $100,000, it's still, 25% of $100,000. But like I said before, my concern is that the household clumping of individuals messes with who's able to qualify for the program. So what if we keep household income for determining rent and leases, but when we go for qualifying for the housing, we can look at their individual, the way they file their taxes. So whether it's a household filing taxes together or an individual, just for that qualifying factor, we separate it out from household. So that way, if an individual is making 120% AMI and wants to live with someone else making 120% AMI, they can both qualify. But then when we go to calculate rent, and formulate a lease, then we put them back together in a household.
And we get rid of the upper tier, we get rid of the ceiling then for that, because we can put it on individuals, but then when we actually do the lease, we can.
Wait, Delaney, am I misunderstanding something? Because the way
I think that's the way that it's being presented. Everybody qualifies on their own now. Every adult over 18 who works gives us an application and they qualify of their own accord. What you just said was then you combine them as a household. At least that's what I thought I heard you say, but that's what's been getting proposed since May.
Delaney, I don't think that's true.
Yeah, because
That's not how I
the issue
understood
isn't
it.
the issue if a 3-person household, if everyone's making 100% AMI, actually, I need to check my numbers because I don't have all these
I
numbers
may be
memorized.
confused by what she said, but what she said is what I just said and not what you just said.
No, because isn't the whole issue that when you put individual income earners in a household together, then their individual incomes combined put them in an AMI that's too high to
That's
qualify?
exceeding what we're allowing.
Isn't that the whole issue here?
Well, the issue now is there is no AMI, but they're exceeding the rent limitations that are in place currently, which is 5 times the annual rent. So yes, but maybe I misheard you. I thought what you just said was you qualify them individually and then you lump them together. That's what I heard, which is what is being done now, which is why 57% or more of households are over income.
Right, so that over income component
Yes.
is because we're lumping them together, right?
Yes.
And so that's what I'm saying. For the qualification aspect, can we look at them as individuals so that they don't disqualify by being put together in a household? But then when we go to execute leases, we do it the way we've traditionally done.
We also didn't have, currently, we do not go up to the AMI rent tiers that we are proposing right now. So that is the other reason why people are over the limit.
Right.
So as these tiers increase, these proposed tiers increase, there is greater opportunity for people to be in compliance because we are allowing higher incomes
I
to
understand
be in
all of that.
So, like,
I think maybe I'm not stating what I'm saying well.
I get what you're saying.
I mean,
And can I piggyback off
Yeah,
of you?
please, because I
hear
know what I'm trying to say, but
Yeah,
I don't think.
because I hear what you're saying, trying to say, and I think it's spot on. The way in which I can summarize it completely is we're not comparing apples to apples from rent tiers at different household sizes. So as has been stated, 100% AMI at a one-person household is very different per person than a 2-person or 3-person household difference. And so what we really should be looking at to help get to, I think, a point of agreement is real dollars, not AMI tiers necessarily. It has to eventually tie into AMI tiers for the purposes of grant funding and alignment with the HUD. But in terms of real dollars, 100% AMI per person, it's to very different real dollar amounts. And that's where it messes up multi-income earner households. As Ellen is, I think, trying to get to that. I don't know if that was helpful, but it's.
We all understand the problem and why it's not elegant. I think we don't have to keep explaining that to each other.
And
We're trying to decide how to deal with it. So I feel like we're just in a cycle right now explaining what the problem is. to each other.
I think the way that we deal with it is when we write leases, we do not have a maximum AMI for a household so long as each individual income earner qualifies at a certain AMI.
We have a maximum for qualification, but then when
And
we,
once you're clumped together, then
Right.
that goes away. We don't care anymore.
and you pay an appropriate proportional rent.
yes.
Everybody pays proportional rent, which I
But-
think we can bring down significantly from 30%. So my example that I just mathed out for everyone was 3 people. We're gonna do the 3 roommates, Dan, Ashley, and Mian. Dan makes 90% AMI, Ashley makes 100% AMI, Mian makes 20% AMI. Each of us that's very reasonable for each of us to live in the housing that we're talking
It's
about.
120%.
Yeah, she makes 120%.
20.
Sorry.
Okay.
120.
I was like, that's not that
Sorry, my bad.
reasonable.
Like, I don't
Ashley.
think you qualify.
90, 100, and 120% AMI. Those are the type of people that we would want to live in our housing. If the 3 of us, let's say, we decided we want to apply for the Voodoo together. If we put together our incomes and presented an application for 3 of us, which is what had to happen. You couldn't apply as 3 individuals for a 3-bedroom unit. You had to present as a single household. Our household is off the chart that I have. It's over 220% AMI. I'm assuming that it's probably over 240% AMI. The 3 of us would not qualify based on our standards right now to move into that 3-bedroom unit, even though each of us individually very much would be the individuals that would qualify.
So Dan would pay $1,300 a month. you would pay 1,300 a month and Ian would pay 1,726 a month at 27%.
Wait, no, I think we're just talking about qualifying for the unit.
But I'm just taking it to the next level
Okay.
and explaining
Sure.
what would be charged per month for a 3-bedroom unit. So that would be $1,294. This is, I'm pulling from the chart of
Yep.
the 27% Shandoka.
Sure.
So a
Do it.
1-bedroom at 27% for one person for the first 2 renters would be $1,294. So add those together, you're at $2,588. And then the next tier up, since Mian makes 120% AMI, would be $1,726. So add $1,726 to that. And now you have a 3-bedroom at $4,314.
No, because I think we still need a calculation that scales where there's an economy of scale when people live together. Like, I don't think we can
But
charge
they're
the same as
already
we
getting
would.
an economy scale.
No,
How?
because you're charging them each individually for 1 bedroom, but they're living in a
That would be the
3-bedroom.
only way that I would be comfortable with this concept. If you want them to be treated like a single income household, then we should charge them what a single income 1-bedroom household would pay for a 1-bedroom.
If they live in a
They don't- why
3-bedroom,
don't-
I
but that's
actually
the- We can
disagree
do
with
that, but I'm
that.
saying then we don't need to charge them 30%. We could charge them
I
18%.
said 27%.
So then we can charge them, but I'm saying we could charge them 18%. We could charge
Wait,
everybody.
I fundamentally disagree with charging the same person charging the same for a 1-bedroom as 1 room in a 3-bedroom.
But I think, but if we're saying, we can't have it both ways. We can't treat them as a 1-person household and then also treat them as a 3-person household.
But we do
Well, I'm
that so
saying-
frequently. We have a different standard for qualification and a different ongoing standard for the purposes of setting rent and continuing existence in our
At
program.
this rate, nobody's gonna move out, so what's the point of having a different qualification standard?
Why is that
Everybody's
such a
good where they are.
Bad thing that we support our
Because we are
community members.
cutting out everyone who makes under 100% AMI from access into our program. Right now, all of what we're arguing about is people that make more than half of the people in our community.
And I think, and fundamentally, that is my problem with this entire conversation, is that there is a significant portion of our community that do not have access to affordable housing. And it is because we are making it more accessible to people who have more than those individuals. And we have got to strike an appropriate balance. And it will not work for everyone, but it has got to work for the people that need it most.
That is a supply problem. That is our fault. That is
No,
the
no.
responsibility of the people sitting at this table to construct enough affordable housing to meet the needs. To give that false choice that we can't provide housing for multiple income levels, that is a false
We could just
choice.
enforce the rules as is and kick everyone out then. I
No,
mean,
no, no, hold
people
on.
have been suggesting that to us. You have said you've been okay with that in the past. Like,
Okay,
what-
what?
okay with just rather than, you would rather see tiers not be implemented by just not providing housing for higher income earners.
I
If you've
have,
changed your mind on that, that's awesome. I don't want to do that, period. I don't think I don't think any of us want to do that. But we need to have a program that serves people who make less money too. And right now, they're the minority in our housing program. By definition, they're 40% or less of our housing program is made up of people who make the bottom half of incomes of our region. That is the wrong proportions for what we should be having.
And they are in it's not as though that doesn't exist. They are here, they are living here, they are working here. They are paying 50, 60% of their household income, of their income. That is what they are paying because we are trying to cut rent down to 18% for people that are making over 100%. It is.
Hold on,
Fun-
but
I mean,
I'm not
like,
saying that
yeah,
at
I'm-
all. I'm saying that it would be 18% for everybody.
No, I understand
so-
that. But I think like what we have to,
Or 20%.
we
or
have to
22%.
we have to take a step back and ensure that the decisions that we are making are serving not just the individuals in our current housing program, but all of those that need housing in the community at large. And that is going to mean that we are going to have to make some of these decisions that will not benefit some people that still need affordable housing, because yes, we do have a supply issue. But what we also have is We have a path forward through that supply issue, but what we need to do right now is serve the community that sits here currently and hope that what we are building for the future will solve the supply issue.
So the median income of the current residents of Shandoka is 87%. So to paint this like you're painting it, that those people are the problem, that they're trying to somehow take advantage of this system is just completely inaccurate and completely wrong.
We're not saying that.
So that is exact,
In
the average is 95%.
the average,
So
That doesn't-
that's what currently exists in there.
yeah, and that's not good. We want the majority of people to be under 100% AMI for the region, which means we are supporting lower income people in our community.
Why
Right now,
is it-
we're only, we're supporting the middle. We're not supporting low.
Why is it the responsibility of those people who are just normal people trying to do the right thing to fix our housing crisis?
They're not.
Our job to make a
That, by
program
making,
that is
taking
accessible
a
to lower income
significant
people.
amount more of their money, that's making it their problem. By putting the onus on those people and upping their rent significantly without providing better options and better alternatives for people and a sustainable pathway forward, that makes it their problem.
I would like to just say for the record that these rental tiers will actually lower rent for some of our renters. So people on the lowest end of the income spectrum will have lower rents. So this is sliding scale rent, and I think it's important that we keep that in mind as we move forward.
Delaney has something she wants to add.
I wanted to thank you for bringing that up because it is in my notes of something I wanted to present to you. So as it has been presented since frankly November of 2023, and more recently in June, when we got direction as staff from the majority of council to move forward with some of the parameters, there are 37 households if the tier structure is adopted. So almost 40%, so not 60, but the remaining 40% whose rent would stay the same or go down. 24 of those households, their rent would absolutely go down, and they're currently paying in excess of 50% of their income and sometimes 70% of their income towards housing with the current standards that we have. Thank you for bringing it up. I just wanted to put it in numbers because I know everybody does like the numbers. 24 households currently in Shandoka that we know of, and I think it is a little bit more, their rent would go down to a more attainable level. Not necessarily affordable for some of them, but at least more attainable. Thanks.
Well, and I think I want to get back to the household calculation thing, because I think we've kind of veered away from that, and that might be my fault, so I apologize. But I guess I brought up this idea because if we say that someone qualifies as an individual for a 1-bedroom, but then they don't qualify in a 3-bedroom, I do see the inconsistency in that. And I don't see the perfect mechanism to solve it, but that's why I wanted to bring up this idea of maybe just basic qualification. If you qualify for a 1-bedroom based on your income, you also qualify for a 3-bedroom based on your income. And then rent is kind of a separate conversation. So just to bring it back, because I feel like that was maybe my fault that we veered so far away from what the original conversation was.
I don't love, I'm seeing your perspective on how this could be an approach, but I fundamentally come back to, I don't feel that as a government it is equitable, fair, or possibly legal for us to be, or proper, or something we should be doing, to treat people who have children different than people who don't have children. And fundamentally, that's what this is. I totally understand that the plight of each side. You know, I've spent time speaking with people who have families that feel disadvantaged by some of the solutions that we're bringing up. And then we've also heard from people who don't have children who feel disadvantaged in other different ways about these policies. But ultimately, we can't say, and I don't think we should say, asterisk, if you have kids, this is the rule for you, or asterisk, if you don't have kids, this is the rule for you. And so I'm having a really hard time getting past that. I think that by increasing the tier or increasing the AMI maximum, we have accommodated the majority, we will accommodate the majority of the roommate households, excuse me, that exist so that they can grow within the program while still getting an economy of scale for rent that is better than if we charge them as individual households renting individual, like a 1-bedroom on their own, which maybe is what they prefer they could have. But I don't think my mind can be changed on the equitability of having different rules for childless versus child having.
I don't think it's
people.
different rules, though. If we're qualifying it based on a household, if you have a child, if I have a
Charging them
child,
less money or more money, or saying they have to move out sooner or less, like that's different rules.
no, because it doesn't, no, we would just be taking a hit on whether or not a person in that room is paying rent or not. You get what I'm saying? It wouldn't disadvantage of people with children in any way.
I mean, there's plenty of people who have children that can't get into a unit because unrelated roommates are never forced to move out. And that is.
That's a totally different scenario than what we're talking about. We're talking about
That's a
how we're
scenario that
gonna, how
happens
we're
all the
gonna
time.
choose, but we're talking about how we're determining household size. I don't understand the argument that if you need to explain to me your argument that the qualifying individual households separately disadvantages families. How does that, I don't understand that argument.
If Allie.
So I think I might be able to answer this question for you. As I put in the slides here, first and foremost, only 20% of current town rental housing comprises 3 and 4 bedroom units. So people with larger families who need those more bedrooms for a temporary period of time until their children grow up and leave the community, they're not getting access to those 3 and 4 bedroom units because they're instead being taken by roommate situations where you have a constant turn of roommates in that unit. So once a unit converts to be a roommate unit, it's not going to go to a family who really needs that space. By defining household and enforcing household this way, we are right-sizing the units. Families who need the space will have access to the space. Roommates who have more options. Roommates have a choice to live alone, live with 2 people, live with 1 person, live with 5 people, go to the free market. They have more flexibility to adjust to different life situations, to choose their own household. Will have access to all of those different options. But by defining household this way, we're treating the units in the way that they need to be treated, these larger units that ideally should be housing members of the community with actual households of that size. So I think that's the primary way in which families are disadvantaged by dividing out the definition of household by income earners. One thing I'd really like, which I think might move this conversation forward, and Delaney could probably offer some insight here too. I'm afraid we might be making a mountain out of a molehill here with the roommate situation, because I just don't think it's as prevalent or as big of an issue. If you're concerned about couples, or couple meaning they could just be living together, friends living together, but 2 people who choose to live together, that situation is more or less accommodated with the tier system. Unless each person is earning over $100,000 per year, they're already accommodated in the system. They are not going to lose their housing. The people that might lose their housing are the 3 and 4 person earning households, which again could be divided out into 4 1-person households and occupy 4 1-bedroom units. A family can't do that. They need a 3 or a 4 bedroom unit or a 2-bedroom unit. So there's more options available to each earner in a 3 or 4 person household versus just a 1 or 2 person or just a 2-person household with additional non-earning members. So all of this is geared towards using the spaces appropriately and offering more options to those who don't currently have those options, and giving weight to those kinds of households who do have more options for appropriate housing.
Because you use the phrase making a mountain out of a molehill. For example, at Shandoka, how many of these 3 or 4 bedroom roommate situations are we talking about? Because we have been talking about this quite a bit. So for our context and for the listening public's context, how many units are we talking about?
I apologize. I don't have an exact number today because 2 of those households are currently in the works with me to amend their situation and correct it.
Mhm.
But I think, yeah, so let's see.
You can look at
Um,
the June 4th.
I'm
Mhm.
gonna say, so if this is from June 4th, there's already been 2 that have been corrected. That would take it down to 9. I have another 2, so that would take it down to 7, maybe.
So we have 7.
But they're not
roommate
necessarily
situations.
3 and 4 bedroom units. There are a couple of those that are in 2 bedroom units as well.
That's not what I see on the chart from that memo on June 4th, Delaney.
There
That's it.
were-
I see 28 families that are
At-
over income and 25 roommates. Sorry, please go ahead.
I was looking at the ones that are the higher income, which are the ones of concern, I thought. But if we are talking about all of them, then I would subtract 4 from 25. And that's how many probably are left, give or take 4 more. I thought that the primary concern was the multiple roommate situations who are over income and therefore potentially going to be displaced. I apologize that I didn't use the exact number for the entirety of all the households.
You were answering my
Some of
question.
whom are under income.
You were answering the question I asked, so
Okay.
thank you.
Teddy.
Is it possible? Is it legitimate? Knowing that, the individual person has so many more options, whether they go in range of studio on their own or 4 bedroom with 4 people or whatever that is. Is there an ability for us to prioritize wait list for families? I know fair housing is a sticky gig but how's that fair though? That's my question. It's not really fair if someone has 5 opportunities with 5 different size units, but the family has 1 opportunity because they need a 4 bedroom.
That's
Well,
why
giving
the-
them an advantage would be the same kind of discrimination and
Yeah.
unfair rules.
But I don't-
of somebody having kids versus.
I
not
don't think
having
we're
Right.
having that problem because we had nobody apply for the 4 bedroom unit at Voodoo. Because there wasn't, I guess it's I hear what you're saying, Ally, but we're talking about making a mountain out of a molehill. We had a 4 bedroom unit, which if I'm interpreting correctly, would have been the appropriate unit to right size maybe some of these large families that aren't being accommodated in other units, and we had no one apply for it.
If I had to guess there, it's probably because of the rent rather than lack of demand for the 4 bedroom unit space. But Delaney's talked with the applicants and could provide more context there. But I don't think it's a lack of demand. I think it's looking at the price that would be charged for that unit and understanding that with 2 income earners and 2 probably non-income earners, which would be the minimum household requirement for people for that unit, it probably was just not attainable for a 4-person household of 2 income earners, that particular unit.
Okay, I feel like I think that this is productive because I think that this conversation being on the radio and the debate and all the sides of it are important. I think that staff and I were hoping that we could get to some sort of what is the next step with this decision about household definition, but it seems that we are at least loosely split down the middle, 3 and 3, but that's not a way that we want to necessarily make this decision regardless. So
I mean,
Can I ask a question?
go ahead.
So if a large part of our concern by changing how we calculate household is not wanting to disadvantage families, how is the opposite not true under the other proposed system that disadvantages non-families?
So I think the argument there is that you're not disadvantaging those who choose their roommates, because those roommates again have options. They can go down to a 1-person household, a 2-person household. They don't have to be 3 people choosing to live together in subsidized housing. There's other options available to them, whereas the family can't rent two different units. They need that one unit that needs to accommodate their household size.
I think your assessment of other options is fairly rosy, Ally, and I don't think it's necessarily quite so simple, as I know you know. I also think that I'm a lot of the times talking about a couple or a two-person household, both earning income without kids. And that does disadvantage them because in order to qualify, it puts the term of the amount that they can earn in real dollars much lower. And so I view that very much as a disadvantage that way. And again, this is where I know there's no perfect system, but if we spend so much time wringing our hands about families, I think that it's equally valid to have those same concerns going the other way.
I think that there's feelings of disadvantage and advantage from multiple perspectives. I think that when you look at the rest of our program and the deductions that we allow to income for retirement savings or childcare, each different situation of how people are going to leverage those are going to be different because of their situation. So single people may have childless people may have more opportunity to save and put in a 401k and deduct from their income, whereas a family with young children can deduct for childcare, whereas people who have kids who are in middle school can no longer do that, can no longer deduct childcare. And maybe they can't afford to do retirement savings because they're spending money on their kids. There's like a million different ways to look at it that seem fair or unfair. And our job is to put the situation forward that is equitable. And when we look at how every other program that we've seen across the country deals with this, they deal with it with HUD numbers and household size and don't give respect to children or not children. The rules are the rules. I feel like some people say that we shouldn't be subsidizing housing for folks that make above 100% AMI, 120% AMI, period. So already we're in new charted territory. And so we have to look at this from all angles. I think that this conversation is really productive, but my mind, I do not see a scenario where I'm going to change my mind on the definition of household size. I don't know how everybody else is feeling. But I would like to kind of wrap up this topic to try and move on to other topics if we can.
Can we just straw poll again, just to make sure that there isn't a majority as far as what the definition of a
Sure.
household?
And I
size
think
is?
I want to like just say my piece so that I agree that this is not perfect. And this is where I don't know if we've necessarily come up with a better way to calculate households. So while I think I agree with Geneva, I think this discussion is really productive. And I'm not like obsessed with this option. I don't know that there's a better option on the table. Even one that I tried to suggest seems problematic because we all started arguing. So
We always do that.
so that said, for anyone listening, I just want to make sure that's clear that that's kind of my stance, that I don't love this, but I can't really see another way to figure it out that makes sense, that staff can functionally implement. And so like, I'll probably get on board with what we've been doing just because I'm yet to like see the better option, but
Okay.
acknowledging I don't love this.
So if we were to do a thumbs up or an I can live with it for the current definition of household,
Love that.
and this could be something, I feel like to me, we've had everybody living in our rental housing, living with uncertainty about what we're gonna change the rules to. And what I don't wanna do is debate this for 6 more months and then give people answers. I think that we need to come up with a policy, come up with an implementation plan that spreads out some of the impact of this as well, so that it's not all at once, rent changes, that sort of thing, but that we can reevaluate other strategies to do this, but that we need to make a change now. for our program. That's sort of my opinion. But anyway, back to the straw poll.
If we are going to talk about maintaining the way in which we calculate household income, the only way in which I could get on board with that is if we simultaneously both increase the AMI cap and lower the percentage multiplier of income for rent basis.
Straw poll.
Okay, well, I think that that's great input. I would love to have us all unanimous on that. I think that we can't like solve that right this second, but that sounds like you'd be open to getting on board with this depending on how we go later. And the question I'm asking now is that do we have a majority of us who are ready to move forward with this definition here?
They're so tied. I can't just give a thumbs up on one without the other.
I wasn't
and
expecting
you
you
don't have
to at
to.
all. So the fact that you're saying maybe you will in the future gives me hope that we can get to like something we can all live with. So I hear that. Ashley, you still think we could find an elegant way to work out the single roommate thing?
I think that, I think there is an elegant way to work it out. I just don't, it feels like the appetite to do that maybe isn't in everyone's.
I feel like we've tried. It just doesn't.
We
I
haven't.
like
tried-
your
no, we've-
proposal,
we've-
Elena. I
we've-
like what you
We've
proposed.
talked about it conceptually. I think that like we've talked about it on a conceptual level here and gotten pushback, and I hear the staff's pushback. I feel like in my mind, which I know I'm not as great at explaining things that are in my mind to everyone else, but in my mind, there is a way to do it. So I would agree with Dan right now and say, I'm willing to come off of the household if we take a serious look at the caps then and reducing the percentage of rent to income. So I would give you one of these.
And
Okay.
I'm a little surprised, Elena, that you're not wanting to discuss further your proposal, because I think
It seems like
This
it had
is-
problematic parts because it might advantage certain people over others.
and I don't know that
I don't
I
know
agree
how
with
it
that
does.
assessment. I agree with Ashley there. I feel
Well,
like
I mean, like staff ultimately has to come up with policy and implement it. So is that something that you think you guys could write policy around, or is this just like a little rainbowy, sparkly idea that doesn't actually like work in the real world?
So I think the issue is that we don't have direction yet on how to draft that policy. We could draft policy for any direction that you give us. We just need you to give us that clear direction of, yes, this is the way we want to go. And we have heard several different opinions as to how household can be defined or should be defined.
I don't have an appetite for that. I think the question is, but for Ashley and Elena, are you willing to move forward with household definition as is for this process, or not until we examine an entire another thing? Because I'm trying to get this conversation to come to a
Yeah,
close and move
totally.
forward.
I think it's easy, like, we can adjust policy. What we're talking about right now is what the definition of a household is. Policy can be nuanced. This definition should be what it is.
And basically it's, every time we've tried to change the definition, it seems to advantage or disadvantage one side or the other. And if we can just agree at the table to say, okay, that's a definition. It's not perfect. It's as perfect as we're going to get. And then through the policies, re-examine how we want to implement it. Can we move forward from just the definition? Because we've already figured out by going around in circles for an hour, and it was beneficial. I'm not saying it was bad, that, it's not easily changeable. Like, it's just not, it opens so many cans of worms to change that household definition, and probably why most of the country, if not all the country, has adopted it, because there's just no easy answer. But if we agree that we're willing to discuss the things that are more specific, that can adjust it to be a more a better solution for Telluride, can we move forward?
I'm willing to accept the definition if we nuance our policy, understanding that there are people that live together that are not truly households in the most like basic understanding of a household.
Everyone got me on board. I can accept the definition if our policy accommodates the concerns that we're talking about.
Great. Keep the definition the same.
Can we move to some public comment, please?
Our third thing that we were gonna discuss in the presentation is the income tiers, right?
Yeah, but that's gonna not be quick and we have 25 minutes to lunch and we have a lot of people here.
I would like to try and get through our presentation. I tried to wrap up this household definition discussion and hopefully we can move quickly through the presentation, but I think that this is all pertinent to public comment and I don't want there to be information in the presentation the public doesn't hear before they give comment.
And honestly, I'm okay I'm okay listening to public comment through lunch. Is that not acceptable?
I mean, I don't know if they have the time or have scheduled for it. They came here for
I think
to
you're
our
making it
meeting.
take longer right now, Dan. So let's let Ally continue with the presentation.
I think trying to rush through a process for the sake of just getting through it is a disservice to our constituents.
Thanks for your input. Go ahead, Ally.
So as Geneva just said, the third big topic that we are revisiting this morning is the proposed tier structure. So this has been reworked several times. Staff originally came forward with, I think, probably about 6 tiers of wider ranges. Over time, the direction that we received was to offer more tiers of smaller ranges. Now, the purpose behind doing this, we now have 9 tiers, A through I. The purpose behind offering more tiers was so that the impact as a household jumps tier and therefore increases rent is reduced. So the larger tiers or the larger spread we have between tiers, the more impact will be felt when that income changes. So say from 179% to 181%, that's not a big jump in income. It is a big jump in cost when you're talking about the division between tiers. If the tiers are spread out more. So what we have right now is a 20% spread between each tier, A through I, with the exception of tier A, which is our lowest income tier. It was expressed at the last meeting that we might want to revisit this and reduce the number of tiers. I think we heard feedback that it's a little confusing to have so many tiers. However, I did want to remind the board that there was a reason that we adopted so many and had the 20% spread. I have offered more context in the staff memorandum, and that context is just comparing this program to Aspen's program, which has already been mentioned today. They don't have tiers, they have categories. Those categories are 1 through 5. Whereas again, we have 9 tiers, they have more or less the equivalent of 5 tiers. Therefore, their spreads are a lot bigger. I think they do go up to 240%, whereas we max out at 220%. So again, which means for the Aspen program, as a household jumps tier, the impacts are greater. What we're trying to do by offering 9 tiers is again, reduce that impact when the household income does change.
Could I add one thing? Also, we have one example of this in real life, which is the Sunnyside project. And right now there are only 2 tiers and the jump is much greater than even 30% right now. But that is something that is felt very strongly if a household goes over tier 1 and then they have to pay tier 2 rent. Part of the implementation of multiple tiers with smaller jumps is to also alleviate that burden at Sunnyside that currently exists. Just wanted to point out the real life example.
And as you'll see here on the slide, these are suggestions that Geneva provided as I was preparing the slideshow for today that could possibly address some of the concerns that we heard at the last meeting. These could include offering a longer lease term, so say 2 years, which just means that a household doesn't have to worry about becoming part of a new tier every year. Instead, they'll lock in a rental rate. They know they pay that for 2 years, and then they can plan for what their situation might look for when they are up for renewal. There's currently a $10,000 income exclusion for certain qualified expenses. This is in the guidelines, which again is the deed restricted rent program document. These are the policies for the rental program. but we are trying to mirror the two. So that $10,000 exclusion could be increased for these policies. And finally, the distribution of tiers could possibly be reworked depending on what your feedback is today. So we had heard from you previously that you wanted an even distribution, that 20%. But what we could do is reduce or increase that on either end of the tier spectrum.
Okay, great. Let's see, I'm not sure how we should approach all of these questions. I feel like we have, I think that the range of tiers is an important topic and one that I would love to hear from the public on. I think that the benefit to a renter of a wider tier interval is that they would get to pay a lower rent for a longer period of time. However, when they do cross over to the next tier, it will be a sizable rent jump. And I think that that's something that Delaney has seen over at Sunnyside that has been a major issue. And then the concept of having a more narrow interval, you know, rent jumps would be less, but you might adjust more. And again, also remember, you might adjust down your tier as well if you make less money than you used to. So what are people's thoughts on that?
I appreciate the number of tiers that we are proposing. I think we've seen it for Sunnyside. It's been really problematic as people have increased in salary. It doesn't feel tenable. It doesn't feel manageable for those individuals. And I think that being able to move up in a slower, more concerted process makes it more affordable as your rent does go up. It isn't as much of an impact. Do you want me to just kind of go through all the points? I can hit all of them.
Sure.
Okay. I do want to offer longer lease terms. I think we want to be able to offer stability for everybody that's living this program. So I am in favor of at least 2-year leases. I would like to allow more than a $10,000 income deduction for certain qualified expenses. I like the ones that we have proposed already. I don't want to add them and add anything else to it, but I would be happy to go up to a $20,000 income deduction for retirement plans, for childcare, for health savings accounts. Those are what we've heard the most from the public, that's why they want to keep their rent low. And I think if we give them the opportunity to do that in a way that is structured, I think that would be wonderful. As far as the distribution of tiers, I have said this before and I will say it again. I want to ensure that our program serves the actual makeup as far as the HUD numbers go of our communities. So I do just want to ensure that 50% of our housing is actually going to be utilized by people that are under the 100% AMI level. And so however that looks, I'm open to conversation.
Anybody else want to go down those points?
Yeah, I would love to weigh in. In terms of the number of tiers, I see the benefits of either having more or less. And I would really, I would want to hear from the public and kind of adjust that to what the public wants, because I hear the point of bigger tiers mean you're paying a lower rent for longer, but then fewer tiers also mean those jumps are more. And so I can justify both of those in my mind, and I don't have a strong opinion either way. And I would like to do what the public, like I would be amenable to if there was a strong opinion from public. I am concerned about the 2-year leases, but if people go down in income, so like if we have a 2-year lease executed at a certain income tier and then somebody has a job change and they're making less money, but they're stuck at a higher rent tier because of their old job, that would be a concern. I do understand the stability aspect of that, but that just immediately jumps out as a potential issue. I agree with Mian. I'd be down with allowing more income deductions. I feel like that's one of the big concerns is people want to, contribute to their retirement, want to pay for childcare. And if that helps alleviate some of that concern. That's money that I feel okay with being deducted from how we calculate income for these rents. And then, you know, in terms of the last bullet point, should the distribution across the properties be reworked? I feel like the point of this whole process is to have more consistency across our whole program. So I would be in favor of keeping all the same tiers, or keeping all the tiers for all of our projects. And, you know, I think if you make 220% AMI and you're okay with paying what it would cost at that income level to live at Shandoka, I'm okay with letting people continue to live there at that income. I think at that point, there's probably better options, but that's an individual's choice. And I think in the name of consistency and simplicity, I think keeping all the tiers for all the projects makes things the most, the easiest to navigate and just the most consistent.
Great, Teddy.
I'll try not to be repetitive for sake of time. I agree a lot with Elena. You know, I think I like the number of tiers, but if the public wants less and wants to chime in on that, I'm open for discussion. I don't know if if it's a legal way to do longer lease terms that you can readjust them only if you go down. I don't know. Can you do that? I mean, I want to help people that are in a hardship. And so that I didn't think of that, and glad Elena did. And think that that's hugely important to me, that if someone's income comes down and they're legitimately qualified for a lower tier, that we should help them, you know, as quickly as, you know, we can in that 1 year period. But other than that, love the fact that longer lease terms probably makes life a little easier for you guys too. I absolutely agree. More than 10,000, I could double it to 20,000. My only question there is, with such a discrepancy of overall income within this scenario, is a percentage a better way to do it? So some people may have the ability to do more based on a percentage because maybe they have more kids, or maybe they can put more in their 401k, whatever that scenario is. So that's a question, not it might be stupid, but something to think about. And then, you know, same thing, you know, with the last one, you know, if we feel the need to rework it, but I agree that if you want to be in Shandoka at 220, then that's your personal decision. And hopefully as we move over time, we have more options and more opportunities.
Ashley?
Yeah, the number of tiers and all that, I agree with what people are saying about, you know, I would like the public to chime in, and if the preference, if the feeling is that it would be beneficial to have the longer, larger tiers rather than these more incremental step ups, if that's what people are feeling is better, I mean, I'm fine with that. I don't have a strong preference either way. I think that the longer lease terms, I think that I'm wondering if we would be able to offer people the options. So like, it's not that you have to sign a 2 year, it's a 2 year is an option that's available to you. I think that, you know, roommate situations or other things might be more practical for people in a 1 year lease term, where they're like, I don't want to be forced to sign a 2 year, that maybe we just have an option between those two. And agree with Teddy that if there's kind of a threshold that if you're, you know, lose a certain percentage of your income, then your rent could be readjusted at a certain time for the remainder of the lease. I think that the allowing for more qualified deductions is great. I think that the way we could maybe word it is, I'm not saying these are the numbers that I would propose. I'm just saying like this might be a way to word it, is that you can do, you know, you can have the deductions up to $20,000 or 15% of your income, whichever of those is larger. So, you know, if you're a larger income earner, you know, maybe you'd be able to do more like 25%. But if you're somebody who makes less but you really want to save, you would still have the ability to go up to like above 10,000 or whatever we decide. That would be my contribution, or my recommendation, I should say. And then I think that you know, again, if we're keeping what we just talked about, if we're keeping our definition of households, we should seriously look at what our, you know, maximum maximum AMI limits are for those households, just so that, again, we aren't disadvantaging people who maybe are unrelated to choosing to live together, because that might be the only option that's available to them at the time, even if they want to live by themselves. And, you know, I see the multipliers down below. That's not a direct question, but I think that we should seriously consider adjusting those multipliers so that, you know, the reality is 30% is a lot. And so, and that's the most. And we know that they, as they work their way through the tiers, it comes down a little bit, but it's not a huge amount. You know, I think it would have been a really interesting exercise, and this is not something that we saw, to see, you know, what the overall incomes for each of these units would be if everybody was at a 30% with the people that live in them now, like what the income for the overall project is, and see if there was a way to maybe rework with lower percent multipliers to kind of see where that sits. I don't know. That would just be my only recommendation, is that I think that if we up the AMI limitations to recognize that we are going to have unrelated people living together as a household, and we're defining them as such. And again, saying, okay, then maybe that also will give us some room to adjust down the multipliers so that people aren't sitting at 30%, that we give them a little bit of cushion. Because it's considerable, because it is also 30% AMI is based on your gross, not your net. So the overall percentage of what you actually take home is higher than 30% of it is going towards rent with this system. So just bearing that in mind.
Also bearing in mind that the 30% would be the rate when you're at the bottom of the tier, but as you move
yeah,
up, it
I
goes
said that.
down.
Yeah. I understand that, but I still think that
I just think it's
even
important
when,
to.
yeah, even if that's the ceiling, we recognize we're not going to, in our system right now, you're not going to venture above that. Whilst in the tiers, unless you're way, way, way low on these AMI levels and are trying to rent in something that has just a higher base rent. So anyway, that would be my suggestion, is that we seriously consider lowering the multipliers for these projects and just seeing if those numbers still run.
Okay, should the number of tiers be reduced? I agree, want to hear from the public. This one is secondary in list of considerations because it can cut either way. It's a double-edged sword. This has been raised. Longer leases, yes, agree, up to 2 years with an accommodation for change of life circumstance, such as loss of job or recession, etc. Allowing for more than 10,000, absolutely, yes. I think one easy accommodation, and I support this also for the guidelines for deed restricted purchase, would be to allow for at least 10,000, perhaps more per person. And I think that that's an easy accommodation that benefits all people, all houses, where you can have more for a larger family, for health savings or saving up for college, etc. And distribution across the tiers be reworked. No, generally not. I also didn't raise this in the previous discussion around household. I still have a lot of concern when we have the stated goal of, quote, maximizing the use of town's limited rental housing supply. With this system, that this goes completely opposite against that, because when we want to have people who's starting a family, add another person, bring in a second roommate, utilize our existing housing supply more efficiently, it penalizes them by increasing the rent for the whole household. And that to me is antithetical to our goal. So I think that still is a significant problem with how we calculate households and how it ties to tiers. I definitely agree with Ashley that I want to look at if we are dead set with barreling forward with this system, I want to very significantly reduce the multiplier of a percentage of income. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near to a number that seems acceptable to me. I seem to recall, but what hasn't been able to find in my review of this, one point our staff had said that if we lower that multiplier, the numbers would no longer pencil out and we would no longer be operating as enterprise funds. And so that to me is of grave concern. I see Delaney nodding somewhat now. And I really consider our best path forward is to continue to operate our housing as enterprise funds, cost neutral, where the expenses are covered by the revenues. And the best fix in my mind is to raise the AMI limit across the board, but still consider these as enterprise funds and continue to right-size people, put higher AMI earners into more expensive housing, and preserve our low-cost, low AMI housing, or low-cost housing for low AMI households. I consider that the best path forward still.
Okay, great. I agree with pretty much everything everybody said. Part of why this was like a couple of these suggestions were really great suggestions that came to us from members of the public. So thank you for everybody who's been participating. The one thing I would want to add is for the income tier distribution, and granted, we're going to hear from the public about interval size and whatnot, but I think it's important for tier A to be that 45 to 60%, and then tier B to adjust to 60% to 75%, and then C start at 75%. And if we do that, then everyone who currently qualifies under the rules of Shandoka will not see an increase in rent. So I look at this as we have many renters who are making more money than are allowed right now. And I think it's only natural that whatever plan we come up with, those rents for those AMIs go up. But I did think it was important that we like preserve in time the rent values for people who do currently qualify. Does that make sense to everybody what I'm trying to say?
I support that.
Yeah, and I think to clarify, the rents will actually go down.
Well, rents will go down for people who are in tier A and tier B, and then tier C would stay roughly the same. So the tier C that I'm proposing, which is on the handout that I printed out, shows tier C at 75 to 100% AMI. It's not apples to apples because the way that we calculate maximum income at Shandoka now is 5 times the rent, but it ranges from 75% AMI max up to like 108% at the biggest 3-bedroom. So that's maybe too much detail, but the point is to make sure that people who qualify currently under the current rules would not see an increase in their rent. It's just making that second tier a little bit smaller to achieve that. Go ahead,
Can you
Delaney.
just clarify? So keep A the same where it's 45, 60, B would change to 60% target, 75% limit.
Yep.
But then C would change to 75% target, 100% limit.
That's what
That's
I'm
what's on this sheet,
suggesting.
right? That's what's on here.
This is
No,
a
it's-
proposal of a new
It just
tier spread.
It just creates a 25%
I-
span instead of 20%, which is actually a little less affordable to the people on the lower end. Just
Yeah, like
clarifying.
The C baseline rent goes from 80% base to
I see.
75% base.
Okay.
So
For a
it,
longer reach.
so it's a longer runway in that tier, a little bit wider, and make sure that those rents aren't more than they used to be at
Okay.
Shandoka.
Got it.
And this is based on, the numbers I ran are based on a 27% multiplier. Obviously, we may adjust that, but I just thought that was an important point to bring up to make sure that nobody who qualifies for Shandoka currently should have their rent go up, I believe. And I think that, I'm assuming we all agree with that. Okay, let's hear from the public. First person I have is Chris. If you would like to come up and introduce yourself and give us your comments. Thanks so much for waiting.
All right.
Okay, and we'll limit
Thanks, guys, for being here at
to
least. and
3 minutes.
Talking about this with such passion. I really appreciate that. I want to go back to household size. I've just got a couple of questions. I feel like as someone who makes less than 100%, I couldn't really justify going for Voodoo, but I also feel like now based on the household size that I'm going to be almost punished for now living in Doka and trying to stay right in the affordable housing thing while saving money to buy a house. That's my goal here, is to buy affordable housing at some point. I'm just looking at that as like, how do I qualify for, where should I live so I can save enough money to get a down payment? But my other question is if household size stays the same, but each person is required to work 1,400 hours. Geneva, we spoke about this previously, that a single person can make $55 an hour at 100% AMI at 1,400, but 3 people making 100% AMI are basically capped at $22.50 an hour. $98,000 divided by 4,200 is $22 an hour, basically. So as you move more people into a household, their ability to make money to potentially get out of there might shrink as you require their hours to go up, is kind of what I'm hearing. But if there's not an adult, like how does that work out, where 3 income earners have to work 4,200 hours for that unit, but also get capped at $98,000 for the 3 of them to be at 100% AMI? Like, if you want us all to work X, and work the maximum number or minimum number of hours you require us, we're also only allowed to make as 3 individuals this much money to be at 100% AMI. How does that work? I guess is kind of one of my big questions off that discussion. And then I would love a rolling income average to allow stability for how, if I'm in the service industry and I have a really good year for whatever reason, and then the next year's bad, is my rent going to just jump every year based on how much tips I get in the service industry? Both in favor and bad. If, we have a great winter and everybody floods Telluride for 1 year and the service industry is we're crushing it. And the next year we have no snow and the service industry gets crippled. Should it be a rolling average, or, I understand we're talking 2-year leases and stuff, but for the service industry, how does our ability to make tips factor into what our rent's going to be in DOCA every year? Again, just that's a very variable income. And I know for my staff that's a concern. It's cool, this year my rent's this, next year I made less, and then the next year I make more, and now my rent is just jumping all over the place. Just kind of concerns I have looking at how we're going to handle that right off the bat. And then I struggle with, how am I going to buy a house as a single person if I can't make more than this, but then I can't, I'm trying to think how to put this. How do you buy, say, the Gold Run house as an individual, but also have a renter in there? It just seems like some of these targets as a household are moving because of how, you can have an 86 that what is the, 2 people living in that Gold Run house, top bedroom, bottom bedroom, versus 2 people living in DOCA seem like different rules. Because I would need a cosigner to buy that house, but now I'm stuck living with that person for the entire duration of my mortgage because they've signed on. That's the only way I would qualify for it. So I just feel like some of these are very moving targets that I'm having trouble understanding how to buy a house in Telluride while living in affordable housing so I can get out of affordable housing. I don't want to live in DOCA for the rest of my life. I want to be able to buy a house that you guys build for us in the future, and try to figure out how I can do that while also not paying free market rent that I can't afford. Because that's why I moved into DOCA in the first place, is to save money to buy a house. But sorry for going past my time.
Thanks, Chris. All right, next we have Mark, Mr. Rainier.
First, thank you. That was exhausting. I appreciate you all so much, for sure. I know that there's so many different anecdotes and nuances to all of this. And, just want to say thanks. For whomever's listening, I'm sure there are some. I'm coming from my second job, maybe third. I still smell like tamari from Friday. I still smell like coffee from yesterday, and the drywall mud on my pants is still wet. But I would say, I guess just to speak to the points we've already went through, I would like to see taxable income be the benchmark rather than gross income. The federal government recognizes deductions to your taxable income. Perhaps that would be a way to provide benefit to lower income folks. Looking at taxable income versus gross would be hugely helpful, especially for folks with kids, with college loans, all those things. So that would be a huge way to be of benefit and also standardized, I guess, what I would say. I definitely would love to see fewer tiers. Those big jumps are less of a worry if you have that extra time. So less tiers paired with a longer lease would be like, I know if I'm here, I need to not go any further as far as income goes, but I also have 2 years, 3 years to plan for that, to deal with that, hopefully to move out, to buy a free market spot in Norwood, to buy a affordable housing unit in Telluride, something like that. And so rather than being like, oh my God, I can't live here anymore, it would be like, I've saved up enough money, I don't need to live here anymore. And that should, I think would be most people's goal as far as affordable housing goes, is to progress out of affordable housing. For as far as the hours go, I think that's totally fine as an employer. Just that's 38 to 40 weeks of full-time restaurant work. That still is 12 weeks for off-season, for volunteering, for whatever it might be. So after further consideration and talking with folks, I think 1,400 hours is totally reasonable. Not really a big deal. And what else was it? Oh, unrelated, Sunnyside rent just went up yesterday. My first year in Sunnyside, it went up 7%. Second year in Sunnyside, it went up 3.5%. I'm already in the position before the tiered system where, like, what's happening next year? You know, where are we going to go? There's no landscaping done. There's no maintenance done. There's no plowing done. You know, it's just more rent. And it's already not affordable. It's community housing. I wouldn't call it affordable housing. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Reinier. Next we have Jason.
Hey, thank you all for reconsidering some numbers that were discussed at the last meeting. I'm glad that there's still a lot of discourse going on and that we're still having trouble all finding that equal medium, because a lot of the people that are not here are the ones that are probably in the most struggle because they're at work right now. They can't have the opportunity to be here. I get they exist. I didn't know about the multi-house thing was such a big deal, such an issue that maybe being penalized for having 2 roommates. Me personally, I would rather live by myself. If there was inventory for that, oh yes, that would be great. I would rather not have a roommate. To go to that hourly piece, I work in an industry that requires the environment to cooperate. Should we not get enough snow and like the resort doesn't open Thanksgiving as it has not, that shortens my window of employment. The guiding industry with water, rivers getting flushed out, are they flowing? How can those hours actually be quantified with like time I put in before even meeting my clients? I may be getting paid for the job and not paid for actual hours worked. How do you quantify that? Is that like something that there's a judge and jury for the housing that, hey, these are the hours that I've accrued, but I'm actually not getting paid for. In closing, I just hope y'all don't rush policy. Continue to work through numbers, communicate with us as you have been, communicate with each other. I'm glad to see different people not all on board, and like, just let's keep talking about it. So hopefully it works out for everyone. Going back to the Aspen thing, Aspen has a McDonald's, a city market. It's a 4-lane highway that goes in, or 2-lane highway in and out. You can get to a Whole Foods and go shopping and spend equal amounts on your groceries as you can the city market or the markets in town. So it's a very different dynamic here in Telluride versus Aspen or Vail. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Claudia, you're up next.
Hi, I'm Claudia. Thank you again so much for doing this. I know this takes a lot of time and I appreciate everyone's time and perspectives. I don't want to speak for the Latino community, but a third of it is our Latino community. As you can see, they're not here because they're working. And so a lot of them are family. You can see they have like 5 kids, 3 kids, whatnot. So again, I agree with the household definition. I think we should all be on the same page of what it means to have a household. I think we start to get a little sticky when we're trying to rent rooms out. And the 10 years that I've been here, I've been very lucky to have housing. I now live in a free market house that my partner owns that's not cheaper than what I was paying at Sunnyside. So again, I'm only, I want to say like maybe like 2% or 1% that has had housing. I lived in the town of Telluride for 10 years, lived at Sunnyside for a year, and then I moved out. I think it's really important to recognize and also see who's in our community. And I also want to speak for the folks that don't have off season. The 10 years that I've been here, I've worked full time. I didn't have off season, and I've never had a savings account to save or buy something. So I think I understand the service industry and I understand where people are coming from. And a lot of those are from the Latino community and they're not here to speak. So all I can say when you're putting these policies and plans in together, please think outside the box and be like, I may not hold these identities, undocumented, have a lot of kids. Culturally, what does that look like? I think, and under Collaborative Actions for Immigrants, we're happy to help and support. And I've been working with Zoe on how to make it more equitable. And when I mean equitable, I'm not saying I want to save and have equity, but equitable is like based on your identities. What does that look like when I'm making policies that's going to affect someone that's underrepresented? And those are the identities that a lot of times we don't see because we don't hold them. So I'm just here as a voice of like, please take your time. There's no rush in making decisions fast when it's going to affect our larger community. And I see our Latino community working so hard and having even up to 5 jobs that are right now renting free market because they can't get into Shandoka. Because again, there's no step to buy housing because it's so expensive for free market. So of course, the people that are living there that were so lucky to come in and have housing have stayed there. And I understand that. So I think that there needs to be a process where there is some stairs and steps that people can actually buy a home. I do agree with that. And I do agree with the tier system. I think when I lived in Sunnyside, that big jump scared me. If I was going to be in tier 2, I couldn't afford it. It'd be more than 50% of what I was making. I work at the library. So again, I agree with some of the things that y'all have been discussing. And I think being transparent and having more dialects like this is really important for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Next we have Caitlin Glennon.
Hi, I want to first of all say thank you so much for taking this discussion so seriously and considering all of these different moving parts. And I also want to say that everything that has been said so far by the public, I completely stand behind it. And I want you to know that I have about 50 people standing behind me. I've never lived in Shandoka. I never made it off the wait list. But I lived in other deed restricted housing and I have made the move from deed restricted to Placerville to Mountain Village deed restricted. So I appreciate everything that everyone is doing here today. People are nervous. They are nervous that more of their income is going to be taken away. People are saving for down payments. Nobody wants to be in Shandoka. Like, we'll replace that. 99% of people do not want to be in Shandoka for their entire life. People are saving for down payments. People want to start a family. People are nervous to start a family in a place where they are renting. They want that stability of saying, I own this. And so they're looking in Norwood. They are looking in Montrose. They are looking in Natarita and still wanting to commute to Telluride to work. There is a place in Lawson Hill right now. It's the cheapest place for sale. It is over $700,000. That is mind-boggling. It's been sitting on the market for months because no one can afford that. The down payment for that is over $200,000. That is a ton of hours worked serving, working as a bartender, landscaping, working in town park, being at the liquor store. That is where people are working. And those are the people who are trying to save up $200,000 to have a place to live. I did want to speak towards Shandoka having some 3 and 4 bedrooms that families need. Totally understand that. If those people who are renting were given the opportunity to have a 2-bedroom, a studio, a single person apartment, just like Jason said, they would move out. They would be happy not to be one of 4 roommates, and give that family the opportunity to have that housing that they're looking for. if there's any way to orchestrate that or to coordinate how those people wouldn't lose housing, but instead would be placed in housing that might be more suitable for them, and then give that family the opportunity to have more suitable housing for a larger family, everyone would win and everyone would be happy. No one wants to be one of 4 roommates. When I first came to Telluride, it was really cool to find a job for $15 an hour. Like that was a pretty cool, amazing thing. You look in the newspaper now, that average job is about $30 an hour, because that's what it takes to be able to live in Telluride, feed yourself in Telluride, pay for gas, pay for health insurance, all of these huge expenses that we don't necessarily get covered by employers, or that just fall on us. And we need that $30 an hour to make this Telluride dream a reality. And I understand that's a lot of money, but even at that, we're not taking lavish vacations. We're not buying really nice cars. I drive an 08 car. And so just take all of that into consideration and know that you are really dealing with people's livelihoods. So thank you for taking it so seriously, and we really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Caitlin. Tiff, do we have anybody online that wants to speak?
Yes, I'm unmuting Daniel Mann.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for your time. Thanks for the lively discussion. I really do believe you guys are doing a great job. I know sometimes it may not feel that way. I know everyone's working really hard to kind of solve this issue. Me personally, I feel that more or less the inventory is driving the majority of the issues that we're facing with this discussion. And obviously, I'm not telling you guys anything new, that things need to be built, but maybe perhaps when we're looking at creating these guidelines, we should really be more looking at the idea of really just kind of making the rules for the next several years, at least until the next project gets started and gets built, whether that's deed restricted or rental. The faster we get out of these bottlenecks, the better off we're going to be. Issue number 2, the bedrooms, the 3-4 bedrooms for families. I don't think anyone's really going to have an issue with that being a discretionary issue. There might be some sticklers in the mud if it gets down to contractual issues, having to move some people around and whatnot. But I think primarily at the discretion of the housing director, I think is more than adequate to kind of get those things going, get those things moving. And then finally, I believe Ashley's on the pathway to a compromise here. I think it's a great idea. I think it should be explored more, and I'm sure you guys will explore it more in the future. I'm not sure where I've heard this before, but the idea of a good deal or a good compromise usually winds up with both parties not liking the results, giving up too much. Outside of that, thank you. Keep working hard. We appreciate your work, and we'll talk soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Tiff, will you unmute Caitlin, please?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go right ahead.
Awesome. Thank you for everyone's time today. I appreciate all of the dialogue, and I can recognize all of the work that has gone into the discussions here today. However, I do agree with some of the former statements that and I appreciate the honesty that some of the council members do not love the current plans being presented. And I challenge you to do right by our community, to continue to work through a better solution rather than being rushed to make one, because from multiple angles, it just seems that there are parties that are being left out. And a lot of people have pointed out that the majority of the workforce cannot be here today because of work. And in terms of, I just want to make a point that I do disagree, and I mean this respectfully, that the statement that was made earlier that the current housing regulations are mainly disserving the lowest working class. And I agreed with the person's statement earlier where they said it's community housing, not affordable housing. It's really challenging just to consider the small business owners where that tier 2 is too expensive, yet we employ people to qualify for the tier 1s. And yet as a small business owner, I scrape by to qualify. And And to Claudia's point earlier that she made, I don't have an off season. I work 4/10s, and then I have my small business Friday, Saturday, half day, Sundays. So I just want to make sure with these tiers that is taken into account of I absolutely want to support the people that are earning the lowest income and make sure that they can qualify and get into housing. But at the same time, the businesses that are paying our employees a fair working wage and that can continue to qualify and live in these spaces as well. So I just, I just think there needs to be a little bit more work done. And I do want to recognize that I want to be careful to be compared to Aspen, as they do have a longer ski season. They have a larger population. There's just a lot of varying factors that I just want to be careful of. I think it's good to look to them as a model, but it's not quite apples to apples there. So thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Next, we'll hear from Scott.
Hey, how's it going? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time today. I realize these are tough issues that we're grappling with, and I think everyone's putting good faith forward to figure out the best solution. I'll start off with the things I really like is examining the $10,000 limit on income deductions. As it's, echoing what everyone else said, is I'm trying to save for a house, and I'm trying to use affordable housing as a platform to save enough money to enter into my own home ownership. And so I would just like you guys to consider that saving for home ownership as a deductible expense, aside from retirement, aside from education, aside from childcare. Can we also loop in there, if I, make a savings account or whatever, you can have some sort of proof of it's actually going on, but saving for home ownership is an also deductible income expense. And then also that 10,000, is that per person or per household, or is it 20,000 per household or per person? I believe just the higher it is, the more advantage the entire population is going to be. My biggest gripe with this is moving in with a partner. I desire to move in with my partner, and I currently live in Sunnyside in a tier. Well, I guess there's only one tier for the tiny homes, and I pay $14.92 a month. I have $76,000 in income, so I think that puts me at 100% AMI. I'm like middle working class Telluride. Currently, you're getting $17,904 a year for what I'm paying. And with this new system, if me and my partner were to move in together, ideally it would stay that number because we're using our limited housing resources more efficiently. And then that's incentivizing us to save for a house, right? We're moving in together to use housing more efficiently, save up money, and then eventually leave to a home ownership situation. But under this new percentage of our income base, rather than $17,904 per year, town will be getting $37,500. So our income is going to be, or our rent is going to be increased about $20,000 a year as a unit. That seems inequitable to me. So I guess framing this is who are we benefiting from this scenario? And I just want it to be fair and equitable to all income levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Let's unmute Shay next. And then we have two more people, and then we're going to close public comment for today.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Shayla Ploss. I'm a Sunnyside resident. I want to thank you all for your time and passion today. I know this is such a complicated issue. I said to Ashley last week that please be patient with people because it's so scary to think about losing your housing. People feel backed into a corner and it's really emotional. And I think it's something to consider in all versions of this conversation, people on, on board and people also living and speaking from the public. I have a lot of thoughts and concerns, but today I actually have a couple questions for clarification. Is that okay?
Sure.
So I live in Sunnyside and I was under the impression that we qualified under tier 1, but we were placed in a tier 2 unit. So my concern with the tier system is that how would that work? Like, would people be sort of arbitrarily placed in different tiers, or would people actually be placed in tiers based on their income?
The way
Because
that-
based in Sunnyside.
The way that Sunnyside was set up is different than how this program would operate. So.
Okay. So effectively, the new program with multiple tiers would function such that you are in a tier per your income.
Right.
Okay, that's great. And I appreciate it. I think that the longer lease terms is really, really helpful. Obviously with exceptions being made, and it's helpful to hear that people are thinking about that. I love the deductions. But I just wanted to clarify that piece because, you know, the tiers are complicated. And as it was said before, some of the larger tiers might be more helpful to some, but not to others. Given that we were placed in a higher tier than we actually qualified for, it made our situation quite challenging at first. Our income has shifted and changed throughout our time in Sunnyside, but I just wanted to clarify that and understand and say, keeping that in mind as we move forward, that this is scary and that tiers could be a really helpful system or really hurtful. And I think what Scott said is really important, considering equity for all involved in the affordable housing so that folks can actually move out. I think that should be a priority to give people, you know, that strength and that financial fortitude to be able to eventually move out of these units. And yeah, keep listening to everybody. Thank you guys. I really appreciate everything that's been said and all the work that's being done. So thanks.
Thanks, Shay. Next, we'll hear from Greta.
Hi, guys. Sorry. Okay, yeah, I just have a couple things. So one, I just am here to second what Claudia was saying. You know, I work with I work with most of the Spanish speakers here in Telluride, and they have no idea. The ones that live in Shandoka have no idea that this conversation is even going on. And I feel like that's so problematic because one, none of these meetings have had translation, interpretation, none of the press releases,
Greta,
anything.
Our meeting right now is in Spanish and they have been all summer. Actually, we've been working hard to get up to par, and I'm sure we have, sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to correct that we do have on Zoom live interpretation, and all of our notices have been going out in English and Spanish. Although I would welcome any input you have on how we could do better 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that is the case. If it is, and I also know that with a large percent of the Spanish speaking population, technology is an issue. You know, some people don't even know how to connect on Zoom. And like Claudia said, most of the people that, you know, are going to be affected by this are working right now. And so don't have, you know, the ability to take off work to listen to a meeting. But I am glad that it is a possibility, because I just know that the community that lives in Shandoka that is not English speaking, they don't know. I was speaking with a family. I was working with a family yesterday that is, you know, a family with 2 kids. Both parents are working and both parents are juggling childcare because they have a non-school age child and they have a school age child. And I was, you know, talking with them, and I asked the school aged child if she was excited about the winter and if she was going to do ski PE. And she said yes. And she was so excited. And she was, you know, and then mom said, oh my God, no, she can't do ski PE. It's $1,000 and the school helps with $300, but that's still $700. We don't have that. And it's off season, you know, and I've tried to, voice this concern that there's a large population of the community that works, and they have 4 months off a year, and it's not because they want to go to Thailand or they are ski bums and they're trying to not work and, you know, ski as much as they can. These families don't have access. You know, I've heard the response, well, they can find another job at off season if they want. These folks, it's very difficult for them to do that. And so I worry about those folks because one, they're already struggling. They're already worried that, you know, their kid won't be able to do ski PE because they can't find $700. And I think about, you know, I'm thank you for those that on town council that are talking about trying to make sure that the folks that are in the first AMI tiers or however, that their rent won't go up in Shenandoah, because that is a huge worry for a lot of families. I mean, they don't even know that that's possible, but if they're working as much as they can, they have this off season that they don't really want, but that's just where they're at and what their jobs are providing them. And they're already worried that because they got to pay that $700 in October, when they're not working, that, you know, it's just really, it's hard for me to comprehend these folks that, you know, their rent may go up, and I hope it doesn't. But I just wanted to voice that opinion for the Spanish speakers because they're not here and they don't understand. And so thank you for thinking about that. I remember at the beginning of this conversation, someone on council saying, well, we would never want to raise the rent for families in a unit like Shenandoah that are not going to get anything, a more, you know, a nicer unit. I understand if you're moving to Voodoo and you're going to get brand new countertops and brand new flooring, you know, paying more, but to raise the rent, you know, sometimes I've heard that if it's 30%, you know, it could be double for some families for the same unit that they've been
Thanks,
trying to
Greta.
maintain.
That's
Yeah.
the end of your time, Greta. Thank you. I will just throw out there that for the lower income brackets, with the proposal that we're making, rents at Shenandoah will go down, not up. If we move forward with these plans. All right, we're gonna do two more. Doug Tooley, you're next.
Hi, Doug Tooley, a Village Court resident and also on the Shenandoah waiting list, which does give me standing. Just FYI, the Phase 4 project, the new buildings at Village Court have both a roommate situation and tiered incomes or tiered rents. I don't know how those policies compare, but it would be nice if they were somewhat similar to each other, just for overall regional simplicity. I have been affected by these politics and these policies in my status on the wait list. I think the politics are more crucial in the history of these practices and, you know, who exactly has benefited from this violation of law. And somebody's aware of that, has been aware of that in the past, and somebody is benefiting. Going to that multiple roommate situation, charging people full market rates for what is essentially a dorm room product does not make sense. I don't know the details of the legal on this, but going to a room by room lease for those multiple roommate situations would address that, and the town can still make more money on that situation. That would have similarities with the boarding house, and I would suggest we proceed with that. Everything else sounds good. I'm not clear on all the changes you've made, but I have been following this. You're doing good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley, and we will close with a comment from Caitlin Swick, please.
Hi, I just have a quick comment around exemptions, and it sounded like we were going to talk more about the exemptions for full-time childcare providers, but I am someone who's currently in grad school and have to do an internship, which our small community doesn't have options for, but I intend to use my education in our community. So I was just wondering if there's any other exemptions around like education. I also have a child, so just kind of like balancing it all. And I would love to hear more in the future about just more details around what exemptions are and making it fair for everyone and ensuring that like other people who have various other things come up in life, like transitions where you're kind of in between jobs and figuring out like how to balance your schedule with different hours. That might be a time where you're getting less hours than usual. So yeah, I would just be interested in learning more about possible exemptions. Thanks.
Thanks, Caitlin. I will just throw in quickly that we do allow educational costs to be one of the exempted categories, as well as student loans, I believe. Delaney?
I think she's asking about latitude with the work requirement because
Oh, I
she's a
see.
student and a caretaker of a child.
Got it. Well, I'm not gonna attempt to address that right now, but I think that's a good topic to bring up. I think that today's been super valuable, and I'm really appreciative of everybody who has come forward to give comment, and to all of council for continuing to attempt to make this sausage together. And I think we should adjourn for, oh, Ally.
I just wanted to confirm the direction that we received today, because there were a couple of items I wanted to touch on that I would like to incorporate for the next iteration of the policies. So going back to the very beginning, it sounded like everyone was on board with keeping the 1,400 hours requirement, but increasing from 10% volunteer hours to 20% volunteer hours, correct?
I feel like 15% is good, personally,
I'm down with 20.
but I can live with 20.
I'm good with 20.
I think it benefits our nonprofits. So yes, 20.
Okay, so we will incorporate that change. Switching gears to the household discussion, I want to make sure that Dan and Ashley's compromise is honored. So it sounded to me like they would be comfortable with keeping the definition, comfortable as much as they could be with keeping the definition that we have proposed. If we could explore the option of possibly adding on additional tier, which would bring us to a round number of 10 tiers. So adding a J, which would go up to 240%. And also seeing if there was some ability for us to reduce that multiplier. And I will consult with Delaney to see if there's a way we could reduce that multiplier across the different projects. Is that direction that we have received to explore those two options?
Can I interject really quickly? I ran the numbers and we can bring that back next time, but on the newer projects, if we go below 30%, we are going to run the risk of meeting our debt obligation period.
Yeah.
Shandoka, the older Shandoka buildings are the only ones that might have more flexibility. Just putting that out there.
I think that if we can look at what that number is, and if it's a one-time transfer of a subsidy from the Affordable Housing Fund or a multiple year, I think we just need to wrap our head around what that difference is, what the gap is. And I think that we all would like direction to see those numbers, right?
Yeah, sorry if we saw it before and I missed it, but yeah, if you have that, Delaney, or you even just have the raw data, you can send me just the raw data. I don't need it like distilled
Let's
down or
all look
anything.
at
Y'all
it.
need to see it.
I won't have it before the public forum is on September 9th. As you all probably are aware, everything has really crunched together. This week is really crazy with all the voodoo stuff. I still have to do reporting to the state on voodoo. So those numbers, I cannot have them ready for the September 9th forums.
I think
Just putting that out there.
We're fine with that, Delaney. We understand.
Are you?
I'm fine with her taking the time to do this right. And I think that what we want to see some optionality as to whether or not we can bring those tiers down, how we can make these numbers work. If there are ways to run these as an enterprise fund in totality versus independent enterprise funds in order to accommodate that is another option as well.
From an auditing perspective, you do have to have them as single enterprise
okay.
funds, but we can.
And just make a transfer at the end of the year.
So we can,
Okay.
I think we understand the direction of what we can look at and provide options to council at our next.
But are you saying to delay that informational session from the 9th if staff and, because
No, we're not gonna.
No one suggested that.
I think we should examine that because that's a very key, it's one of the core components of this discussion. And so if we are going to change that after the informational session, we're not really informing our citizens if it changes dramatically.
So we can
after
get with
that time
Lindsay and staff on what we see as the value of these public forums. But as many people have said here on them wanting to provide more platforms to provide their feedback and other things like that. So we can discuss that a little bit more and what we want to be pointed at, but I don't want to dismiss an opportunity of a more varied opportunity to discuss this, not during a town council meeting, one at like 5:30 PM, which is one of our time slots, and 11 AM.
I can live with that, but I also think we should add another additional informational session later down the line.
I definitely agree with you, Dan.
So those were the two middle things. And then the third thing was tier range and distribution.
Well, so let me go back. So are we on board with adding on a tier J before we start running those numbers and bringing it up to 10 tiers, maxing it out at 240%, which adds additional opportunity for those multiple earning households?
Are we able to make an exemption? Can we say for multi-roomed units and it's not for studio or single? Because the idea being that if you're an individual living in a studio apartment, I don't know if we all agree that you should be up into these huge AMI numbers. It's really, my concern is unrelated individual living in multi-rooms together, not as married couples or households, that's where we need to have the higher AMIs. Are we able to say that it's the bigger AMI limits apply to 2, 3, 4+ bedroom units and don't apply to studios and 1 bedroom?
So you could also have 2, 3, 4 people theoretically living in a 1-bedroom or a studio apartment. So in that case,
We can't have 3 people living in a studio, can we?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but then this gets us into the category of Danny Kraft's main point, which is when you have a family that is making 240% AMI, they absolutely can afford free market and they should be moving out. But instead they're staying because they're getting a really good deal on rent.
Which is the reason we eliminated those upper AMI.
But then we are going to be in a situation where then the alternative to that is punishing individuals that are roommates that are well within this lower AMI range of 100%, 120%. They're going to be penalized. I'm just putting that out there as devil advocate to push back.
I mean, I think the pushback to that is those individuals, there may be people that are more appropriately placed in those units, whatever it is, by income, by dynamic, like, family dynamic. I think if we want, we can bring it back as something and we can have it as a debatable point. I feel like this was something that we eliminated and we had that conversation. And if we want to revisit it, by all means.
This was the exact point that I said I would move on from arguing what a household is and accept that so that we could have this discussion now about whether or not we're going to say, okay, we're going to say these unrelated people are a household. Now we need to give and say, okay, then we got to up those AMI limits to accommodate for people that are in a roommate situation, because that's a reality for a lot of people.
Right.
So this is the negotiation.
But we also had a 4-2 vote, like a 4-2 straw poll about this. And I think like that's, if we're going to try and find a consensus, I don't know that we're going to find a consensus. And if we're just going to debate this topic, we're never going to get anywhere. I feel like if we need to bring it back and have this as a discussion point, by all means, I want this to be done right, but I would like us maybe to all go back and look at the conversation that we had when we did eliminate this and why we did eliminate it in the first place. Because I think that that's information that's getting lost right now.
It would also be more, we would be allowing people to make far more money in our rental program than in our deed restricted program in terms of household AMI.
But roommates don't buy houses
And
together.
that's also not true because there's no continuing qualification for income in deed restricted. You can earn as much as possible in that program.
Yeah. Could we, I think it'd be interesting to look at the numbers. I do have a little hesitance to bump it up to 240, but is it possible instead of bumping it up to 240 for 2-person, 3-person, 4-person households, instead bumping it up to 240 for 2-bedroom or maybe even just 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom units. So it's more about the unit size, not the household size.
That's what I said at the very beginning, and that got shot down because 3 people can live in a studio together.
No. And that's what I'm saying, not for studios, for 3 bedrooms, not 3-person households.
Can you say your proposal again? I
Yeah.
didn't quite follow it.
So instead of making the 240% AMI apply to 3-person households, it would apply to the 3-person bedroom units.
Literally what I said.
No, they're 2 different things.
That's what
Because
I
you're
said.
saying 3-person household in a studio.
She means 3-bedroom unit.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying.
So maybe it's
That's
a
what I was trying to
5-person
say.
household in a 3-bedroom unit, but yeah, like apply to the 3 and 4-bedroom units. It seems like that's not a good idea based on Delaney's face. Okay.
I think I've heard the feedback from council, so we can always add the tier and just kind of put it in red as a placeholder. I don't think we have to decide today whether J will be accepted. I just know that that was part of the compromise that Ashley and Dan were offering, that they could possibly live with the definition of household as proposed if we would explore the option of going up to 240%. So staff can start down that road and we can decide later where AMI will max out.
I already have the table because I already presented it and then we removed it, but I can just redo the
It's easy to add and remove tiers.
And then the point that I brought up today that it seemed like folks were on board with was making sure that the current DOCA residents that do qualify wouldn't have their rent go up, which makes adjust the percentage ranges for those A and B tiers and C really, but that will be dynamic depending on what the multiplier is. So we might just have to run a ton of.
So that's the next item. So the other, I think there was confirmation to rework the tiers for Geneva's adjustment to C and D or B and C. Is there consensus there to go ahead and move forward with presenting tiers in that way? Understanding it could be changed again.
This spreadsheet that was presented to us. here is
Yes.
what- I'm fine with this. I think that that's fine. That would be my input.
I have hesitancy. It's too long of a discussion to have now. It does advantage the higher income tiers, which I think is a bit of a contradiction because the higher income tiers have a broader range and are able to pay a lower effective percentage of their rent as they move through the tier since it is a broader tier. It is, as we discussed, it is a double-edged sword. It's too long of a discussion to have to rehash
people-
everything now.
I think different people have different opinions
I
on
know.
whether it's a benefit. or
This,
not.
this to me is.
I'm just trying to make sure that nobody who's in a 2-bedroom now that qualifies under our current rules has their rent go up. So whatever adjustment of the tiers we have to do to make sure that that doesn't happen.
This part I can wiggle on. It's not the key part.
Well, and the
It's
only
just-
specific public comment we got about this after discussion was in favor of having fewer larger tiers. And we all kind of said we wanted to hear what the public said. So based on Mark's
But we also
comments.
haven't heard any from anyone from the public who's existing under 75% AMI.
True. Well, that we know of necessarily.
I think that everybody's who's been giving public comment has been talking about how they're worried about pushing up on the AMI limits. So that's why I'm inferring that. No judgment on anybody's income. Everybody works hard.
Just to be very clear, because you're asking for a lot of data that was already presented, but also alternatives and options to said data. So you want to see, go back to the almost original one and go up to J, 240%, not to the original, which was 260%. Is that correct?
Going up to 200, I can't stomach 260.
I can't, I mean, we are going to literally reopen this entire conversation with an entirely different group of public coming in furious at us for this. Like, but if that's what we're gonna do, that's what we're gonna do. I just do not understand where the mindset shift is to say everything that we decided previously is no longer in play.
Right. Well, I don't
But
think we
if we,
decided anything. That's this.
but we eliminated it. So we did. There was consensus to eliminate those upper tiers for reasons that were valid at the time, not that long ago, 2 months ago.
I would say there's nothing that's changed in the validity. I feel like I have a different understanding of the practical implication of what these policies will do specifically to unrelated people. That's the only thing that I'm saying. I think that I have a different perception of how this is going to affect individuals. That's the only reason why I'm rehashing it, is because I feel like I understand it differently now than when we were having the previous discussion.
If going up to 240% can make household definitions stay the same for the majority of council, I can live with it.
Can I ask, if we are going to reopen this conversation, can I ask that we take a look at truly right-sizing our programs so that it is reflective of the actual salary earnings of our community at large? So if we are going to go up to that 240%, that we ensure that all of our units, that we are mirroring what the actual community makeup is. So 50% of those units that we have in our affordable housing program is for people under 100% AMI. Because I think that's.
I can get on board with that, but I have a high degree of skepticism in the HUD numbers. When I asked Courtney for data from SMRHA from their recent compliance check, I was told explicitly that they did not have the staff capacity and it was not a priority. And so I can get on board with what you're saying, but we need the real world data, because I have it does not pass the sniff test for me for what the HUD data is being presented to us and what my experience is in the real world here in Telluride.
SMRHA doesn't have all of they
Not
only
saying
have the data of who is applied to our program and who's in the program. But Ian's talking about people who are not in our program at all, who make less money.
Sure, any data set is going to be incomplete in some fashion. I agree. But what we are operating off is wholeheartedly incomplete and not representative in my mind nearly at all.
I'm going to have to just trust the federal numbers. I mean, I appreciate how intelligent we all are, but I think the fact that the entire country uses these numbers should hopefully sway us that they maybe do know a little more than we do. And I frankly do believe that we have, because I work and see those individuals on a daily basis, that there are a lot of people that make under $75,000 in this community. We had them here in the last meeting almost in tears because they didn't realize how much other people in this community were making. So if we are going to make the accommodation to go up to that higher AMI level in order to accommodate these roommate situations, we have got to make sure that we are serving this community, the whole community, appropriately by utilizing the numbers and the data that we are given by people that have been doing this a lot longer than the 7 of us.
I literally was on the phone with representatives from the HUD last week and asked them why the per person income is so different for different household sizes. And they said, that is something I have never considered before. And so when the HUD themselves is telling me that is a new piece of information that they haven't factored in and considered, that means that we have to deep dive into the implications of those numbers when we implement them in our community.
I do also want to say that these numbers are a county-wide calculation. It's not a micro focused on just our area. So it does, we know that the largest population base is here, but it does skew with, our West End neighbors and stuff like that to a certain degree. So
that work,
I
mean,
agree.
they also work here. They work in this community.
A lot of them do, but not all of them do.
That's true.
So all I'm saying is I appreciate what you're saying, and I agree that I think that mirroring, well, I can't say that word. What we are seeing through the HUD numbers as presented is a great goal. I just don't know if it is something that is going to be 100% attainable just based on the way that the way of concentration wealth works for the entire county is all I'm saying. I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you.
We're gonna adjourn now.
My intention was not to open the debate up again. It is literally to get very clear, explicit direction on what you all want from us. We have 2 to 4 weeks to prepare more documentation, and I just was hoping for very clear direction. I will go up to 260% because that is what was presented originally. You can discount the top one if you want. I did not hear clear consensus on whether or not we should rework the bottom 2 to 3 tiers based on Geneva's suggestion. We would like consensus or leave it the same. We just need direction so that we aren't spinning our wheels producing this plethora of information.
If we leave tier C at 60 to 80, or excuse me, 80 to 100%, then everyone in that tier who currently qualifies for Shandoka will see a rent increase, which I think that we don't want.
I'm comfortable with these tiers as presented by Geneva on this one.
Great.
Anyone else?
They're higher, they're 30% range in D, E, F, and G in order to address requests from the public to have a wider tier, but they can be moved down to 20%, obviously.
I mean, I can just do all of them. Okay. The other one that I just want to be clear on is you would like charts, tables with different options for targeted rent with hopefully supporting budgetary stuff, which we're in budget time, so that might be easier than I think. We already presented to you for Shandoka 22%, 25%, 27%, and 30%. Is there a different number that you want presented?
Well, the tiers were different. So that would.
That's okay. It's a formula that I can plug in. I just need to know if I need to include additional lower percentages than 22%.
22 to floor. As it goes, because that's the highest point. They would be below. We have to be conscious of that there is a limit to how low people's rents can be. And I think that most of them start getting hit around 17, 15%. So I think that 22 as a ceiling, as our minimum low look at is sufficient. Great. That's my opinion.
Thank you. And then I think Ally might have had one more.
I think I heard consensus on this one, but we're going to increase the lease term to an optional 2-year term. And I'm probably going to be drafting another policy to incorporate into this document, probably titled something about a rental adjustment policy so that we can build in some kind of mechanism to review rental rate during that 2-year period for if income changes by a certain percentage, either up or down, mostly geared towards helping households who lose income.
I would love also for there to be staff discretion on households that are or are not eligible for a 2-year lease.
Okay.
Whether it's because of lease violations or whatever.
And then the one thing that wasn't quite discussed, but was touched on right before we accepted public comment was increasing the income exclusion. So currently, again, it's $10,000. Did you want to increase that to a per person threshold? Right now it's $10,000 per household. Or did you want to increase that to $20,000 per household?
If I feel like we have a lot of levers, and if we pull every single one of them, we're going to have a much different looking program. But so if we're going all the way down to 22%, I'm not in favor of deductions.
Nor if we go up and
like there's a lot of things happening here. So
if endeavor is
what?
That's what this whole endeavor is. We're pulling many levers all at once. That's the whole thing.
But I think there needs to be a balance. So I don't feel comfortable saying, yes, let's double that. If I think it depends on other things, like so many other things that we're talking about, where we land on other stuff. It's hard to move forward on this.
I do like
because there's a lot of things that affect each other.
Yeah.
I do like the idea of the deductions being proportionate to the household size, like having one number for one household and 6-person household doesn't make sense to me. So I like either a per person amount or a percentage of income. I think that is a better mechanism for determining deductions.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
You don't.
I think my challenge is that if we're talking about a $20,000 reduction for everybody's income, we already are essentially dropping them in tiers.
Well, then
And
maybe
yeah,
it's
so
not
like-
20,000
yeah.
if it's a per person like
Maybe
that.
it's a
I trust staff to figure out what those numbers are, but I think having the same deduction number for a 1-person household and a 6-person household doesn't make sense.
That's fair.
Like if you have 4 kids and you can only deduct 10,000 and a single person household has the same deduction, that doesn't seem equitable. That's fair.
That's why I like the percentage.
Yeah.
I agree.
Agreed.
But I don't know what that number is, and I would like staff to form some kind of idea of what would be appropriate.
Okay. I think we got some direction.
Good luck.
Let's take a bathroom break, please.
Yeah, at least.
So by unanimous consent, we're adjourned at 12:59.
lengthy lunch break is over. And we are restarting the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting, Tuesday, August 27th, 2024. It is 1:17 PM as we restart, both in Rebecca Hall and online. We're going to move on to agenda item number 3, presentations and proclamations. A proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, proclaiming September 8th through September 14th, the 20th anniversary of Telluride's Black Bear Awareness Week. And this is proclamation number 7. The Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado hereby proclaims September 8th through the 14th, the 20th anniversary of Telluride's Black Bear Awareness Week. Whereas residents of Telluride live and recreate in bear country, which is cause for concern regarding safety of people and black bears. And whereas education, awareness, and right action are the key to safety for people and black bears. And whereas the Town Council and Telluride's Ecology Commission would like to continue to increase understanding and respect so that people will be more tolerant and more likely to take the appropriate steps towards human-bear coexistence. And whereas the Town Council of the Town of Telluride wishes to facilitate and encourage all residents and visitors to be black bear aware. And whereas the Town Council would like all to celebrate 20 years of bear awareness, we wish for many years more. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, that September 8th through September 14th is the 20th year anniversary of Telluride's Black Bear Awareness Week. Residents and visitors are encouraged to learn more about our local black bears and ways to encourage their forages into town. Proclaimed by the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, this day, 27th of August, 2024. So good luck out there, bears. They're out, that's for sure.
Yeah, Eric, I think you forgot public comment.
Okay. I did forget public comment. Thank you, Tiffany, for bringing that to my attention. I was in my haste of zooming out of lunch. I skipped over the public. I was so used to it from THA. Is there, at 1:19 PM, sorry, our public comment people that I'm late. Do we have any public comment in the room? Your hand is raised. We're going to ask you to step up to the microphone, state your name and where you live, please.
My name is Linda Hellstrom, and I live in Bachman Village, 763 Smuggler Avenue. We built our house in 81, so I've been involved in coming to meetings like this for 40 years now, over 40 years. I wanted to comment on the Carhenge project. Much the same concerns that I have, the woman expressed in Sunday's letter to the editor. I am interested in talking about the scale and size of it. And also a need for a model or a CAD program of some video to show the public of what it will look like. It is so large that I think that is needed. And I also feel that there shouldn't just be a moving of Lift 7, but that Lift 7 should be required to be renewed, since it's the oldest lift in Colorado, probably in the country by now. The scale of it, I know it says that they scale the models all the way up to the hill where they get higher as it gets closer to the mountain. The only way that's going to look a little less huge is when you're skiing down the mountain. When you're down below and looking up at it, it'll look like a great big apartment building and buildings all along there. And it's in my neighborhood. And that's why I think this scale model, or that's for public or a video, also is needed. Also, the materials that are used, the last two projects, the one coming into town, it looks like it's made of cheap plywood. It looks like it's still under construction because of those holes of those black balconies. I mean, it looks like it's still in construction. The Voodoo project looks like it's been designed by committee, with each member wanting to grab a new outside facade. And I think that that needs to be shown. The pretty pictures that architects never show all of that sort of thing. I want to also reiterate what she said, was that we're not Vail or Aspen. That size project is just not appropriate, I think, for this particular area. The car henge going under a parking lot is one thing. A huge hotel next to a lift that kids can't even ride, I think is a little ridiculous. So I am urging you to rethink the project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment, please? Seeing no one else in the room for public comment, Tiffany, do we have anybody online?
We do. We have Douglas Tooley.
Great. If you can unmute Douglas, that would be great.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm here this afternoon to speak to the wastewater treatment plant memorandum of understanding. But briefly, if I can address those issues, those design issues of building up against the box canyon walls. This is an issue with the Lift 7 project, and it's also present in the controversial Butcher Creek development behind the school. Going to height against the canyon walls is problematic, but there is design potential, if it's done right, to blend into the slope of the canyon wall. That is not something that I have the expertise to provide the council with, but I do see a potential there. It's also something that extends beyond the historic design review capabilities of the town, and but it is something that requires expenditure, and I think also offers a potential benefit if design solutions and regulations can be drafted. We can go, if you can make it look like the canyon wall to a certain degree, we can go higher there, and that could be a large part of the solution to our housing problems. I'd just like to bring to your attention concerns with the memorandum of understanding in that process. I have been raising concerns about the cost, the very likely overruns since sometime in Mayor Murphy's administration. 2015 and 2019, I'm not sure of the exact chronology at this time, and I'm not being paid to do this. This has all been happening undercover. This done in executive session because of the negotiations, et cetera, et cetera. There is talk of a wastewater authority, which is standard practice in the country and in the state, being formed through this memorandum of understanding, but it's not clear what that authority will consist of and whether it has appropriate representation from all of the service areas. And it's not just being controlled by the town of Mountain Village. I have detailed these concerns in an email to the Mountain Village Council. And I believe you heard a partial, if not appropriate, response to that from Newtown manager Zoe Donal and her former boss, Michelle Haynes. Last Wednesday's, the 21st, the Kodo News, it was the lead story talking about that. And I will get you folks a copy of that email. I would raise a concern about these back deals being made on these large capital expenditures without public oversight is a hallmark of the historic Democratic Party establishment's relationship to Republican Party and real estate interests. And would specifically question Kevin Geiger's representation in this matter, including for other related issues. Among those issues would actually include opposing PUD votes, public initiative PUD votes, such as on the Butcher Creek. It's fine to oppose it, but opposing the public, the ability for the public to vote on that decision, hopefully an informed public, is bad juju. Thank you.
Douglas, thank you very much. Tiffany, is there anybody else online?
No, we don't have anybody else.
All right, public comment is closed. That gets us back to agenda item number 3. Sorry about skipping around. And that takes us to 3B. And that is the introduction of interim historic preservation building and planning director, Michelle Dodds. We have Zoe here.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Errico. I'm very excited to introduce Michelle Dodds. So Michelle has extensive historic preservation planning and leadership experience. She's worked for the cities of Phoenix, where she was a planning manager and the historic preservation officer for many years. We're really excited to have her and her expertise managing the complexities of historic preservation and land use planning, as well as looking to move our department forward for the next director. So she's the interim as we continue to do a national search for our historic preservation and planning director position. But we're again so grateful to have Michelle here. I don't know if you want to have any more introduction words or
I'd just like to say thank you very much for this opportunity. It's my first visit to Telluride and it's breathtaking, and I'll do my very best to move things along and keep things moving forward.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you so much for helping us out and joining the team. That brings us to agenda item 3C, introduction of new IT network support technician, Nicholas Norris and John Townsend. Are they in their hole back there? Can they now?
Coming out of the hole.
Excellent.
I'll let you introduce yourself, as John was not in the hole, but we're really excited to have you part of our team.
Thank you. Thank you.
You want to quickly just say, what your position is and a bit of your background.
My name is Nick Norris. I'm the network support technician and IT business analyst. I moved here about a month ago now. I guess I do better with questions and kind of off the top of my head. So.
Oh, I think that's great. And any IT experience you want to share?
Yeah, I worked for a pharmaceutical manufacturing company for about 3 years before this. So
where are you from?
Originally from the Chicago suburbs.
Great.
Moved out here like 10 years ago now. Yeah, 10 years.
Nice.
Awesome.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for joining the team too.
Boom. In the hot seat, you passed. Good job.
Thanks for coming out of your office. That gets us to item 3D, and that is the introduction of the new code enforcement officer, Grady Walker. And we have Chief Compt here to introduce.
We'll stand. Yeah, I got wide hips. It's easier. All right, so it's my pleasure to introduce Grady Walker. He goes by Walker. He's the newest member of our team at Terra Marshall Office. He's been with us now for 3 weeks. He comes from Oklahoma, has been in our community for about 6 months, and we're really excited to have him a part of our community and part of our team Telluride.
Great.
Speak if you want.
What's up? How we doing? This is a lot different from Oklahoma, I'll tell you that. Not in Kansas anymore. But hey, is this on? Is it on? It doesn't sound like it. That's how good it is. There we go.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more comfortable for me. But yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm enjoying the job. Got a great coach right here. Josh, great chief, great commander. and great team. Just enjoying my time out here in the mountains and learning as much as I can. So that's all I got. Any questions for me?
Nope. Thank you so much.
Welcome on.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We'll see you around town, Walker. Yep. And then that's takes us to item 3E for the introduction of new assistant childcare teachers, Amy Gore and Ansley Hoover, with Leah Roman, but I do on Zoom. Oh, perfect. Didn't see it pop up there. Leah, take it away.
Hi, this is Amy. She's our new assistant teacher. There was a little mistake. Ansley is no longer with us, but we have Amy here and it was her first time in childcare and we are at nap time, so we can leave. But yeah.
Hi, I'm Amy. I'm originally from Oklahoma. I've been out here about 6 years now. Just really excited for this opportunity and to be part of the community and part of the town Telluride. Thanks for this opportunity, guys.
And her 1-year-old only naps on her.
Yes, and I have my 1-year-old.
Okay, well, that was worth it.
That is super cute. All we need to do now is institute a nap time for council. That'd be pretty sweet. You know, like
Agreed.
1:30
Yeah.
to 2. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much for helping us out and being part of the Town of Telluride team.
Thank you.
We are postponing 3F, and that takes us to agenda item number 4, and that is appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from citizens interested in volunteering their service on one or more of the following town boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, September 9th, 2024 for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, September 17th, 2024. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 5 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Ecology Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Election Commission, 1 regular seat for a 2 year term, town resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. 1 regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Historic and Architectural Review Commission, and these seats are being considered today. 2 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Open Space Commission, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Parks and Recreation Commission, and this seat is also being considered today. 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Planning and Zoning Commission, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. And Public Art Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. And in the hot seat right now, we have Piper Miller, and 4B is the Parks and Rec Commission.
Thank you, Mayor. This vacancy is actually Tommy Thatcher's term ending, and he has reapplied for his term, for a new term. He has served on Parks and Rec Commission since September of 2020. His application is attached in your memo. His attendance for the last 4 years is provided. If you choose to reappoint Tommy to a regular seat, we would recommend a term of 2 years, and it would be effective immediately. And he is unable to attend this meeting today to speak on his behalf.
Okay, Piper, thank you very much. Any questions from council for Piper? I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve Tommy Thatcher for a regular seat on the Parks and Rec Commission for a 2-year term effective immediately.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan, a second from Ashley. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Neva, yes.
Me and yes.
Teddy, yes. Tommy is approved unanimously. that takes us to 4C, Historic and Architectural Review Commission, 2 regular seats and 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term.
Thank you. So again, we have 3 terms who are coming to an end and 3 members who are reapplying for another term. We have Mark Shambaugh. He has served on HARC since October of 2015 and as chair of HARC since September of 2016. Mark, turn off your sound on your iPad. His attendance is excellent.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
And Mr. Shambaugh has been recused from 8 agenda items in the last 4 years. Our next applicant has served in a regular seat, Bob Mather, since September of 2022. His attendance is also excellent, and Mr. Mather has had no recusals. Next is Andrew Williamson, who has served alternate seat on HARC since September of 2020. His attendance is also great, and Mr. Williamson has had no recusals. All 3 members are here to speak on their behalf. It is recommended that if you choose to reappoint them, it would be for 2-year terms. Mr. Shambaugh's term would be effective September 25th, 2024. Mr. Mather to a regular seat for 2 years, effective September 13th, 2024. And Mr. Williamson would like his alternative seat again for a term of 2 years, effective September 13th, 2024.
Great. Piper, thank you so much. We'll go in the order as you presented them. Mark, do you have something you'd like to add to this?
Well, thank you, and sorry I couldn't be there, and I just woke up from nap time back here in Indiana in the cornfields. But I appreciate the consideration of an additional term. I thought I was done, but the reasons, as I wrote in the narrative, I'd like to serve is, and by the way, I did have perfect attendance this year and only one recusal in the last year. But the 4 reasons are the land use code changes and the new hillside sections and commercial sections that we wrote last year and put in place. It was a busy year. Like to make sure that we're fluent with or good with those. We didn't make any mistakes. Same with the guidelines that Bob, Matt, and I rewrote after I had put it on our goals and objectives. We finished it, as you know, already all about that. And I'd like to see it in play and see if there's any mistakes. I think the efficiency of our meetings have gone up. There's no more 11 PMs. We came close one night. And I guess lastly, the accomplishment in the last year in particular, this team really gelled with the chemistry and teamwork that hopefully Elena can attest to. But the future is just a couple quick notes. If you allow me another term, I think I can help bridge the gap until we get a permanent presentation or preservation director. I've already met Michelle. I hope I get the chance to work with her in the interim. But I think I can mentor new staff and bring some of that experience to bear. It just doesn't seem like a comfortable time to leave in this transition. The guidelines usage, again, looking for any gaps or errors. Maybe we didn't get it perfect, but we'll see soon. As I think September, we might actually get to use the new guidelines. So I hope I'm around. 3, I would like to create and host a public seminar, which we did in 2019, where we trained the public on, at that time, we had some different design guidelines and land use code changes, and also how to accelerate the process, such as with work sessions, which are very, very helpful. So I'd like to hold that seminar later this fall, or I guess after we get our permanent preservation director. And lastly, continue to look for process improvements, as I think we've had a reputation doing. And lastly, just enjoy the camaraderie and the chemistry that we worked so hard to build with this board. And I would note that there is one of our board members who is going to retire in 25. So it would open up an alternate seat in 25, just for your information. And I thank you for consideration. Glad to try to answer any questions. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you for reapplying. Are there any questions for Mark? And Elena, do you have anything to add since you were on that?
I think Mark really summed it up. I do agree with so many changes in that department. It's good to have some consistency and someone with like deep knowledge of our design guidelines, literally helped write them. And I think as we find a new historic planning or historic preservation and planning director, it is helpful to have some consistency on that board. It's always like there's a lot of different opinions and everyone brings something different to the table, Mark included. So I think that's part of what makes that board function well.
Great.
Mark, would you accept an alternate seat for the 1 year?
I don't want to sound egotistical or something, but I think I have more to offer to finish out as chair and be in a position where I'm behind the curtain at least 2 days a week with staff and can help them through the new staff and help them through some things. I guess that would be my best comment. I appreciate the question.
Any other questions for Mark? Okay, great. Our second applicant, Bob, anything to add for your reapplying for the commission?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'd like to just reiterate what, reiterate what Mark said about the board. We're a good group. We really work well together. We do have our differences, but we come together in the end with a great consensus of what needs to be done on any particular project. I'm looking forward to another 2 years if I can. And I've really enjoyed being a part of the board. And I'll take any questions you might have.
Great. Thank you, Bob. Any questions for Bob? Ellen, I should give you the same opportunity if you'd like to add anything. You don't have to.
I think the same applies. Bob's got a lot of knowledge on the history and our guidelines. And you were chair for a while too, right? Or did I make that up?
No, I wasn't chair,
Oh,
but I was the town historic architect for
That's what it
6.5
was. Okay, I knew
years before
You wore a big
John.
hat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that like right now, especially with new staff and staff openings, it's really good to have that knowledge on the board, especially as we're dealing with some pretty big projects. Yeah. So I would kind of reiterate the same points.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Bob, thank you.
Thank you.
And then the third applicant, Drufer, step on up. Thank you for being patient. You've been waiting a long time. We appreciate that.
Just for the record, my real name is Andrew Williamson. So thank you all for your time today. I come here to apply for a second term as an alternate member on the Heart Board. I'd like to sound off on everything that Mark and Bob both said. This is a really incredible group. I think we have a lot of cohesiveness together. We're pretty fair and balanced, respectful to the applicants. And I'm still the new kid on the block. I'm one of, I think me and Kieran are the only two non-architects on the board. I've learned so much. And as I've kind of like really committed myself to this position, I'm learning even more. And I feel like if given the opportunity to move forward, I can contribute a lot more. Yeah. And does anybody have any questions for me?
Andrew, thank you.
Yeah.
And any questions for Andrew?
I'll say something different about Andrew.
Perfect.
I think like as much as the historic knowledge is important, I think it's so important that we foster some newer members to carry on the work that this board does. And I feel like Andrew's a great example of like us bringing in newer people who are excited to learn, because it's a lot of detail. And sometimes like even I popping in, it's a lot to process and follow. And so it is, I think having people who, you know, sit in those alternate seats who will be great candidates to take on some of the other, you know, regular seats or chair at some point is really important. And working alongside people who have been on the board for a while is really helpful. So, yeah.
Great. Well, thank you. And Andrew, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further discussion among council?
I'm probably the only one who feels this way, but I just feel like because I have stated very clearly and repetitively that I think that we should have term limits for this board, I would be in favor of appointing all of these three gentlemen who want to give all their time, but making Andrew a regular voting member and having Mark be an alternate. Nothing personal, just I feel like that's sort of been my perspective on these boards, is just adjusting who's in charge, and that's it.
Great. Thank you for that. Any other discussion or comments from council?
I like that. I think that's a really valid point. And I also, when we were in the discussion of term limits, I was really in favor of term limits on these boards as well. So I can get behind that. I think with this particular board, the reason why I bring up the historic knowledge is because we're having new staff come in, and I just want to clarify that. I think that's an important part of this decision right now, is that we have an interim director. We're going to bring in a new director. The rest of our staff is pretty new in that department. And so that's where I think that's helpful. But I think Geneva brings up a good suggestion. And
Kevin, can the chair be an alternate?
The chair could be an alternate. Pull that up real quick. They have to be elected from the membership.
I'm just bringing it up.
That to me feels a little silly, to
Yeah.
be totally honest.
A lot of boards, the mayor is the chair of council and can't vote at all.
That's true. That is true. That's valid. Mark, I know when
That's
we,
not how
I
ours
know that a
is.
year ago, we talked about, you wanting to really get us through the guidelines. I feel like at that time, you sort of felt like you were ready to step away slightly. And I think one of the things that I value so much about you and your opinion is that you do put this board and this community above sometimes your own personal desires. And I'm really grateful to you for that. So I was actually surprised to see your application coming in again. I agree with Geneva in regards to the term limits, but I also think that we are in this really awkward transition period with this department. And I do very much value the longevity and the history that you bring to this board and to this commission and to this community. And so I think my feeling is that I would keep you in a regular seat for another year just to get us through this transition period. If that's something that you would be amenable to, or you would consider. It didn't seem like you would consider the alternate position, but would a
Can I
one-year
respond?
term be okay?
Can I respond? Yeah, I'd be happy for one more year. And as Elena knows, actually, if you've been attending recent HARC meetings, I'm calling on the alternates even to make motions. I'm trying to prepare us for the future, and they're very involved in the discussion, but they can make motions even if they don't vote. And Andrew can attest to that. So I've been trying to get everyone involved and mentor, so to speak. But if you desire a one-year term, that'd be 10 years and out. That's fine with me. I'll do whatever's the council's pleasure. I just want to get us through this gap, or at least I see it as a crossroads.
Yeah, and I appreciate that so much.
Any other comments, discussion? Kevin, go ahead.
Just to circle on that question that I think Geneva asked. HARC elects among its membership, that's the defined term, a chairperson and a vice chair. The membership is defined as the 5 regular, a first alternate, and a second. So certainly it could be, chair could be occupied by an alternate.
Okay.
Just want to follow up because I heard the question.
If there's no other comment, I'll chime in. I value Mark's input and kind of agree with the sentiment of, with the changes on the staff level, not having changes on the board level at this time is what I think is best. It's not up to me, but that's just my 2 cents. And in saying that, is there any further
I agree.
comments?
I agree with Teddy and would just because of the current big changes that are happening, I would support Mark in a 2-year term as presented.
I suppose just to add my 2 cents since I haven't, and everyone else has, I had the same question, of course, when I saw Mark's name as an applicant, because I have heard you directly say on numerous occasions that you were planning to retire and step away from Hark. And so that was a question in my mind, but I think you really well addressed it, both in your application narrative and here today. And even though we don't always see eye to eye on everything, that's totally fine. Nobody does with anyone. And I think you received council feedback very well. And I think your service to the town and your knowledge of the relevant matter is undeniable. And so I could support either a 1 or 2 year term for a regular seat.
Any other further discussion? I would entertain a motion.
Do we have one? Oh, I have to wing it.
You go to recommendation.
Okay.
Recommendation.
I
You can
move.
do all 3 in one motion if you prefer. Either way.
But bear in mind, they have different effective dates.
That's what I was, yeah. Like, I gotta get this right. Wait, do we have a consensus on 1 year or 2 year?
I mean, we could straw poll it or you can make a motion. I mean,
Oh, I found it.
if you want us to go around before you make the motion for sake of time, that's totally fine.
Okay. I move to appoint Mark Shambaugh to a regular seat for a term of 2 years, effective September 25th, 2024. And Bob Mather to a regular seat for a term of 2 years, effective September 13th, 2024. And Andrew Williamson to an alternate seat for a term of 2 years, effective September 13th, 2024.
We have a motion on the table from Elena. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Ashley. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes?
Ashley, yes.
Geneva, no.
Me and yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved, 4 in favor, 1 against.
Thank you all three. For
Thank
your
all 3 of
commitment
you.
to this
We,
panel.
that's right. We appreciate your
A lot of work.
commitment, the time.
Thank you.
And
Thank
look forward for another 2 years.
Just a modest correction to the record, just a motion passes 5.
Oh, sorry, 5-1, sorry. My math skills have gone out the window, I think. That brings us to number 5, the consent calendar. I'm assuming everyone has read through the items 5A through E. I do have a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
So moved.
We have a motion from Mian
Second.
and a second from Dan. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes?
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. The consent calendar is approved unanimously. That takes us to agenda item number 6, public hearing. 6A, second reading of an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of Gold Run Unit 4B, and Ally is back in the room.
Thank you, Mayor Errico, for that introduction. So this is a public hearing item for second reading of an ordinance to sell the property, which was subject to a lottery back on June 14th of this year. This is the Gold Run 4B unit. You did adopt you had a first reading of an ordinance at your last meeting on August 6th. This is now second reading of the ordinance and public hearing on the item, and really just a formality to move forward with that sale. It is under contract and expected to close later this week if you do adopt the ordinance today.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions for Ally? Is there anybody in the room for public comment on this item? Seeing nobody, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of Gold Run 4B.
Second?
We have a motion from Mian, a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena, yes?
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Ally, thank you. That gets us to action items. 7A, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, vacating a portion of the Colorado Avenue right-of-way adjacent to Lot 3, Block 1, Canyonland subdivision of the town of Telluride, and a portion of the Colorado Avenue right-of-way adjacent to lots 31, 32, and 33, Bachman Village subdivision of the town of Telluride, and providing for the conveyance of the vacated portions of the same town rights-of-way. And we have Michelle and Ron here to present.
Before we do that, I do live in close proximity to this property. I do not believe that there is a conflict because this is legislative, but I do want to bring that to council's attention.
Great. Mian, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Are there any questions on council for that? Or Kevin, would you like to?
I do too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we probably have another disclosure. I think it just happened. That would be for the Canyonlands property. I think Mian is talking about the Tower House property, but the right-of-way vacation would address two separate pieces of property that are separated by an intervening parcel. I also disclosed to council that I have ownership of property in direct proximity to this as well. Again, it's not defined as a conflict of interest under the code, but town council does have the ability to ask questions on my relationship as well. So just want to make sure that we're all comfortable moving forward. I would agree with you, Mayor. I think it was the mayor who made the observation, or maybe it was me. And this is about as absolute a legislative decision as you can have, the vacation of a right of way, a town right of way. So again, the triggers are generally quasi judicial or directly benefited by or adversely impacted by the outcome of the proceeding. So you don't have quasi judicial. You have a question about whether someone who owns property directly proximate to it would benefit from a minor right-of-way vacation. I don't think that connection is enough to have a direct benefit or adverse impact to that property owner. But of course, that's your discussion, should you wish to engage in it at the town council level.
Great. Kevin, thank you for clarifying it. Personally, I don't have an issue with it, but again, that's only me. So I would love questions from council about any perceived conflicts of interest with Kevin, Mian, or Ashley.
I don't have an issue with that.
I'm all right proceeding.
Okay. Seeing no major concerns, minor concerns, no concerns, I should say, we will move forward with this action item.
Mayor and Council, Ron Quarles will present the case.
Great.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Town Council. This is a first reading of an ordinance to vacate a small area of right-of-way along Colorado Avenue for the Tower House and the Canyonlands Affordable Housing Project. As you're well aware, the location of this project is on the south side of West Colorado Avenue. It includes the Canyonlands lot just east of the Clark's Market and a separate area just west of South Tomboy Street on 3 currently platted lots in the Bachman Village subdivision. The existing duplex that's located on lots 31 and 32 of Bachman Village, they're known as the Tower House condominiums, will be demolished in future to accomplish the future construction of the affordable housing. For some background on this, pre-development agreement was entered into between the town of Telluride and Servitas LLC back in June of 2023 for the completion of affordable housing at this location. A preliminary PUD was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission at a January 25 meeting, and then a preliminary subdivision at February 22nd meeting. P&Z Planning and Zoning Commission recommended the vacation of approximately 3,000 square feet of right-of-way along Colorado Avenue to ensure for adequately sized lots and lot configurations for the proposed development. The area includes, or the vacation areas include approximately 2,058 square feet adjacent to the Canyonlands lot, and then 803 square feet adjacent to lots 31, 32, and 33 of Bachman Village. The subdivision that was created for the affordable housing includes one lot for 28 apartment or future apartment units on the Clark's or on the property adjoining Clark's Market. A single lot for 8 affordable condominiums and then 3 separate lots for 3 townhome units proposed along South Tomboy Street. The PUD was approved for 36 affordable units and 3 free market units for a total of 39 separate units. HARC has then been reviewing the designs of the project and considered approvals between January and August of this year. On kind of a different topic, but related, our San Miguel Authority for Regional Transportation did contact us concerning future planning of bike lanes along all of the streets in the town. They have agreed to work with town staff and consultants on the town comprehensive plan that we anticipate will start soon. We're anxious to work with SMART and other groups on future improvements along all of the streets rights of way. I just wanted to point that out since they did contact staff and wanted to be a part of the process as future planning efforts occur. The ordinance that is in your packet will allow town council to move forward with the approval of a second reading and the future recording final approvals of a subdivision. The second reading will be scheduled with the town council at your next meeting, which is September 17 of 2024. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Be glad to try to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ron. Any council member have any questions for Ron?
Yes, Ron, one quick question. Would this right-of-way vacation result in a new minimum width of Colorado Avenue or change the effective overall lowest width of the street in comparison to either west or to the east within town limits?
By that question, let me make sure I understand. Are you talking about future improvements or?
No, I am talking, one concern I have heard that I don't know that I agree with, but I want your professional opinion is that this would effectively shrink the size of Colorado Avenue from its current width to at its narrowest point to a new narrowest point. Does that clarify it?
I think it does. Now, it will only affect the right of way as it pertains to these 2 small areas. And the narrowest point, I don't know. I know this wouldn't be at that location. But I couldn't tell you exactly where that is.
That's fine. I don't necessarily need that answer, but my question is more so that even with this right-of-way vacation, there would be other more narrow points along Colorado Avenue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dan. Any other questions for Ron? Is there anybody in the room for any public comment? Please step on up, choose your favorite microphone, Madeline.
Hi, Madeline Whiteman. My only question is, what is the access going to be to all these lots for vehicles?
So future access, I'm sorry.
I was just saying, Ron, if you want to answer that.
Yeah, future access is proposed from Colorado Avenue along for the proposed development in Lot 3 Future access is also proposed for the individual townhomes off of South Tomboy Street. That's pretty much the limitation of access to the lots. The site plans have been approved by the planning or park, and subdivision improvement agreement that's in place is also something that the Planning and Zoning Commission considered at its hearings back in January and February. So any improvements will be consistent with that. But the only point of access off of Colorado Avenue directly is for lot 3 or the Canyonlands lot.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that. Madeline, did you answer your question appropriately? Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment on this matter? Tiffany, is anyone on Zoom? Seeing nobody on Zoom, is there any further discussion on council before we entertain a motion? Yes, Kevin?
I just had one minor thing, and Ron, I sent you an email, and I'm sorry I sent it to you rather late. It came in this morning, but when I was looking at the legal descriptions, both the map on page 54 of the packet materials and the legal description for that same Exhibit A region, there seems to be a typo. One of the calls is erroneous. It has to be. They're just not consistent. It's a minor issue, but I'm just going to reflect that maybe council, you might see a revision to one of the descriptions, either the legal description or the map description of the vacated portion for, this is for the Canyonlands portion. If you want to see exactly where that discrepancy is, I can point it out to you for fairly quickly, or you can just kind of wait and see what happens on second reading.
I mean,
point
it out now.
It doesn't.
Okay. You want to see it now?
Yeah, you might as well point it out just
Okay.
so we're aware of it.
So page 54. This is kind of upper left corner of, and you're gonna have to blow it up. I had to bring it into about 75% magnification. The call along Colorado Avenue, where it says Colorado Avenue, 100-foot right of way. And then just directly down from that, it says north 43, 57, 19. Does everyone see that?
Yes.
That distance is 66.1. If you go 2 pages back, this is the actual legal. Go to the. I didn't know,
Kevin.
I didn't know I had a time limit. Go to page 52. I'll ignore the call for me to stop. Page 52, third line from the bottom of the call. It's that same call, a distance of 80, excuse me, second from bottom, distance of 86.11. And again, recall that 2 pages before.
It was 66.
That's right. So one of those is incorrect. I don't know which one. But we'll figure it out with the surveyor.
Okay.
I just wanted to draw it to everyone's attention because you might see a change.
Fire on the details, Kevin.
That's right.
Yeah.
Any other further discussion within council? I would entertain a motion.
Does that need to be in the motion?
I think you can just say, and staff to clarify whether page 52 or 54 needs to be changed, something like that.
Or clarify the distance.
Yeah, clarify the distance for the Colorado Avenue call.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, vacating a portion of the Colorado Avenue right-of-way adjacent to Lot 3, Block 1, Canyonland subdivision of the Town of Telluride, and a portion of the Colorado Avenue right-of-way adjacent to Lots 31, 32, and 33, Bachman Village subdivision of the Town of Telluride, and providing for the conveyance of the vacated portions of the same town rights of way, and direct the Telluride Town Clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on second reading of this ordinance for the Town Council meeting of September 17th, 2024, but also clarifying which number is correct, whether it's on page 52 or page 54 of the packet.
Does that work, Kevin?
Yeah.
Second.
We have a motion from Elena, a second from Mian. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Ian, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. We go to agenda item, action item 7B, consideration of adoption of resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 600 West Colorado Avenue, Mendota, Unit F2, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado. And Zoe will present.
Thank you, Mayor Errico. I'm actually going to discuss 7B, C, and D with you collectively, which is all of the opportunities in front of us for the town's first right of refusal. I put just a quick chart together for this discussion as well of all of the opportunities that have been presented to the town over the last several years, so 2022 through 2024, and the results of kind of those discussions as well. Obviously from the manager's office, we'll bring these opportunities to council with the hope of reaching our goal of housing 30% of our staff in town dedicated housing. We are still falling short of that, around 17% at the moment. But with those opportunities, we have this year taken advantage of all of the ones that we have been presented. One has gone to town staff member, and we're working toward finalizing all the details for the Entrada Unit L with the intent to sell to a town employee. So we have had some opportunities, but I will continue to advocate for our town staff with that.
So can we just sort of recap? Do you mind recapping, summarizing what you have up on the screen?
Sure.
Because I feel like the listening public wants to know about how often the town purchases deed restricted units for town staff versus letting them circulate through the community.
Great, I gotta do a quick count.
Tiffany's gonna try and make that a little bigger on the screen.
So today, as of today, we will have 18 opportunities presented since 2022. So 15, not counting the 3 in front of us today. Out of those 15, 3 have officially been sold to a town staff member and 1 with the intention. So 4 out of 15. The rest we have either not purchased, or the town has, for other circumstances, taken ownership of the property, but then put it into a lottery for the public. Right now, we have 2 units within the Pheno complex that are facing large issues for our deed restricted portfolio in concerns with their HOA and large special assessment. So the town is taking ownership of that and trying to work through those HOA issues. And we'll bring that back in front of council to determine next steps on those actions. But the original intent was not for those to go to town employees, but no action has been decided on those 2.
So to sum it up, the town has purchased 4 units with intention to sell to town staff out of 15 opportunities in the last 3 years.
Yes.
So 11 have gone either to lottery or to private sale to the community.
Yes.
Great.
Thanks for the chart.
Yes, very helpful.
Yeah, no, and a new thing that we have done is these discussions would only come to town council if council was looking to take advantage of that opportunity. We now are presenting all these opportunities to council, knowing how we need more housing for our staff. So there's been a difference, and we haven't had the opportunity to kind of show that big picture up until this point.
And my other question, I don't know if you were gonna get more into your memo about each unit, but I know there was some back and forth, or you are not going to.
At this point, so all of the applicants, from my perspective, unless there's anyone online, did not have a preference either way on what they would like the town to do in exercising their right. They were fine with whatever direction council presented to them. Oh, great.
Sure. Well, yeah, well, if we're clarifying something and you can help us clarify it, sure. We would take public comment at a certain point anyway. So have at it, Carl. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been in the White House unit since 2012. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yep, that's Carl Welter.
Thank
I
you.
don't say his name.
Thanks, Carl.
Yeah, thank you. And my original deed restricted paperwork listed I could sell to a qualified household, or on the next page it said town would have the first right of refusal. But it didn't explain whether one had more weight than the other. So in my eyes, if I'm allowed to sell to a qualified household, I do know several qualified households that are ski patrollers and locals that have been here a long time. So as maybe I know you guys have a lot of people, town of Telluride employees that you're looking out for. I'm also trying to look out for the family of ski patrol and locals who put in a ton of work. So if there's an option for me to sell to a qualified household, I would take that.
I have a question for you, Carl.
Sure.
So we have discussed, a couple of years, issues with deed restricted units in larger buildings that have free market units and HOA discrepancies and fees and that sort of thing. Is that an issue in your unit, or is your
No.
unit functioning properly and it's still affordable?
Yeah, the White House, as affordable housing, has 9 units that are mostly 2 bedrooms. There's and then a couple of 1 bedrooms and a 3 bedroom downstairs. I think it is effective affordable housing, and it has HOA fees around like $450 a month. So I think pretty reasonable. The price that the maximum sale price that we've established through THA is $318. So it's one of these kind of a gem that doesn't come along very often, in our deed restricted markets in town, for sure.
Great.
Great.
Thanks for your consideration.
Carl, thank you.
And thank you, Carl, for that clarification.
Yeah, and I think that Carl brought up a good point about that, the time in which he signed his deed restriction, there were different rules. And so we, before I was on the board, but as the board decided that each of these people who had these older deed restrictions would be able to utilize that while they held it, but then when it passed on to the next purchaser, that would no longer be a part of it. Is that correct? And so
Yeah, they are now going to be required to go to lottery.
cool. So this next house.
The next owner.
Yeah.
They won't have the option to sell it to another qualified person of their choosing. This property then will have to be a part of the lottery, same as any of the newer places.
But town still has the first right of refusal.
I think yeah.
Town definitely has a right of first
Yeah.
refusal on all future transactions. I can't remember though, if this does trigger
Okay.
the automatic lottery. It's not town constructed.
Mm,
White House is a little unusual because you may remember it was originally a free market complex. And then the developer, for a variety of reasons, approached the town and inquired about whether we want to take the entire project deed restricted pursuant to some compensation that was provided to the developer at that point in time. This was probably 10 years ago,
Yeah, that's right.
maybe even longer. Yeah, it was Mr. Finger. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. So I can't remember the nuances
maybe.
of whether, yeah.
But that is the intention for most of the town constructed, the deed restriction changes at this point to lottery. So we'll have to confirm that for this one.
And then, so because this wasn't town constructed, does the town, when they bought it, put in the first refusal?
Yeah, so what we did is we provided compensation directly to the developer, and the developer then put deed restrictions on all of the remaining free market units. I believe there was one deed restricted unit originally part of this complex, but the agreement that the town worked out was that the developer put the deed restriction on all the remaining free market units, essentially then converting them to deed restricted units. And in that deed restriction, the town has a right of first refusal on all those units.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify.
I feel like we should let all of these proceed as without exercising the town's right to buy. It sounds like we need to look into whether or not the White House unit triggers a lottery versus the seller getting to choose the buyer. But
For this instance, he gets to choose the buyer.
okay,
Absolutely.
But for the next round is what we're in question.
then yeah, I mean, I
did
think we
yeah.
should let him go.
I did see Kathleen's hand up. I don't know if she's still on.
Wait,
To-
are we skipping our own discussion or? are we
No, I'm just
taking
letting
public
you know.
comment?
Kathleen's
No,
one of the owners.
Carl just wanted to kind of clarify something within us, and then we asked him a question. So we have not finished our
Okay. 'cause
internal
I
deliberations as council.
Have things I want to say.
Okay.
Sure you know. Okay, great. Two comments. One is, these are all fairly similar in their maximum sales price. However, the East Pacific unit is a tier 2. And I wonder if we need to discuss if like tier 1's appropriate for that price point. I would kind of look at my realtor colleagues to weigh in on that.
So lowering the
Price is a result of the tier.
So you're asking if the town would purchase this unit to then.
Well, I
change
know,
the deed
I know it, well, I know with other units, when the sales price has been higher than the income tier is appropriate for, we've relooked at the tier and I just, since one of these is 368,000 and a tier 2 and another one is 364,000 and a tier 1, does all that seem appropriate that we kind of have the same sales price but two different income tiers?
I think they're different square footages and max price is calculated based on square footage. Tier.
I think your question was a good one.
Yeah, I still
Very-
think my question holds up.
Yeah, because it is a very slim difference between
Right.
those two.
It's $4,000.
As far as maximum sales price, but as far as
You're-
maximum household income, we were talking a difference of $50,000.
Precisely.
But does that income,
947 square feet versus 741 square feet.
But there's still
I think
2%
the question is, what's the affordability of the unit
right,
ultimately?
are we handcuffing a buyer and do we need to fix that?
These are if that's how we're feeling when we look at these, then I feel like we're just throwing our whole program because we created these. They don't have extenuating circumstances with HOA dues or anything.
They're also very different products. Like the difference between a spruce house and White House those are very different.
Or bedroom or bathroom, excuse me.
And I don't think it's a question of I don't think Elena's question has anything to do with the actual price of the unit. I think it has to do with the
tier.
affordability of the purchaser, you know, whether the purchaser can truly afford, if somebody from tier 1 and somebody from tier 2 can equally afford
the same
that
price.
mortgage.
Yeah, that's my question.
I think that's Elena's point.
And I think it's a great question. I think in this circumstance, just.
So what was your
Numbers.
proposal?
I didn't have a proposal. I
Okay.
just thought it was worth talking about because it stuck out to me as an interesting difference in two units that are at very similar price points. That one allows the purchaser to make $50,000 more a year. And is that appropriate and it's something we've talked about with other units too. So that's why I bring it up because I know we've had to rework tiers based on how these how these units have increased in value and how that hasn't always like coincided with the income tier that we assigned to it. So I just wanted to make sure we feel good about that because it was a little bit of a yellow flag when I was looking over this.
Right. And to me, it looks like for this circumstance specifically, the affordability is okay.
Okay.
It's just a matter of the next part of that question, which is are we good with doing different similar size places for different tiers, which then gives a different price point? Or do we think that's somewhat, I don't know if unfair is the right word, or give someone an advantage so that they might be able to save more or have more money because they get to make more money in a similar
I don't think
unit?
I don't think it's a square footage issue for the price point. I mean, I think to Ashley's point, you know, certain units have different finishes based on when they were built by the town or based on when they were acquired by the town. And so I think,
Why don't, I guess we have a known escalation for value of units for what we allow people to sell them for. I guess I'm confused then why doesn't that mirror the tier levels? Like, why isn't it then that if this is valued at X, then the tier should just be purely based on who can afford X?
And I'll just already, I'm not the expert on this. So if we want to have a work session on this in particular, we can bring in the experts on that. There's a lot of factors that I'm not quite sure on. Did they do improvements that added to the maximum sale price of one rather than the other and brought them closer, or so on and so forth? So I think there's a lot of details. I think in the context of this conversation, we're only asking if the town wants to exercise their first right. If there is an issue on the tiers or something like that, then yes, we want to exercise our first right because we want to change that restriction or not. So I want to keep the boundaries on that. And if you need more information to make that discussion, we can either look, I mean, we have to exercise this right within a
Kevin-
certain amount of time of
Kevin,
15
do we
days.
have to take possession of the unit to adjust the?
We do.
We have to take possession, but we can't during the transition, make adjustments?
Unless the property owner consented to it, but in this instance, if the property owner, for instance, on the Spruce House unit was going from a tier 2 to a tier 1, then they would be lowering their pool of buyers, I presume. So I would think that they would probably be against that. So unless you get their consent, you have to own it to change the tier.
I mean,
I think
She's talking about changing the tier up,
for the other.
right?
I just thought it was worth talking about.
I don't know which
'cause
way
I
she
mean,
would go.
yeah, I like don't know what the move is, but I felt like it was relevant to just bring that up because it seemed like an
And tier ones can always purchase tier 2 property, correct? So by increasing the tiers on the other 2 properties to a tier 2, that could potentially then increase the number of buyers for all of these, if that's appropriate. I guess, again, I'm just confused in like the way that the house prices and the income levels don't seem to be tracking simultaneously together.
I think this is an
'Cause they're based on
excellent
square footage.
THA subcommittee
Yeah, I agree with that.
topic.
I think it looks fine.
I mean, I think
Units cost.
I think the conversation in totality does need to be addressed because I think as these units age, the price does go up and we've seen challenges before in regards to that. So I think that that's something that we need to just put that on the list for THA subcommittee to address and discuss. I think these units are fine currently as is. And I agree with Geneva. I would like all of these units to be I would love for us not to exercise our right to purchase all of these units.
I agree.
I want to present my other thought after the tier number. I won't die on this hill, but I personally think that the lottery is really important. And I don't love that we have units in our deed restricted housing program where people get to choose the buyer, because I think that's not inclusive and not equitable. So I would always lean on the side of the town purchasing the units and putting them to lottery, but I think I already know that I'm probably outnumbered on this. So I won't die on this hill. I just wanted the listening public to hear that that's my opinion.
And we're working towards that.
Yeah.
We're going to get there someday.
But I think we've given people property rights and that we should respect that as well in these instances with properties that were owned or purchased prior to our, more equitable, maybe theme of lottery.
I totally understand. I just
allow that.
disagree. Yeah.
There's not any further discussion. We do have some public comments online. Can you unmute Kathleen, please, Tiffany?
Kathleen, you're unmuted.
Kathleen, are you there? We lost her.
She's
She there?
You're muted, but not hearing you, Kathleen.
While we figure out Kathleen, do we want to unmute Danny Kraft? Danny should be unmuted.
Great. Thanks for hearing me. Unfortunately, I missed some of the conversation, but this was something that I was trying to kind of tune into. And I understand that the town's really trying to kind of house a lot of their employees, and I respect that. But I do think that we need to start thinking a little differently. We need to start thinking about the town as a whole, as opposed to the town employees getting preferential treatment because they work for the town of Telluride. I appreciate that you guys want to house 30 of your employees within the town of Telluride for some of these deed restricted units, but I also believe that other businesses within the community would like to do the same. And unfortunately, some of the other businesses in the community, from retail throughout the town, they struggle with the same issue of housing their employees. So I do think that we really need to start looking at a lottery system where everyone gets a fair treatment. Now, if you work for the town, I understand maybe you could get an extra ball or you could get some preferential treatment in that way, but I do not think that it should be just singled out to where the town gets first priority on all 3 of these units.
Thanks, Danny. We all agreed mostly agreed that we do not want to exercise our right to buy these. although we do have more.
I would
public
only
comment
want to
later.
do it for them to go to lottery to the public. That's why that's the only reason I would exercise our right. So just to clarify, that was my point. And I think I might be alone in this opinion, so I'll let it go.
Tiffany, did we get Kathleen back?
Yeah, I just unmuted her.
Okay, Kathleen, you're up.
Hi, I just wanted to say I definitely disagree with Elena, and I definitely want to exercise my choice in selecting whoever goes into my unit.
Great. Thank you for that, Kathleen. Is there any other discussion on this matter within council?
I would be open to purchasing one of the units, certainly not all three. While I certainly understand and appreciate the sentiment that the need is many and throughout our community for many sorts of businesses, I continue to approach this from a first responder mindset, where one of the core principles is you can't help others when you first are in need yourself or putting yourself at risk. And I look at this sort of through that lens. When the town government functionality is a core element for every one of our citizens, we have to make sure that that need is covered, in addition to trying to help others. Again, I think this largely just comes down to a supply issue, and we're working towards that. It's never going to happen overnight, but I still take seriously the town's stated and adopted goal that everyone on council has agreed to previously, that we wish to house 30% of our staff. And that's just not because we're trying to give benefits to our staff. We're trying to do that because we need those employees, and the only way to make sure we retain them is by providing housing for them. So I'd be open to choosing one of these units to potentially help further that goal. If there's not enough appetite on it, it's not also a hill I'm going to die on either, but we have the goal for a reason, and we have to continue to make steps towards it. We're very fortunate that we have an opportunity with 3 units in front of us, and we can allow for the majority of them to go to the public at large. So I'm very happy for that and support that, but I also support making sure that the core functioning of the government of the town of Telluride, which again benefits everyone, all of our citizens, that we cover that need as well.
So just to put a point to what Dan is saying, you did approach staff to see if there was any interest in one of these units, and what did you hear?
Yep. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 interested in the Spruce House, 2 interested in Mendota, and no one was interested in the White House.
What is I know that there are some extenuating circumstances with the Pheno buildings, especially for a sale. I'm just curious, those 2 properties, it seems like those are ripe for maybe town rental to town employees, maybe not to purchase. I think that, because there's basically 2 additional properties on here that we chose to take for some extenuating circumstances. I'm just curious if there's been any headway on getting those available maybe to rent, that would maybe make it feel better, to Dan's point, to meet our goal of 30%, which is what was outlined previously, to then feel more comfortable about allowing the owners to choose their sellers.
Yeah, I think we should have a work session on the Pheno units and what our options are for that and the best use of those options. I think one of them could be changing the deed restriction to allow for rent, but I want us to understand what that financial burden would then look like for the town to take on that asset compared to what else we could potentially do with that space. So I think at this juncture, I'd rather have a much broader conversation before giving any direction on those units.
Any other further discussion? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
I move to adopt a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado. Nope, just kidding.
Not
adopt. Whoa, sorry. I move to not adopt a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted property known as number 1, 600 West Colorado, Mendota, Unit F2, number 2, 147 South Tomboy Street, White House, Unit 2A, number 3226 East Pacific Avenue, Spruce House, Unit F.
We have a motion from Mian. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, offering the friendly amendment
you.
that the rest of the proposed motion continues located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado, even if we think that might be obvious.
Accepted. Thank you.
Kevin, you good with that?
So this is a motion to not adopt
Yes.
a resolution. Okay, it's fine.
Okay. We have a motion from Mian, a second from Geneva. Mian, how do you vote?
And yes.
Geneva, yes.
Elena, no.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, no.
Teddy, yes. It is,
Tied.
no, that should be,
No, 4-2. Yeah, you got it.
You said yes.
not
approve.
right, two.
Sorry, guys. I worded that terribly.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
you had 4 in favor of Ian's,
Right.
which was
To
not to
not.
approve
Not
the
approve. That's right.
any of the 3. That's
That's
what,
right.
that lets some awkwardness for
It is.
2-4 versus 4-2 or
Great.
what have you. Are we all clear with that?
Yes.
Thank you, Teddy. Thank you,
Kevin,
Madam.
for the future, if there's a motion to adopt a resolution, what is the more clear way of?
Of
We just
not
say,
adopting.
So-
I move to the next item without voting?
Yeah, that's right. You don't even have to take action on it. The action is only to exercise the right of first refusal to take an action. If you're not taking an action, you can just move on to the next agenda item.
Or could you make a motion for no action because you got to kind of end it, right?
I think we just do a straw poll and move on.
Yeah, you don't have to end it. So in some cases, for instance, on a land use code issue, sometimes you will have that come up where you take a motion to not approve something. This one, I think you could have just moved on, but it's also fine to do the clarity of a motion to not.
Okay.
Not adopt.
Clarity.
Super clear.
It is clear. What you did was very clear.
Great. Thank you, Kevin, for that. Okay. That brings us to our work sessions. Number 8A, discussion of the 2025 Town Council goals and objectives. And we have Zoe to present.
Thank you, Mayor Erico. So I wasn't planning on presenting anything because we have it in front of us in our packet. I can bring it up on the screen if you would like. My hope was that you were able to review our goals and objectives. So just as a reminder, what this discussion is, it's our 2025 Town Council goals and objectives. This is an important aspect of our budget process because it helps shape our budget allocations and setting the priorities for the year. So during the internal staff budget retreat in late July, the staff identified their top action items for the coming year. And these items are what is presented to council in this draft. As a reminder as well, that it stems from the 8 core values of our town council of community engagement, dynamic economic environment, financial soundness and operational excellence, first-rate infrastructure, quality workforce, regional cooperation, safety and security, and a superior quality of life. So with that, it's also important to note that while we have 92 action items presented to you, this does not encompass all of staff's operational duties or actions for the year. What is highlighted are those that have significant budget impacts, require considerable staff time, or have a high community impact. And so each action item, like we exercised this year, will have updates with specific outcomes throughout the fiscal year. So like I said, we have 92 action items across 18 different goal categories within the focus areas of addressing our critical infrastructure needs, preserving our community, protecting the health and quality of life, cultivating economic sustainability and a thriving commercial core, and ensuring the town of Telluride is the employer of choice. I did do a quick comparison as this is our second year of this kind of structure that we're able to kind of do a snapshot of 2024 and 2025 and where our goal categories lie and how those priorities might have shifted slightly. We are going to do, if you look at addressing our critical infrastructure, we have a few more goals in that category. Same with preserving our community, a few less in protecting our health and quality of life, a few less in cultivating economic sustainability and a thriving commercial core, and just about even for ensuring the town is an employer of choice. And it became a little bit more granular as I did it per goal. So before I dive in any further, does anyone have any questions on that? All right, perfect. So how I'd like to present this is I'll go through I'll talk about the objectives and the goal, and then just ask for any input on the action items within that goal, and then we'll move forward with each goal category. So starting with addressing our critical infrastructure needs, the goal is effectively pursue quality, affordable housing opportunities to meet varying income levels. After reviewing the action items presented in the packet, did town council have any additions, edits, comments? Meehan.
This is the section I had the most concern with, only because it felt ambitious. Specifically utilizing the word finalize in so many of these goals. I have concerns that we would be able to complete VP 2A and 2B and Shandoka F phase 2 and finalize Canyonlands and Tower House by the end of 2025. And so I very much would love to work towards that, but I also am really mindful that these goals and objectives are also sort of a social contract with the community here. And especially when we were talking about affordable housing, I want to make sure that we're setting realistic expectations for the people that are living and working here and looking for that housing. And so if we think we can do this, amazing. I would be so happy and so excited for this. But if we feel like we need to stretch this out to be completed by 2026, or phase specific projects, I would much rather do that than promise something that we cannot deliver on.
All right, let me work with staff on that. Some of these are finalizing because they were part of our 2024 goals and objectives, and we are reaching toward the end of that process. Dan.
Yeah, I think your concerns are very reasonable, Ian, and staff capacity is a topic we probably need to start discussing slightly more. If there was one segment in the goals and objectives I would like to continue to push us forward with, this would likely be it, especially if we continue to address our housing crisis as a crisis. Well, you don't slow walk a crisis. You have to really push and do the heavy lifting and try to work hard on it. And so I think that an ambitious goal setting is part of that to help keep that pace on track to meet the moment of that crisis. So I weigh those two things in my mind. Again, I think what you raise is fully reasonable and is not out of the realm of possibility. We might not meet all of these goals in the next year and a half. But if there is one place where I advocate that we do keep some of that ambitiousness, it would be this.
I mean, we're talking 14 months.
Yeah.
Right? So I am not in real estate or construction, obviously, but to me, it feels highly unlikely that these would all be completed in that time. And I do believe that we need to, I think we're all in alignment that housing is an absolute critical concern for this community, and we want to move as fast as humanly possible. That being said, fast as humanly possible may not be that these are completed by the end of 2025. And so therefore, whatever that phasing of those projects can be, realistically, that we can accomplish, that's what I want to see in our goals and objectives, not something that we know that we're going to aim for, but definitely miss.
I also agree with Meehan because I don't want to put too much pressure on the staff. If you talk to them and they say, yeah, we think, Shandoka Building F can happen for sure, then maybe you put that one in there and then not the other two. Just knowing supply chains, the process, the staff load, the getting the subcontractors, it's extremely ambitious. And I think that sets up people for maybe unfair expectations or disappointment. I don't think changing it means that we're not going to strive to try to do it. But boy, that seems like an awful lot of pressure on a few people.
It seemed like, specifically what and I agree with what she was saying, specifically the words finalized construction. That to me is that's we have these buildings done and people are moving in, and I'm just looking at the timelines of every other project that the town has done, and realistically other projects that happen with major construction companies and stuff like that. I don't know if that timeline is really attainable. And I feel like being really realistic with the public as well to understand, you know, we have a capacity with how much work we can do. And I think that to me was the biggest thing, is that it's not even like begin or continue, or it's like, we're saying we've done it. We finalized construction.
Let me work with staff on how we want to phrase that, excuse me. It is important, to your point, for us internally to understand, you know, do we want to have it's great to hear that we might have flexibility in that phasing approach. And we'll work that with our staff, because we do the Gantt charts to figure out, okay, we need to do this. How's that affecting here? What do those timeline looks like? And it is very ambitious. So let me have the opportunity to go back to staff with that potential sentiment and see what better phrasing we can provide and what that might look like to present those goals. And I hear you too, Dan, on that priority piece. Great.
I have one other thing.
Yes.
In this section too, in IA8, guarantee future projects meet identified needs articulated in the 2024 San Miguel Regional Housing Needs Assessment. I would love there also be language that is work with regional partners to create a holistic regional housing plan and ensure all future projects are in alignment to meet those goals, or whatever superfluous verbiage we need for that. But I just want to make sure that what we're doing for affordable housing is working alongside of what the county is, what the Mountain Village is, so that everything is in totality getting us to the number that we know that we're going to, or the number that we get from the housing needs assessment when it does come in.
And that we've identified through these different assessments, like, you know, what group are we missing? Because I feel like sometimes it's like that maybe is getting lost a little bit, identifying that and working with regional partners to see how we're going to serve each of those stakeholders. Or
yeah. And I think there's a bit of a chicken and the egg here, because obviously we don't have that, but maybe we can refine that goal when we have those results a little bit more pointed. And I think we can definitely add in a comment of that regional, I don't even say collaboration, but planning effort.
Perfect.
Okay. Great. Moving on to 1B, address water and wastewater infrastructure and funding needs with regional partners. Anyone have any questions or comments there?
It's good progress. Do it.
Do it. Done. Okay. 1C, refine and evaluate parking plans regionally. So a lot of this did come out of our parking analysis, and also looking at Lot L. Any questions, comments, additions? Okay. 1D, address municipal buildings, infrastructure, and funding requirements. Any questions, comments, additions? Great. Implement town parks master plan as funding is available and in line with the comprehensive plan. Nothing? All right. Yeah, good. 1F, participate in long range gondola planning.
We're doing that.
Yes. I would love to see in 2025 that we look at potential expansion of gondola services to other areas in the region as appropriate.
Okay, is everyone in agreement with that?
With our regional partners.
With our regional partners. And SMART.
Can you give a little more detail?
Sure. With the Med Center going out to Lawson specifically, it seems as though, and the congestion on the spur, general vehicle congestion in general, it seems appropriate to look at utilizing gondolas throughout the region to connect with the Mountain Village and the town of Telluride with the county, so that we can eliminate the need to have all of those vehicles and additional parking. It is part of the original vision for the ski resort. So there are easements that have already been in place for 30 years, 50 years, whatever it is. So this is
Sound a little last one, basically.
basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have we talked about that?
I mean, I talk about it a lot. Everyone's like so tired of me talking about it.
I think,
But
I think that Mian wants to make sure that while we're all evaluating long-range planning, that we don't let that, even though it may seem out of reach financially.
Yeah, that
for
was
to
my,
be
that was
part
my
of the
like, we
conversation
don't
of
even.
planning so that we
Okay.
could one day get added.
Exactly.
So
I-
that the design of the stations could
Ex-
accommodate
exa-
that potential.
Okay.
Right, or have a phase or prepare the line to have that addition. I mean, however you want to call it. I think it's awesome.
Thank you for the clarification.
I have evaluate and explore the potential expansion of gondola services within the region with regional partners and SMART.
Perfect.
Okay. Any other additions, comments, questions? 1G, support broadband infrastructure improvements. Okay. 1H, address accessibility for all. And a lot of this stems from our Southwest area conceptual plan.
I'm just a little curious and maybe not fully supportive of the idea of a 10-foot bike path on the south side of Pacific Avenue. I'm a huge,
Part of our entire Southwest area plan of redoing Pacific,
It's been in
making the
there forever.
level so the bike and the walking is up above. We spent many, many, many hours working on it.
I've seen the drawings, like the schematic.
Yeah, this is part of the 2024 goals and objectives.
I wanted to clarify to make sure that, are we talking simply on the current one-way section of Pacific Avenue only?
Yeah.
But look at the Southwest area plan. It's got all the drawings and everything.
Yeah.
Support that. That's great. Space is tight and 10 feet is a lot. I feel like we could maybe utilize some more efficient ways. I'm an avid cyclist. I bike that all the time. Love being able to bike right through town here. I don't know that it is the highest and best use of the space that we have available there is all I'm trying to say.
I'm dumbfounded that you are saying this now after you participated. Because the header of this says implement Southwest area conceptual plan, which we went through numerous public input on and all passed unanimously as a council.
I wasn't on
He
council.
wasn't on council.
I wasn't on council.
Oh, well,
I
take a look at that.
Yeah. And I appreciate the input. That was a 2024 goal and objective. So we are we're not starting that process. We're kind of in the
No.
middle of that process at this point.
Biking
So,
infrastructure, big thumbs up.
right.
Love biking infrastructure.
Yep.
I don't know that level utilizes that limited space in that corridor to the highest and most efficient use
It's
of
for
our.
two-way and it's for
community.
pedestrians also.
And we're working through the engineering piece of that, Dan. So
The 10 feet is also for pedestrians.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that would be helpful to add for bike and pedestrian, just so it's not.
not quite sure.
But we definitely have discussed this in our tenure quite a bit. Just
You seen the diagram of it?
mean, I know.
Of
Yeah,
changing
I
the
mean, I've
level.
looked at the Southwest area master plan and
I hate
it's not the rabbit hole we necessarily need to dive completely down right now I'm not saying no, I'm just saying doesn't feel like.
Part of this, though, the Southwest Area Master Plan with changing this section of roadway, adding a bigger bike path and more, was to help accommodate what will potentially be much higher use with additional housing going in there. So this was very much in line with the upper goals about all these big plans that we have for additional housing in that area in order to alleviate congestion. That fears were that more housing is more people on bikes, more people walking, and that this corridor was going to be in need of this expansion. So I think that I understand what you're saying, but I think that if you're which you are, a very, very avid supporter of things that are in the first section here, which is the infrastructure needs, then this kind of goes hand in hand with it. And I don't think we need to rehash it.
And I got 2 comments. The river trail remains for pedestrians and bike path is for the two-way bike traffic. So that's what that is for. And then Kyle is more than happy to meet up with you, Dan, and discuss it in a little bit more detail if you want some
Would
more
love to discuss it
information.
more.
Okay.
My recollection, and I don't agree with Dan, but I'm bummed because you see me and my dog on that every day. But the reality is it's not safe. And you have, not only is it not safe for bikers with cars the way it is, but it's also not appropriate for the fire department as well, from what I understand. So I was able to be convinced, although it crushes me, that it's important to do.
Any other comments for addressing accessibility for all? Okay. Sorry, my pages are all kind of funky. Thank you. All right, moving on to preserving our community. We're looking at promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. Does anyone have any other comments, edits to add to that important goal? Okay. 2B, utilize land use planning to protect the character of our community. Okay. Great. 2C, foster and support community events and services. You have anything to add? Edit to that piece? Okay.
I think that the only thing that I was thinking when I was reading this is, you know, I don't know if it's another survey, maybe kill me if that's not what we want to do, but like figuring out, you know, maybe other ways that we can engage with the community, you know, similar to how we're doing 4th of July, you know, assisting in like these kind of community centered events and figuring out from the community kind of what they want to see, if that is possible.
So this is what I added to kind of touch on that. A new goal for this year is 2C.5, encourage, incentivize, and assist in offering community events to further support breaking down barriers and bringing opportunities to connect as a community. When looking at, you know, the town being the entity to create more events and looking at our budget priorities, we can look at that in a different light other than encourage and incentivize and assist, like through CASE and kind of helping with those conversations. If the town wants to take that on, that would be a much larger budget allocation that we'd have to have a bigger discussion. The 4th of July event alone has taken up a lot of our budget, and there'd have to be a give and take conversation on kind of that priority if we wanted to be the person to put on more events.
I think, oh,
Sorry, I was just, I guess my point is like, maybe the community is like, 4th of July, we'll just bring our picnic stuff and maybe we want to do something different. I guess that was and maybe it's that engage piece, emphasizing that just to like work with our community to see if there's something that they would want us to do or not do. Just kind of, it doesn't necessarily mean take on all these events, but just making sure that like we're interacting with our community in a way that they want to be interacted.
We can maybe put that as part of our next community survey and have kind of a section for events. I think I'll take that just as something for us to do internally and not have as an action item.
Then Zoe, it's a little bit maybe too much detail, but I'd still like to keep on the radar, you know, within that, you know, box for events of a closing day party, similar to how we do July 4th, if we deem that we have the budget and the brain power for it, and try to get a little bit more detailed for other types of smaller community events, whether it's a couple of music on the stage shows, even if they stay all on the stage during monsoon season or at the bra, but things that just encourage exactly what you said, you know, to get the community together, but try to maybe be more specific that might make it easier to discuss and implement.
Yeah. I think right now, you know, we have our CASE funding to kind of help with that. I think, again, if council does want to look at those discussions and how the town plays a role in producing events and things like that, it would definitely be a give and take in our budget and our budget priorities. So we can look at those pieces if council wants to do that, but it would, I'd have to go back to our budget and kind of what do we want to take out to allow for kind of those opportunities.
I don't know that this is the year for us to be doing that, for us to be taking on a capital expense for events. However, I do think we can encourage some of the multitude of nonprofit partners to create some of those events and experiences. And I do think, from a town perspective, and I think that Stephanie and Amanda have done a really good job. I think that approval system is really great to take away a lot of the barriers and a lot of the frustration and concerns about trying to start your own event. And so I think if anything, if we can just, streamline the process for others to start those events versus us taking on the capital expenditure of events in 2025, I think that we've got some really, really big priorities that we need to get, put money behind instead of events right now. And obviously I love events and it's what I do, but I really, I don't think we've got the budget or staff bandwidth really to take that on for this year.
And I think it's something we can work towards as well, because I think it's a foundational element of our goals is that, fostering the community events. And I do think, with anything, it's a revenues versus expenses conversation. So we can also look at, if the town wants to play a more active role in events without giving up anything, what is some revenue sources that we can look at improving upon to help build that up as well. So I think we have that goal of how can we encourage, incentivize, and assist this year so that it can be more structurally implemented maybe in 2026. But again, open for whatever.
Different topic if we're done with that. Great. Just bringing us back slightly. Sorry, we moved on. I did have a comment on 2B3, the initiate a land use code rewrite as an implementation of the comprehensive plan. Something under there at some point that I continue to have a great deal of interest with, and my opinion continues to be swayed, that one component of housing unaffordability is some of the complexity or stringency in certain areas of our design guidelines and historic architecture code and zoning regulations, and how that plays into development and availability of housing generally. Now, I'm certainly not suggesting scrapping it all and just going free for all. That's far from it, of course, but just exploring within that where the town, through its regulations, can help promote housing affordability, something to that degree, by reducing complexity or widening the parameters or such at certain times in certain places. If there's appetite amongst the rest of council for a proposal like that.
I think our boards and commissions have spent a long time, decades, figuring out what these guidelines and regulations are and what suits our community and specifically the historic nature of our community. And I don't feel like there has never been a project that has been completely stinted by any of our regulations. And I just feel like, I don't know if that's the best use of staff time.
I think I can point very specifically to one that was stinted. It was the warming hut. And part of the reason why the budget for that became so astronomically unaffordable was the required complexity that was placed upon it by our regulations.
That was an elevator, and it was so that it could be ADA accessible. That wasn't our regulations. That was
not the only component that made that project too expensive.
Let's not relive.
Yeah, we're not going to yeah. I think it's a noble concept that if we had a lighter year ahead of us, I'd be all for, but I don't think it's going to be a light year by any means for us. We got a lot to do.
Yeah.
Do you think we need to address the Prop 123, where we signed on and opted in to being eligible for grant funding from the state for affordable housing projects? They will be willing to offer us that money if we do a bunch of things. And one of those things is provide a streamlined development process for affordable housing projects. So whether that means just going to see the HARC chair and not the full board, or whether it means creating a new zone district for Southwest Area Plan that has different design guidelines or more simple design guidelines or something. I feel like that's something we committed ourselves to and we need to do. Otherwise, we don't get money for affordable housing from the state.
Agreed.
Okay, I'll work with staff on developing a goal around that sentiment.
and I feel like it sort of gets at kind of what Dan is mentioning without altering the land use code. Well, it's still changing land use code if we added zone district, but kind of in a different, not all around town, but in a specific area that hasn't been developed in the same way historically.
Right. Got it. Perfect. Okay. Anything else for 2C, which was fostering and supporting community events and services before I jump? Next one. Okay. 2D, provide consistent outreach to the public in a multilingual and accessible manner. A lot of work to do on this front. Okay, great. Moving on to focus area 3, protect the health and quality of life. 3A, implement environmental action agenda. Any questions, comments, additions to that? Okay. 3B, promote mental health and well-being. Additions to that? No. 3C, prioritize the safety and security of our community. Okay. And moving on to our focus area of cultivate economic sustainability and a thriving commercial core, with the first goal of evaluate efforts of marketing and tourism activities. Anything to add? Community sustainability.
Well, actually, can I go back
Yeah.
to 4?
Yep.
I don't know if this is worth bringing up here, but I would love to see more spaces like the commercial voodoo space be prioritized in future development plans. And I don't know if we necessarily want to call that out, but I do think that is a big part of our economic vitality.
Are you talking about specifically like a deed restricted commercial space, or how do you mean like the voodoo, like what is specific about that?
Affordable commercial, however we want to define that.
Voodoo is not deed restricted.
Right. So
but we
I
did-
specifically didn't say
Mhm,
deed restricted, but affordable commercial, or just acknowledging that a lot of our businesses have a hard time thriving because they don't have good lease situations or don't have any space to exist. So kind of adding that as something that we can help with future projects. And obviously there was a lot of, there were a lot of people who wanted the voodoo space. So clearly there's a demand for that.
And it is part, obviously, of our Car Hinge project to
Right,
have
right.
commercial space
Which is why I wasn't sure
incorporated
if
with
we
that.
need to like call it out specifically, but it feels like it kind of fits in this category.
Yeah. I can look to kind of make sure it's not duplicative with the other one,
Right,
but try to
yeah.
add it in. Okay.
On 4B4, can we just put a little line in there that we're gonna work with Mountain Village and BDAC
Yep.
to align as far as economic goals and business support?
Yeah, merchant meetings and BDAC. Mhm. Okay. Great. And then our last category, ensuring the town of Telluride is an employer of choice. Just to build and retain a highly skilled, motivated, and diverse team of employees. Is there any questions or anything you'd like to add on that piece? Okay. And overall, there's no other additional comments, edits. I'll make those changes and we'll continue to present this as we do with our budget discussions.
Perfect.
Right.
Great job on that.
Thanks.
Yeah, wonderful job.
Thank you to all of the staff that put in their time to create this. So thank you to them.
Okay, any last questions for Zoe on that work session? Great. I'll ask, I don't think there's any public comment that wants to chime in on that, but
Douglas Truly has had his hand raised. I don't know if it was for this item or the previous one, but if you wanted to.
we're a little ahead of schedule all of a sudden, so I'll hear him.
All right, Douglas, you're unmuted.
Hey, Douglas Dooley. I've had my hand up from the very end of public testimony on the previous item. However, I can tie them together. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on both quickly. Going to the housing purchase, generally the town employee housing purchase, generally these types of problems in managing deed restricted housing go to the overall supply. And, we need to fix that. That needs to be the top priority. Likely we are farther behind now than we were in 2018 in spite of all the talk. And we've had a lot of talk on the various infrastructure needs, the wastewater treatment plants, the medical center, et cetera, et cetera. The only one that's getting full attention is the gondola, which somebody is already paying for, is on the hook for. There's a reason for these delays, and I wish you all the best luck in solving them. But the historic record is it's just more talk. Thank you.
Douglas, thank you very much. Appreciate that comment. We will move on now to work session item 8B, which is a discussion regarding the Carhenge Chair 7 project. We do have the design workshop with us. And
Before we start, I just want to mention that I know it's a work session, but I do live in Cimarron, which is adjacent, but I believe since this is a work session, it's okay if I sit down, but I'm also happy to recuse myself.
Yeah, so we've had some discussions on this, and you're not the only one. I think we have other council members who may
Right.
have proximity as well. I think as long as we're talking right now about work session and not specific applications that are being filed perhaps by the town or on behalf of the town, I think once we get to that trigger, then you would want to step aside. I think when we have these work session discussions, you're free to participate, but that is something that the council can raise kind of on their own or have a discussion about.
And I just want to be transparent as we go into.
I
this
have a
issue.
similar conflict living in Telluride Lodge, which is a large piece of property. It borders a lot of these things. So
is there any opposition to their contribution for the work session from council?
No, not for me.
Not for me. Great. Thank you for disclosing that. That's great. And we will continue to move on with agenda item 8B. We also have Chad Horning here as well. And we'll let them begin.
And I'll just quickly, Darla. So obviously today's presentation, we're going to do a quick recap of the process that we've had thus far, including those amazing public forums and all of the public feedback we've received. We will also look at what phase 2 of this project will look like and get any council feedback or input on that specific next steps. So with that, Darla and team.
Great. Well, thank you all. I'm Darla Calloway. We've spoken before on this project, and I'm also joined today with Faraz Abdullah, who you saw in July's public meetings, and giving you a picture of where we were, where we've been with you, and where we're going next is the goal of today's meeting. So Faraz, jump on in.
Hey, everybody. Excited to reconnect again. And yeah, I'll just jump right in. So in March, as Darla alluded to, we met with you guys for the first time, and that was a recap of our first engagement event, which was pretty much synthesizing the feasibility study that we worked on at the end of 2023 and early 2024. We've since then been working with the town of Telluride and TSG in developing a conceptual plan to test the numbers of the Southwest Area Plan. And we have also conducted our second public engagement meeting to garner additional community feedback on the conceptual plan development to date. And we can go through that feedback here with you guys today. So just to give you guys a quick summary, we heard a lot of good feedback and also some really important feedback to take into the next iteration of the plan. A lot of the feedback centered around maximizing open space connectivity and also open space in general, in order to create a more functional skier experience coming down some of those steep slopes along the hillside there. A couple of other comments that came up were regards to pedestrian safety and connectivity along Mahoney and Pacific. The community still seems to be a little concerned about how we get safe pedestrian connectivity along those thoroughfares. And then another big comment that we received was also just regarding the number of traffic that a new development might create here and how we might tackle that holistically. Some of the concerns were regarding just the rezoning of the open space parcel that's currently where the existing lift is today. Some of the adjacent neighbors were a little hesitant with regards to rezoning one of the last open space parcels in town for the proposed uses on this plan. A couple of other big concerns that we'd like to follow up on are just the overall density. One of the comments we received was to really think about the neighborhood holistically. And to date, we've been simply looking at the Carhenge and the Tract Y parcels and haven't really been too involved in the development of the Shandoka and Lot L scheme to date, but are excited to start thinking about that as part of this Southwest area redevelopment plan. I think there's definitely some synergies between all of these parcels that could really address some of the concerns of the community. I think moving forward, I'll just have Darla kind of walk you through the plan a little bit and we can go from there.
Yeah. The community conversation was around this conceptual idea. As Faraz said, this conversation around Lot L in the Shandoka parking lot seems to be really important to this development as a whole. And we have outlined a process going forward that is included in terms of studying the parking counts and how it supports this development. The connectivity from this Shandoka parking lot into the development was also an important point that was talked about with the community. Maintaining pedestrian access along Cimarron Lodge, having also a very direct connection between Double Diamond and around here to a reconfigured base area. We wouldn't call this a new primary base, but it is encouraging ski operations, but also giving a sense of place here at the lift. In order to make this idea of a hotel and a little bit of commercial land uses happen, we're proposing to move Lift 7 about 150 feet up the hillside and some realignment of the ski runs to make that happen, but still very much in the thread of how it operates today, just moving everything a little bit up the hill. Having the hotel here anchored at the base of the lift made a lot of sense to our team versus having affordable housing or other land uses. This just feels right in terms of an activated base here at the base of the ski company operations. There's ideas of how Ski Beach, how people would engage before or after a day. In the summer, this is also another place to have community gatherings and that this wouldn't go quiet in the summer months. Moving over to the east side of the development, this is really where on the east side here, the Carhenge parking lot where workforce housing was considered in the sub-area master plan. You may remember that some of the numbers thrown around in that plan looked at maybe 300, 350 units. These building blocks that you see on the plan are ranging about 200 to 225 units. As we've studied this in a lot of different building configurations with the architects, it's pretty consistent that there's about 200 to 225, no matter how we sort of split and organize the buildings. That's the kind of range we're finding versus the higher density counts that were in this sub-area plan. The benefit of thinking of these two parcels together is to create some efficiencies and shared access, creating one sense of arrival to the base area, having the ability to circulate and connect to the workforce housing, parking, or the hotel, but also to have a really strong pedestrian connection. One of the big moves of this plan is that all of the land uses are connected with an interior linear park. You have Town Park on the other side. We think this is an incredible opportunity to anchor this development in a new idea of a park. Perhaps it's more organic or it's more natural, but it is a plan that is knit together with this thread of pedestrian space along a park frontage. One of the things we learned about this plan is that as you try to look at 225 units of workforce housing, we know we're going to have to go up multi-stories. And to sort of break down the scale of that development, the team looked at a series of clustered buildings to get to those higher unit counts, but also break down the overall scale of development here on the east side. It does create some challenges for how parking could be addressed below these different pieces that are moving around on the site. This plan says that we are going to build over structured parking and let the park idea come up over the parking, hide it. So it is below grade. You wouldn't see it from, or this experience of walking through the park space, you're actually walking on top of structured parking. With these kind of configurations, it's, you know, a 70 to 90 key hotel at the base of the lift, the 235 units of housing, about 15,000 square feet of commercial. And with this configuration of parking, we're looking at a similar amount of parking spaces, but also taking into account that the Shandoka lot would help meet some of the parking supply for this development. When we talk about character of the interior spaces, all of the ways that this would be knit together in a park, these are some of the park ideas, character imagery that we shared with the community. It's much more natural, it's less formal than what happens on the other side of town, and it's really this organic approach that knits these different buildings around the site. We gave the community a very loose sense of scale and mass. These are some hand sketches that were prepared based on those programs and those building heights to show how it would be nestled into the hillside. We're a long ways from developing architecture for this project, but we did want to give them a sense of overall fit into existing town context. So I think the conversation we want to have with you today is about a process moving forward. We expect that there's continued iteration of a plan should you choose to move forward. There's continued iteration of architecture, parking, all of the details of this plan. This was really the first conversation with the community to put some true grit to the numbers and parking. So we've been thinking about if you'd like to move forward, thinking about it in 4 lenses. The first is advancement of planning and design on this Lift 7 neighborhood plan, the hotel, the commercial, the housing. And the new layer would be to bring in Lot L, the Shandoka lot, start from the conceptual feasibility plan that you already have completed and build upon that, see where the parking can support this development, but also how can we maximize parking on this site and take some pressure off of Lot L. We would potentially move Lift 7 all the way up to a conceptual plan development application. And Lot L would really just be a plan refinement and a cost analysis so that you guys can make informed decisions about how that moves forward in the future at a different pace. The second lens is ongoing community engagement as the plan refines to take the feedback that we've heard so far and to put that into a next iteration. And this would be ongoing through the next several months, moving to that conceptual land use application development. The third is development agreements and cost analysis. As we talked before, this is in tandem with TSG and the town. And to think about those partnership approaches as part of this next conceptual phase, it's just your ongoing conversation as partners to move the project forward. And the fourth is really about organizational input, coming back to council as owners, coming back to you guys in a way that allows you to have input to the process ongoing before it gets to a land use application, and then you're putting your review hat on. We also have input to seek with the broader ski company operations, getting those ski runs dialed in, things like that. Those kinds of details from a ski operations will be important to work through next. So That's a very quick list of where we've been, the plan that we shared with the community and some of the things that we heard, and a potential process to have a conversation on next. And with that, I'll pause.
If I might add just 2 cents on the community engagement, I would encourage you to consult and include as part of the community engagement our housing needs assessment that the town and the region is currently undertaking. That input is generally broader, but really demonstrates the need and the desire for a project like this. And it often is taken as less of a factor as opposed to neighbors or property owners that have a more direct stake with theirs as more of a general, as opposed to a general benefit for those who need housing, but are not necessarily guaranteed it with any project development.
Thank you. Chad, did you have any notes you want to add to process going forward?
No, I don't think so. I think you did a great job laying this out. And I think that, yeah, I think getting some input from council here on comfort levels with kind of moving the process forward would be the next step here. And then we could get to work on figuring out exactly what that means and how we would do it.
Yeah, I just want to add, I appreciate everyone's feedback and continued feedback and communication throughout this process. I think in some instances, people felt like that decisions had been made in this development and it was very conceptual. This next phase will continue to refine that with that feedback and get closer and closer, but providing the public with those necessary tools to envision and understand what this project and the impact of the project means. Just reiterating that piece.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. Does anybody on council have further questions?
I have just a clarifying question. There's gotten public comment and stuff about rezoning. The property that is owned by the town where Carhenge currently resides, that property is zoned commercial or accommodations. Is that correct?
And accommodations to zone district. Yep.
And then the property that would need to be rezoned would be the Telski property, which is currently zoned for open space.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not the last remaining open space zoning that we have in the town.
I think Lance could better answer that question, but I don't think so.
There's two types of open space zone districts. You can see on the map back there. So the Bear Creek.
You need to get maybe to microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's two different open space zone districts in the town of Telluride. Looking at the map behind Geneva, there's the green areas for Bear Creek and the Valley Floor are open space CE. Open space with a conservation easement. Thank you. And there's also other smaller open spaces that are designated along the river corridor and places like that. So there's some.
It's all that light green color, right?
Yeah.
And also on the north side right now is currently open space. So it's not this by rezoning this property owned by Telski wouldn't be the last piece of open space. in
That's
the town.
correct. And the light green spaces also have, some are publicly owned, like Cornet Falls, and some are privately owned, such as this parcel.
Okay, just curious.
Nor do I believe, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, would Telski be looking to rezone the entirety of that parcel that's in light green and that's in that neighborhood?
It would be the part that would want to be developed.
Yeah, there's only
that's it.
a relatively small portion of that would actually have buildings put on it.
Yeah, and I think we'll get into more of those details as we move toward that potential process.
But all the property that is owned by Carhenge is already zoned accommodation.
Correct.
Yep. Sorry to interrupt.
Yep, no, you're great.
No.
Can we just go over the parking again on the portion, the Carhenge spot now, and whether I was under the impression that it wasn't a full underground parking lot, it was maybe a half level. Can we just sort of discuss that?
Yeah, so the way the topography is working now, we think that we could build a parking structure on the existing grade and then pull the hillside or the grade over that. The reason that's important is we expect a high level of groundwater here. And so in going down in grade for a parking structure would be expensive. So the trade-off was Let's build it on top of existing grade and then pull grade over it. And that's what these plans reflect. And we think it's feasible from a grading perspective.
Can you explain what that means, pulling grade over a parking structure? I'm not like envisioning.
Yeah. Can I draw? I don't know if I can draw. So this spot here on the plan is about 10 feet lower than this spot on the existing site. And so we have ability to get access to a below grade parking structure and then cover it back with green space. And it will still feel like it's part of this hillside. There's just actually more topography happening here than what meets the eye. It feels like it's very flat, but we have the ability to cover it and it feel like the existing hillside in a very natural way.
So it's kind of like building it into the hillside.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
shallow.
To where it's further away from the
Table.
water, where you might not have as many water table issues. You pull it closer to the hillside, you can go under there, but then pull the ground on top of it.
Yeah, we
like a
can,
side
we can
cut
raise
of
the
that one.
yards, up in between the buildings, between us. Walk up a staircase, feet rivers around. Between these buildings, this can actually have a grade change.
Very
This can go up. So this area can be higher.
Or another way to frame
good
it,
news,
it's a
right?
green roof on top of a parking structure.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council?
What is building A? Is that is all the commercial in that building?
Just stay up here.
Which is building A.
The one on the other side of the hotel?
Oh. That's a check.
Yeah, that's currently being, it's nothing's final, but that's currently being planned for commercial space on the ground floor and some for sale or hotel product on the second floor.
So then the 15,000 square feet of commercial, does that include A and other locations, or is that just the town's portion?
Darla, that's all the locations, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So a little bit in A and a little bit in B associated with the hotel. Think hotel, restaurant, hotel bar.
We also have some commercial over with the residential also.
I think there's like 10 to 15,000 square feet of commercial or maybe larger that could be occurring in the site plan in in those buildings.
In C and H or
Yeah.
something? Okay.
So
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I just want to say that this is, these are concepts and ideas at this point, and we have flexibility on it. And this is, we kind of need to figure out what's going to be put there. Everybody's excited about putting neighborhood commercial in there, maybe some deed restricted commercial. And we don't really know how much we need at this point. So we're excited to get into those details and start working with all the stakeholders and figure it out.
Yeah, it would be great to know that because we already know there's scarcity of commercial space, and then we need to support the people who live in that neighborhood with additional commercial things that aren't happening down there, and then whatever need makes a secondary base area viable. So I look forward to getting the analysis of the exact square footage and why, and is it more, is it less? I mean, who knows? But it's certainly the opportunity to really make it a thriving area, with the support commercially is extremely important to me.
I think it's awesome. I just wasn't sure how much of it we were in control of compared to the ski resort, or how the split was. Because I think we need both kinds.
Well, and I think we should be looking at this as more of a partnership and
Sure.
and we don't have to look at it who's in control of what. I think we should look at it master planning all of it together and what makes the most sense.
Great.
And I have a question kind of a little contrary to what you just said, but so with the hotel development, will you be building any of like your own Telski employee housing to mitigate the employees that will create? Or is that something that, I know the Carhenge side of this is obviously employee housing, but the hotel will create a need for more staff. So is that being considered?
Yeah, we're kind of looking at it as a holistic project, and if it makes sense to build some housing into the actual hotel itself, then we would do that. But if it doesn't make sense, I think we'd rather include it in the Carhenge project. And, you know, these kind of are overlapping projects. We're planning them without property lines. And so with this planning, we're able to get more housing than we would if we were planning it with property lines. And so one way or another, it's going to be planned into the project.
Because I think what he's saying is some of the affordable housing that is planned is part and parcel on Telski technically owned property right now.
South Triangle.
So if we weren't partnering with them, a percentage of our proposed affordable housing wouldn't be available to us because it wouldn't be our.
Well, not entirely, because what we're trying to do is open the site up and provide access to the hotel through the Carhenge lot. So we're foregoing some development on our property to have a connected open space.
Right, to make a better flow through the whole property than
Yeah, that's why
necessarily parceling it.
And there's no access to the open space. There's no vehicular access to the open space without using the Carhenge lot, correct?
Yes.
Going through between Double Diamond.
You can't really drive through that. There's like some gravel, but there's a gate that's always closed.
Well, but we're replanning this entire area, so I just wasn't sure. It looks on here as though you could drive through there, so I wasn't sure if that was the plan for the future.
Do you mean to the building A?
Yeah. On
Yeah.
this aerial, or I'm looking at the green, the conceptual plan, common ground.
Darla, can you try to go to that
Page.
screen so we all can see it? That one there?
Yeah, so in this image, it appears as though, I'm sure it's not like as wide of a road, but it does look like
I think
there's
that's just
traffic.
pedestrian.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
currently planned just for pedestrian.
got it.
Yeah, and we've looked at a couple different iterations of access for the site and, you know, would we have to make some minor modifications to this building to get access should it be needed? It just made so much sense to reduce the amount of vehicles coming through the site and just put them in a very specific place and heighten the pedestrian connectivity in the project.
I also think that the increased traffic in that Cimarron parking area would be a problem.
I thank you for clarifying. It looked like a car could drive through there, so that's why.
I think also the design is
We're used to
similar
seeing
to that pedestrianization of like Mountain Village. So if certain access vehicles need to go, they can. and-
Emergency vehicles.
Yeah,
type.
exactly.
You need
Yeah.
to drive an ambulance.
Which is kind of what it is right now. It's just gravel, not
Yeah.
paved, so,
Yep.
yeah.
Exactly.
Cool.
Any other further questions from council before we take some public comment?
I think the central open through area is looks great. I think that it's a cool design.
And I think it's worth stating, because I've been to a bunch of these meetings and stuff, that there was concerns about the wetlands in that area, and all of those plan to be maintained in this green space plan that they have, so that the current wetlands that exist that you've seen down in Carhenge in that area is all going to be maintained and preserved.
My one quick question, well, maybe not quite so quick, but when we get the final results of our housing needs assessment back, and if it were to really surprise us all in an unfortunate way and demonstrate a much greater need than what we have sort of back of the napkin calculated, would any information like that push both ourselves and our partner at the ski resort to modifying and sacrificing perhaps either the hotel or commercial space in order to accommodate additional affordable housing to meet that need?
That would not change my thought process at all.
I think the density that is proposed here is pretty significant, and I would have a hard time also wanting to increase that based on any needs assessment. You're never going to solve our housing problem with a single property, and the idea that we're looking at 200 plus units here seems very significant regardless of whatever the housing needs assessment just say.
And I will,
And-
oh, sorry, go ahead, Denny.
I was saying, and it's a significant addition to an area that has a lot of, affordable housing already. And, you only have so many sub-base areas to work with, that really, can ensure vibrancy for tourism in the ski season and also create summer uses down there, which really don't happen. And so I certainly would, try to protect that commercial space and maximize that based on the findings that are still yet to be determined, because you can't have base area amenities that support tourism and the community as a whole, not at a base.
And I'll just make a perspective from the manager's office that this is part of the Southwest area planning. So looking at traffic, parking, road improvements, and so on and so forth, based on a already feasible density is kind of where we're at. Again, where we are in the process is that we have flexibility in some of those pieces. So I'm not saying we have to make any decisions or conversations now, but within the parameters of the feasibility that we have determined for the area. So, right.
I will be very stoked if we can get 200 to 225 or 235.
Never say numbers, Geneva.
It's in there already. The range presented of 1 and 2 bedroom units, I think will be just a huge impact on the region.
Agreed.
Will
Well,
be really great.
I think based on our earlier conversations today, there's such a need for like 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom apartments. Like I think when we build for purchase units, the more family style ones make sense, but I think it's clear that there's a desire for these smaller apartments for people to kind of right size themselves. And so I would love to see a lot of that happen in this project.
Great. And then just to recap what we're kind of looking forward to in this conversation is it sounds like there still is the appetite to move forward in this process. And if there's any other comments on the phase 2 that council has to provide direction to staff moving forward, that's the only other piece that I want to make sure we hit before closing this agenda item. I know we're still going to take public comment, but I just want to make sure.
Does that jog any further questions from council?
I think the only question I have is just in regards to community engagement. We have 2 to 3 public events and then the neighbors outreach. So the neighbors outreach will be separate. So there will be further moments for feedback and conversation about this.
Yeah, we're going to keep making sure that the public as a whole feels like there's equitable input in this process. While we do understand that there are ones that maybe have a little bit more impact on the project. So we will be doing specific outreach with them and conversations with them as well.
Great. Before we go to public comment, last comments, questions, suggestions from council?
I think this is kind of obvious, but I think visuals are going to be really important to getting the public on board with this.
And maybe to help reinforce the idea that this isn't a finalized plan, is maybe a few different options on visuals so that they can see, here's what buildings at this height look like. Here's what buildings at this height look like. Again, to reiterate to our community that none of this has been finalized. We're still very much working through this process. And sometimes, seeing a variation of sizes might give you, in our minds, we're like, oh my God, it seems so large. Giving a visual representation might be beneficial of different sizes.
Yeah. And even like that, then it hits the hardboard and everything changes. So I think, yeah.
But again, if you have a variety, then it's
Yeah,
harder
yeah.
to say, this is what's happening and you can see, here's a variety. Again, one thing that I heard at the community engagements was an appetite to look at, rather than having higher buildings kind of down in that, the straight look towards what would be your view corridor, looking at maybe not doing it as high there, but then increasing the sides as you go towards the mountain, basically. So maybe presenting that to people as well, so they can see, here's what the difference looks like when you take it from one height to another, when you're against the side of the mountain versus flat ground down the shot. I don't know, just an idea as we're working to.
And update. And one thing that might also be helpful for us is updating maybe the traffic study.
We're in the midst of that
Still
right
doing it?
now.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we were doing it and the audience hears that, which is important. I will now open up to public comment. If anyone's in the room, I think we will limit to 3 minutes. And if you'd like to speak, and you're in the room, we'll go in the room first and then Zoom second. Madeline, we'll start with you, and then just state your name, please, for the record, and grab a microphone.
I've got some visuals to
Sure.
We'll share.
Thank you.
And
Madeline?
and Madeline, before you start, can you, and I won't take this as part of your public comment, can you give a brief explanation of the handout?
Okay, I just handed out a very rudimentary 3D drawing based on the conceptual plan Common Ground. So this was just to let everybody get an idea of the size, the mass, the scale of what could be in that area. Which, as you can see, isn't really in character with, you know, what the town of Telluride is. So anyway, that's what I want. And also on one of the second picture, there's some on the right-hand side, that's O'Reilly's. The dark area is O'Reilly's coming down. And then above that, the dark area would be Telluride Trail. So based on this conceptual plan, that's how things would get laid out.
Okay. And then in addition to the handout, do you have additional public comment for us?
I certainly do.
And then Tiffany, we can restart her at 3 minutes because I didn't, if she put the effort for the visuals, I wanted to give her a chance to explain it
And
without.
I'm sorry that they came in, I got them late. I didn't have the more time to do them and color them and everything like that.
It's all good.
What we wanted to make sure of is that the open space is something that's very important to us down here. And we do have a lot of people that use that area. It is right now it is a community area where people come and they play, they bring their dogs. There is a general community feeling down there. And I think all of this mass and scale is going to make a big difference. And when you're talking about the housing, putting it 220 units on the Carhenge lot, you also have the lot, the Shandoka lot, that even though you're talking about parking, there is also the opportunity to put more housing over there. So I'm not really happy with stuffing it all in one area without a better plan. The other thing that I'm very concerned about is the transportation corridor. Putting in so much parking off of Mahoney Street and then a little bit on Pacific is going to bottleneck that area. I mean, I believe we're at a critical point in the town of Telluride at being that we can't do anything more, that we have so many people coming into town. Our traffic is bad now. And what happens when there's 200 people in this area that have cars? There's kids going to school. We talk about that, and the route on Mahoney, that there's just a lot of traffic. It's going to bottleneck. And the way the area is laid out, there's really not an area to expand on. I really believe that we need parking outside of town and some kind of service, bus service. It would have been nice to have the Galloping Goose as a tourist attraction to bring people in town from Society Turn. But we really do need to look at that as opposed to putting everything in town. I also, the other thing I wanted to say was that working with the community and working with Telski, working with the county to spread out, the housing, it doesn't all have to be concentrated. And I think that's part of what a community is to be able to have a mix throughout the entire area and not just concentrated in one area. I know there's other things that I can't really think about right now, but I know that leaving the open space, I think is really, I know. What I looked at when I looked at these plans, when I talked with Chad and Ron, can we
We'll
move
let
the
you-
hotel a little bit over towards?
We'll let you wrap up your thought. No.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is I walked through the parking lot through Carhenge yesterday. And if the hotel was moved a little bit more on the parking lot below the Telluride Trail, it would free up a little bit more open space and it would still be able to, Chad would still be able to get the hotel in and we could still get housing in, but it wouldn't be all condensed. We wouldn't lose as much open space as we're going to with the plan as it stands. So thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. Do we have anybody else in the room for public comment? Kristen, come on up. We're very familiar with this room.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kristen Permakoff. Whoa, it's loud. Thank you so much for bringing this to a town council meeting. I've been to several of the sorry, I'm having a problem. The neighborhood meetings, the stakeholders meetings. I really appreciate the collaboration between Telski and the town of Telluride. I think we visited this back a long time ago and bringing it back around is important. I had a couple questions. Is this plan contingent on building a new lift? Or just the
Well,
hotel, or is it, I mean.
We'll let you finish your
Okay,
thoughts.
so that's one question. Will the rezoning process to rezone the open space, will that be a public process or is that just between Telski and the town? At the last meeting, I asked maybe if there was an overlay to show the public the town-owned space like that, put that in the packet maybe so you could see how the proposed development is overlaid with how it's zoned currently. Just as a visual, I think that might help people. I'm glad that they're adding the Lot L piece into it. When I moved into Entrada in 2009, it's my understanding that there's going to be housing across the river for me. And I think to put a parking structure there, you know, with housing there too, would be great. I just hope that stays a piece of the parking structure because the 4-story parking structure is quite large. I do think that there should be more parking out of town on the intercept lot out at Lawson, maybe stack something out there and then use the buses to bring people in. So many cars aren't coming into town. And could you please sign me up on the link again? I'm not getting any of these meetings. Emails. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And yeah, make sure that all the other HOAs in the area besides Double Diamond and Longwell, you know, the White House is over there. And I'm not sure the names of those other condos over by their bar and stuff, but that'll affect all those people. And Viking, that all those people are getting notified to the HOA presidents or just so you are being transparent during this process. Thanks for your time.
Kristen, thank you so much. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none. Is there anybody online, Tiffany?
Do we have about 5 people with their hands raised online? So I'm going to unmute Douglas Tooley first.
Okay.
Doug Tooley here. I would like to encourage you to consider both Telski and the community to consider a mining design, a mining mill design motif for this project that has a historical nature. Just a brainstorm. It's nothing that I'm particularly committed to, but that could fit well into the town and add to the attractiveness of the project. Maybe also include some historic mining era towers for the rebuild of the ski lift. It could be functional and work very well. My more substantive concerns regard the Lot L project, and because of various contractual parking arrangements that is linked to the redevelopment of the Carhenge lot. And you know, that's been on hold for a while. The project as proposed, as Kirsten just noted, it's overbuilt. It's too big for the folks across the river and it's too big for the Shandoka residents. There's 900 spots proposed there. And I don't think that's a realistic number. I think also there was an assumption that you could not mix more housing into that Lot L project. And I'll challenge that assumption. Again, it's all got to fit together, and that Shandoka spot certainly has potential. I do have one question in that regard, and has parking underneath the Carhenge affordable housing been considered? And is that worth considering further? Thank you.
Yes, there's parking under all of it.
Yeah. Doug, thank you so much for that. And as Geneva alluded to, they did discuss in the presentation parking underneath it. And then Tiffany, we will go to our next Zoom participant.
We have Ryan Vitt.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
I'd like to just reiterate a lot of the points that Madeline was making. It seemed like the feedback from the town, based on what was shown today, was the critical open space, the preservation of that open space. And it seemed to me that the discussion today did not really address potential. I know that this plan is not final, but I think there should be an alternative plan where the hotel does move closer to Carhenge or on Carhenge, allowing for the open space with the addition of all the 220 say units on Carhenge, and in addition to a hotel, there's really going to be more need for that open space, not less. And I think the current plan and the density is really going to kind of ruin what we have that's so special right now at Chair 7. And if we can preserve that open space and then addition bring the housing to Shandoka and Carhenge, and like what Madeline was saying, really the best way to reduce traffic would be to intercept these cars at some type of lot out of town that's going to reduce traffic, reduce pollution, have something, public transportation similar to the Goose, bring people that are just coming in for the day from out of town. There's a number of ski resorts that already do this. Snowbird does this, Alta, Brighton, Solitude. They have an intercept lot down valley, and then they shuttle people in to avoid the congestion. The size parking lot or parking garage that's being proposed on Shandoka is going to dramatically change town, Telluride, traffic, Davis and Main intersection, Mahoney, all that needs to be considered. And I think if there's a way to, instead of just looking at how much can we stack into Carhenge and how much open space can we currently get rid of and build the highest building we can, instead of looking at it like that, maybe we think, okay, well, what if we put all the parking out of town, we shuttle people in, we allow Carhenge to be this luxury hotel with condos for sale, affordable housing, deed restricted housing. We work in Shandoka where we can have additional housing because we don't need all the additional parking because parking is now out of town. So now we have some deed restricted housing. We have some employee housing. We have parking for guests of all this area. And it also is going to reduce that traffic burden that is going to be just massive with this size project. And really with all of that, we still need as much open space as possible. And when this land was originally annexed, the agreement was that this land was to remain open space and no residential or commercial buildings would be located on that open space. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Tiffany, who's up next?
So we have Gloria Kingzett.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on comments of Madeline and Ryan. And there's a lot of advantages of reconsidering what should be on the Shandoka lot and moving the mass of visitor parking outside of town is definitely a plus. If you do that, you can free up a lot of that Shandoka space for more employee housing. That would take the load off of that density off of Carhenge. And the other advantage of that is you really can't consider that Cimarron's private property is the primary access from that parking garage to the lift area. That imposes an extreme liability on owners that they will absolutely not accept. So the more logical place for public access to Lift 7 is from Carhenge, which is where it's at now. So I think that if you move a lot of that parking out of town. And what I would suggest is you then can put more parking in Carhenge and have public paid parking in Carhenge, make that the primary access to Lift 7. I think everyone would prefer that. That would remove some of the density of the buildings out of Carhenge, possibly allow for the hotel to be there. But there can still be a substantial amount of employee housing. And I think it would not impact views if you could move it toward the mountain. But the high density surrounding Cimarron on all sides is unacceptable. And the liability of assuming all of those people can walk through Cimarron is not acceptable. Thanks.
Great, Gloria. Thank you. How many more do we have left?
I have 3 more. Next up is Brendan Shine.
Okay.
Hey guys, thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk. My name is Brendan Shine. I'm the president of the Ediplace 2 HOA, but my comments are my own today. I guess the first thing I want to say is, nobody really likes change that they don't have direct control over and that will influence the quality of their life. So I urge you guys to take all this stuff real seriously and maybe go for a walk through the Lift 7 neighborhood behind the buildings and see all the people that hang out there at the end of the day walking their dogs. And I have 20 years of guest logs from renting my place, and they include things like we're so happy to so happy with the view, and there's bears running around. We've seen 2 bears in 2 days, and stuff like that. And I guess my big question is, you say this is open space, but oh yeah, there's other open space out there, so that's okay. We can, I get the impression that yeah, it's okay, we can develop it, and no problem. Well, it kind of is a problem. Once you develop it, it's gone. We have an open space in town that's used by the community. We want to, it's a resource. It's a valuable resource. It's a wildlife corridor. It's, it's a lot of things to a lot of different people. Then as far as the buildings that are being proposed, I'm wondering, when I changed a window in my bathroom, I had to go through the Hark scrutiny, right? But you guys are proposing large buildings, totally out of character for the Lift 7 area, much higher than anything out there. How the heck is that? How does that get through Hark? If it does, I'm not saying it did. Okay, and then I guess the last thing I'm wondering, just out of curiosity, is you guys are saying grade over the parking garage because it's too hard to build with groundwater being so high. Has anybody done a groundwater study in that area? Can you tell me definitively if the groundwater is in fact high and it is a problem? I know there's wetlands out there, but anyway, those are my comments. I hope you'll take them under advisement. Thank you for your time.
Great, Brendan. Thank you so much. 2 more left, Tiffany, and we're gonna
have Eric Solito.
All right, perfect. Then we're gonna close public comment after these 2 comments.
Hello,
Eric.
can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Hi, my name's Eric Soletto. I'm a second homeowner at Ediplace. I am on the board, but these are my comments alone at this point. I just like to say that, I think us as second homeowners are underrepresented in the community, even though we're quite a significant portion of the tax base, because obviously we don't get to vote for you all to sit on the council. We're subjected to public comments, which is where we're at now. You guys all mentioned in your previous comments that, you know, you're about preserving the community and protecting the community, but I feel like what you're proposing is kind of the opposite. And I also feel like, you know, you as a council and some people in the town, anytime affordable housing is mentioned, I feel like you kind of get your blinders on. You know, growth is not always the best option for a community. Sometimes it's limited growth, controlled growth. And, you know, to build on what Brendan had said, you know, I put windows in my unit to improve it. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through with Hark just to change windows and make sure they match what was in there before. And then, you know, you guys are going to come in here and build something of this mass and scale. I think it's just, I believe it's unheard of. You know, there's other areas that can be looked at for similar situations where there's a shortage of housing. And I live in one in South Florida. And, you know, that usually the affordable housing is pushed outside of town, and that's the solution. Some people don't want to hear that, and it's not the best, but it's unfortunate, it's a reality. The areas are cheaper to purchase the land, or purchased for cheaper to construct housing on. There's lots of positives to that too, and you know, the bus system's already in place, obviously. You know, and the other part of this is, I think Ryan had mentioned about you know, there was an agreement when this land was annexed that it was going to be no construction on it, no residential or commercial construction. And if we're just going to, you know, thumb our noses and forget about any prior agreements that were made when these lands were purchased by people that were in power back then what's next? Are we going to build high rises in the valley floor? Are we going to build an amusement park on the way into town? What's next? You know, at some point you got to control the growth and realize Telluride is a small town that can only support so many people in town. And, you know, it's an important decision, and it's sometimes going to make some hard decisions that, you know, obviously everybody speaks what's in their own best interest. But, you know, sometimes you got to look at it as a community, like I believe used to happen, you know, 20 years ago. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on it. And I hope that you guys will take consideration into all those that's brought up today.
Great. Thank you for those comments. And
We have Cami Nichols, last one.
great.
Yes, good afternoon. Hopefully you can hear me. I am on the Cimarron HOA board, and I'm speaking today as an individual, but I do want to point out that Cimarron HOA has provided a response. It was sent by email to everyone on the town council, to the mayor, to the town manager, and also to Telski TSG. And it'd be great if that was made available to the public as well. I know there's materials that are posted on the government website. And if, you know, if you're posting or collating comments to the development, it would be wonderful if that could be part of the material available to the public, because I think it's important that we all are able to see one another's positions. I know that one of the speakers in person earlier mentioned there's a lot of different HOAs, there's a lot of different, you know, units. That's not the right word, but communities, small communities of units that are affected by what's going on near there, you know, at a place, the Entrada, all of them, the whole neighborhood. So I think it'd be nice if there was a clearinghouse where people could come and see if there's posted responses. So I'd encourage you all to make that available to the public. There was discussion about the open space. There's been a lot of discussion. I just want to point out it's not that it's the last open space in town, but it surely is one of the last large and unique open spaces at the west end of Telluride, and really in town at all. Someone else mentioned that there's wildlife there. There's bears, foxes, coyotes, hawks. All of that's going to disappear. I understand that calling some of what this current development is describing as open space, it's going to be paved over. It's going to be, you know, surrounded by buildings. It's not obviously going to be the same. And if you look at how high the buildings are going to be, it's just going to be a completely different area. And I think Telluride would be losing a real gem and something that makes the town unique and increasing. We're not saying, you know, nobody is saying that Telluride doesn't need more housing for people who live and work in town, but using the current zoning as it is, public purpose to the west, Shandoka and Carhenge lots as zoned accommodations too, those housing needs can be met without destroying that really unique aspect of this end of town, that it still does feel like a small ski area, a small mountain town. And those of us who live there and treasure it would hate to lose that forever. So I encourage everyone to look at that response if they get a chance. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your comments. And we'll be closing public comment on this work session. Unless there are any further comments from council, I'd like to thank everybody for their time on this agenda item. But again, if there's any other further comments or questions, we'll take them.
I think maybe it's good for the listening public to know that this will go to HARC. We don't plan on skipping that part of the process.
I don't think we plan on skipping any
part of the process. Yeah. Yeah. I think there's a little misinformation out there that we're going to bypass that, but
And no final decisions
Yeah.
have been made.
Yeah.
We're in the fact-finding process of this and taking all comment, however mediums you're comfortable presenting it. And we'll work on creating an informational, make sure everything gets posted on Engage Telluride website and give everyone the opportunity to dive in as deep as they want. Ashley?
I was just gonna make a comment, as Elena, wow, I just butchered your name. As Elena and I mentioned earlier, as this process goes forward, it's later decisions, we're probably gonna have to recuse ourselves quite a bit because of our proximity of where we live. And I feel like, as somebody who does live in this area, I am excited to see what this new development holds for us all that live down there. And I am excited to see a revitalization of this Chair 7 base area. I remember as a child that, there were much more restaurants. The commercial area down in Cimarron was much more lively. And as the years have gone on, that has diminished. And I'm really looking forward to seeing, what kind of neighborhood revitalization that holds for us. And so, yeah, that was just my 2 cents as a potential neighbor, looking forward at this, and that, we all have concerns about parking and flow of vehicles and stuff like that. And I know that this group is taking those things very seriously. We also have to be very pragmatic about what things work and what things don't. We have seen that intercept lots maybe aren't as effective as we would like them to be. So I think that figuring out a parking structure on Lot L is really a great option for us. And we're very fortunate to have kind of this, varying degree of options to us. We don't have to do anything. And I think that we're taking a lot of very deliberate steps to make sure that we are making good choices. And I'm excited to see how this process continues to unfold.
Dan, did you have something you wanted to add?
I was just picking back in quickly off of Elena's comments. In addition to going through HARC, nor is the town nor Telsky applying to break our own rules or build buildings beyond what is allowed through our land use code and development code. And so we are playing by the same rules as everyone else. So I think I heard some of that misinformation in there as well, or misunderstanding perhaps is the better word. But we do and have to play by the same rules as every other applicant.
And I'll add one more thing too. I want everyone to know 2 things. One is that there's other people on this council that live in a close enough proximity to understand the neighborhood very well and have been longtime members of the community. And the other thing is maybe a little bit more holistic in attitude, but I want to make sure that, the listening audience, people in the room understand this isn't us against them. I heard one commenter talk a lot about you all and you're doing and this, and it's like, no, this is all a we process and why we're doing it. And we're taking everyone's comments seriously, and it doesn't have to be, and nor will we let it get to an us versus them. We're going to balance our community needs with housing, with ski area improvements, with commercial space that's dearly needed in a variety of uses, open space, traffic, and we're going to do the best that we can as we listen to the comments and put forth this process together. And so I just want to, we may have our disagreements here and there, but in this project and everything else we do strive to be a team. And I just didn't necessarily appreciate, I'm taking it a little sensitively, but you know, the you know, like it's, hey, it's us, you know, and that's why we're, you know, we're asking for everybody's opinion.
I would like to throw in there, there's a lot of mention of the Lot L parking structure, but just for folks who weren't a part of that development or that conceptual plan process, just wanted to throw out kind of some of the logic behind the size and how much housing's included. The design or the feasibility study that we did showed, I think, 39 or 40 units of housing that would wrap the parking structure along the river and Mahoney, so that it wouldn't look like a parking structure. It would look like an apartment building, at least from those ends. And excuse me, and also would have somewhere around 900 or more parking spaces. And the idea behind that is that Shandoka currently holds about 300 cars, and it is over allocated, as anybody in that neighborhood can attest to. So that means that there are more people who have a permit to park in that spot than there are parking spots. The other thing to think about is that the Carhenge parking lot as it exists right now is 200 something, I forget the exact number, 200 something spots that are, that the town got a grant from the federal government for free parking for skiers. So we can't just take that parking away when we put housing or a hotel or commercial or whatever else we want to do there. We have to replace that parking, that day use parking. So the idea is replacing that in this parking structure, maintaining the 300 spaces that are there now, and then adding more spaces on top of that. So that's just where sort of how we got to the design that we have, or a couple different design options that we have for what is feasible to fit on Lot L, and that would go hand in hand with this Chair 7 redevelopment plan. The other thing I just wanted to add is I totally agree that a what do you call it? A satellite parking lot with a bus in a town would be great. I don't think you could find anybody on council that doesn't think that that's a good idea, but we do not own property down valley that we can put a parking structure on. So we can't just do that on someone else's property. We do own Lot L, and it's right there. And I think that we could potentially benefit from both of those things. That's my personal opinion. The other thing is, although there's an argument that there will be more traffic, and I'm not disputing that, but I also think that if we have 200 more units of affordable housing right there, that is going to be at least 200 less worker vehicles, hopefully, driving into town on a daily basis and then looking for parking in Carhenge or the Shandoka parking lot or somewhere on a side street when they're just parked right under their apartment and they walk to work. So hopefully these things will balance each other out. And that's just a little perspective I have, while also hearing some great points brought up from the public. So thank you, and please keep participating as well.
Great. Anything else before we wrap this one up?
I just wanted to finish. Oh, go ahead. Kevin's got something.
Go ahead, though.
Oh, I just wanted to reiterate kind of next steps in this process. And thank you so much again for everyone's continue input. It is still very high level and conceptual at this point. We intentionally did not do 3D models in our last iteration because we still wanted to incorporate a lot of feedback before we had any buildings in that light. So we look forward to the second phase as we keep refining it. With that, we really want to make sure that there is more proactive engagement from our community. I heard a lot of, make sure you get all of the HOAs on board and make sure you contact us. We will do our best, but we really encourage the community to get on our Engage page if you're interested in that information. But most importantly, get signed up for our newsletters. It is really up to you to get on our email list. We do our best to try to get everyone's contact information, but people change and it's very, very difficult. So with that, please send out, it's bit.ly/TOT news. So again, I encourage everyone to sign up for our, if you're interested in this project and anything else, to sign up for those communications so you can stay involved.
Can we put a giant QR code on the building?
Yeah,
I'll have-
we'll just put it like all over the street, every few
That
steps.
definitely fits in with the new design guidelines.
Okay, we're gonna wrap.
Oh, wait.
Kevin?
Yeah, I had two comments, Mayor, that I thought I would mention. One was there was some discussion about Carhenge 3434B being acquired for skier parking use. The terms that were in the FTA grant application, as well as the acceptance by the FTA, related to commuter parking, not specifically skier parking. Skier parking being a component of that. And there is a portion of that lot that there's a separate agreement with Telski on a certain portion being available for skier parking. But the FTA limitation is for commuter parking only. So not,
That clarification.
yeah.
Great.
And then someone else mentioned, will the rezoning be public? Of course, the rezoning, should it go forward through a rezoning process? Should it go forward through a subdivision process, a PUD process? All of that, of course, would be a public process. And I'm sure it'd be a very engaged public process.
Great. Kevin, thanks for the clarification. Appreciate it. I'm gonna wrap up 8B. Thank you guys so much for the presentation and your time. Much appreciated. Agenda item number 9, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. Then it brings us to number 10, administrative reports. We'll start with Zoe and 10A for the manager's report.
Great. I'm going to jump around in my manager's report because I think it's important to note that our Fall Street Mill and Overlay operations have begun. That's what we all heard during that last agenda item. So it's planned for this week, August 26th. We will be pausing for Film Fest and continuing after Labor Day. Please expect street closures along Columbia, Oak to Willow, Willow to Colorado to Columbia, and Pacific and Willow along Voodoo property front. I really encourage everyone, again, if there's cones, if the street is blocked, move your cars. They will be towed. And if we have issues with towing, it will disrupt our milling operations, which is problematic. So we encourage the community to do your part and do not park in those areas. Public Works is also working on our sanitary sewer pipeline bypass. Cleaning, and that is along the spur bike path. Once the cleaning is complete, Public Works will request bids for lining of the existing pipe and manholes to contribute to our inflow and infiltration. So I know we've all seen that along the spur. We are also working on our bump out accessibility ramps, and they are being installed on the west side of Pacific and Aspen. Construction has started and will pause for Film Fest and continue after September 2nd. And street closures will occur during the concrete pouring operations, which we will communicate out. I know we've all noticed the amount of rain we've had. So these recent rain events have caused significant damage to the Mahoney Bridge and several bridge culvert crossings. So Public Works is working with contractors to perform temporary repairs on the Mahoney Bridge and plans to expedite the engineering design concept for replacing the Mahoney Bridge in hopes of replacing the bridge starting in early 2026. So in addition to separate storm events in August, Public Works responded to major mudslides on the east side of town at Royer Gulch. And Public Works is working with engineers and contractors to assist with stormwater infrastructure improvements along Royer Gulch.
Sorry, that just to, I'm sure it's the case, but just to make 100% sure, that bridge replacement at Mahoney is going to be accomplished while not cutting off access to the other side of the river, correct? Great.
Correct. Yep. From the clerk's office, I know we've all been eagerly awaiting our STR applications and our reconciliation of sales tax. So as of 8/17, we have received 531 classic licenses, 40 limited, 5 lodging, 7 long-term, 5 midterm, and 38 residential. The tax remittance through May were due August 20th. And so we're still working with Rentalscapes on that report, but hopefully we'll present that revenue information soon. From the parks world, the campground is at full capacity nightly. The town park pool has closed officially for the 2024 season. And just a quick rundown of some upcoming events. We have the Mountain Run on August 24th, Film Festival, August 28th to September 2nd. Imogene Run is on September 7th, and the Blues and Brews Festival is September 13th through the 15th. And a shout out for the 2025 CASE grant application, which is now open, and the submittal deadline is September 23rd. And then just to go over our housing updates for the Voodoo Affordable Housing Project. It's still under construction. We're 87% complete. And as we know, the lottery process is underway and the commercial space tenants have been selected and we're just working through those lease terms at the moment. So we don't have an executed lease, but we're working to that. Shandoka Building F Phase 1. We are looking at the pop-up and laundry scope to incorporate into the project. And we're still moving forward on that piece, expected to complete in October. Candylands Tower House. The HARC P&Z process has been completed and we are in the pre-construction phase. Virginia Placer Phase 2. Phase 2B received final HARC approval in August and the GMP documents are underway. Shandoka Building Building F Phase 2 is in pre-construction service design and cost estimations to be completed in August. And as we just heard of Lot L and Carhenge, where we are in that process. So that's kind of our housing update.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So Tower House, Canyonlands, totally done.
Through the HARC and P&Z process.
I'll go into some more detail.
Yes.
Great.
It's not done till it's done. but-
Kevin, do you have anything to add for the attorney's reports?
Couple things, Mayor. This is more of a statewide issue, but some of you may be aware that there's a special session of the legislature that was convened by Governor Polis. It just started on Monday. What they're trying to seek is this compromise on the two initiatives that are being presented by what I would call kind of tax advocacy groups, Initiative 50 and Initiative 108. One would cap the property tax growth rate at, I believe, 10%. And the other would lower the residential assessment rate as well separately. This is the governor's attempt to compromise and try to find a legislative solution to this before it goes to the voters. So it doesn't have a direct impact on the town, and we don't get a lot of our revenue through property tax components, but we do get some. And you might want to be aware of what's going on over in Denver. It's fairly unique. This is now, I think, the second special session of the Colorado legislature this year. That I think is alone maybe unprecedented, but certainly a pretty unique situation. So I just thought you should probably be aware of that and just be watching for it. And then the other is we had your authorization to do this pursuant to your last meeting, but about 2 days after the council meeting concluded, we did file our petition for writ of certiorari in that Butcher Creek PUD case, which does involve open space. We talked a little bit about open space. So that's pending before the Colorado Supreme Court. The plaintiffs in that action will have an opportunity to submit their response, and then we'll have a reply as well. So it's going to take some time, and we'll see where the Colorado Supreme Court goes on this issue, but it's moving forward.
Great. Kevin, thanks so much. We will go into council reports with how late we are. I just want your most important reports, and we can save the rest for the next meeting.
Okay, I just have one. It's from HARC last week, and just to make it really quick, there were a couple of extensions allowed. One of them was for the Telluride Hotel by the post office. They got an extension for another year, so that is still happening.
Hanging on.
Yeah. The Tower House townhomes were the big thing, in my opinion, on the meeting agenda, and they did get approved with just a couple of conditions. They want to make sure drainage is addressed, which is going to Public Works, and they kind of revisited how they're gonna address the parking area underneath with a denser wire mesh based on some public comment, but overall that got approved with just a couple of conditions. So exciting to see that come together. Zoe touched on Virginia Placer 2B. We saw the Public Works Transit Edition for the first time. It was just a work session, but that's a really interesting addition to the Public Works building. The biggest issue that came up from that was about the fencing and what type of enclosure we use. And, you know, if we need to stick to our aesthetic standards in accommodations too, which is what that land is in, or since it's more industrial, not industrial, but more practical if we can make exceptions there. But ultimately the board pushed for a more a fencing that was more in character with our design guidelines. There's a lot more, but that's the short story.
Awesome. We like short today.
Yeah.
Because we're not anything but.
Really quick, we have The Voodoo Lottery drawing is gonna be on Thursday, and we have a couple appeal hearings tomorrow. And good luck to everyone in the lottery.
Awesome. Thank you. Man?
We had a gondola subcommittee meeting. We talked about the gondola ballot initiative and further design and development of the structure conceptually. That's about it.
Awesome. Ashley?
There was a Parks and Rec that I had to miss because of a work conflict. So I'll just basically kind of go through the minutes real fast. There was, a balloon festival, or sorry, the film festival asked for a hot air balloon edition during the Saturday, August 31st, early in the morning. That was allowed as kind of a special for a film that's being aired. There were considerations, modifications of the pavilion advertising management plan. That was approved. Consideration of the campground shower fees for 2025 was also approved. And now, we're entering into budget season, as we all know. And also refining, the future plans with all of our Parks and Rec space. So I plan on having some meetings with Stephanie to kind of clarify that for everyone. So as we move forward into budget season, I can have a little bit clearer picture on exactly what their needs are and their desires for future projects. But there's some cool stuff happening. I recommend everyone take a look at that plan that that's proposed. I don't know if it's available online anywhere, but it's pretty cool to see what the future holds. That's it.
Awesome. Dan?
A couple, so Eco Action Partners met. The big note from there, we had an annual review of the director. By and large, very glowing report of her and her staff. Continue to focus on ways in which Eco Action Partners and their partners, including the town, the county, and Mountain Village now as well, is now contributing more funds for them. How do we continue to align both the individual climate action plans that each one of us have adopted, and how do we make sure that those plans come together is the shortest way to seeing it, and then making sure that we continue to empower that organization and their staff to make sure that they have the capacity and resources necessary to accomplish some of those goals, which is probably a longer conversation that we will have at some point here. Sneffels Energy Board also met. There was a similar presentation that was given there as to what we saw here at the IGA meeting. I believe all of us, or most of us at least, were there for that. Continued support to the idea that was raised at our IGA meeting of a regional task force on climate action goals and making sure that we are staying on track to meet those, because the presentation was given and it was agreed upon there. This was also touched on at AGA. It does not appear that we are on track, and so we all need to sort of continue to dig and look and make sure that we are taking steps to take those goals seriously and make sure they're met. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dan. I do not have anything to add. There are no related organization reports, and comments on payments are by email. That takes us to number 11. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Dan made the motion, Elena the second. Dan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. Into executive session.
And Zoe, I have things for you to say.
Going to lay down.
Okay.
The time is still now 6:06 p.m. and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Teddy Erico, Kevin Geiger, Zoe Denal, and then right after Ross Brackett, me and
Control the driving.
Alan 11, Geneva Shaw Nets, and Dalton.
Dalton Keller.
For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session, violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is adjournment by mutual agreement.